experimenting with his mechanics. If he continues like this, it will be difficult for his rivals to keep up with him. These three riders really battled it out, but when Marc Marquez is in that kind of form, there's no one who can compete. You just have to watch him take to the podium and give him a well-deserved round of applause.
Grand Prix of Austria brings MotoGP back to one of its most breathtaking settings as Chapter 13 comes from stunning Spielberg. Flanked by lush green forest, the Red Bull Ring hosts the 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix since it all began on the Isle of Man back in 1949. It's 20 wins and counting for Marc Marquez after more success on Sprint Saturday with warm-up kicking off race day next live. It's time for MotoGP. Good morning and a warm welcome to race day number 13 in the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. It's the Grand Prix of Austria and what is a historic milestone, landmark day here in the history of the MotoGP World Championship as we celebrate over 28 laps this afternoon, our 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix since it all began on the Isle of Man. 76 years ago, back in 1949, the modern day MotoGP superstars set for action at around 2 p.m. local time this afternoon. Moto3 and Moto2 action, of course, to follow later on this morning. We kick off proceedings now, as always, with the 10-minute MotoGP warm-up session with Marc Marquez well set to continue his unbelievable golden winning run this season. He has now won 11 races in succession, victorious once again for the 12th time in 13 sprints. Yesterday, after a bit of a mini battle with brother Alex over 14 laps, it means coming into round 13, Marc has a 123-point lead in the MotoGP World Championship, and is today the day finally. Yes, we can say for the first time he's a Spielberg winner, but today is the one that he wants. He wants to say for the very first time in his Grand Prix career that he is the victor in the Grand Prix of Austria. He's been so close on many occasions before, beaten by the factory Ducati Red Machines of Andrea Dovizioso and Jorge Lorenzo back in the day. But trust us, Marc Marquez once again is a massive favourite to complete what would be a 6 successive double victory. Bit of rain in the hours. You can see these are live pictures at the Red Bull Ring. It's certainly the cloudiest conditions we've seen of the weekend so far here in the Styrian Mountains. We're hoping to avoid any potential rain hazards coming up later on this afternoon, because Marc Marquez is hoping, as you mentioned, to take another giant leap towards title glory this season. Matt Burton Lewis going to be in the commentary box, as always, talking you through today's action with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. He's never won at the Red Bull Ring in a Grand Prix, Lewis, but he was certainly untouchable once again, irresistible in the sprint yesterday. Very much went to form, didn't it, in the sprint yesterday, even if Marc Marquez did fluff his lines a little in qualifying earlier in the day with his crash at the chicane. That puts him back on the second row of the grid. He was already up to second by the time the first lap had been completed. A combination of Marco Bezzecchi's relatively poor start and Pecco Bagnaglia's truly awful one promoted Marc Marquez onto the tail of his younger brother Alex. And as we've seen on so many occasions this season, the longer the sprint went on, the more it moved from Alex's favour to Marc's, as Marc Marquez took sprint win number 12 of the season. A rough ride at the Red Bull Ring, to say the least, yesterday for Pecco Bagnaia. It all went wrong when he had the massive wheel spin that pivoted left on the front row of the grid. Today, Bagnaia hoping to protect and extend what is an incredible winning record here in Austria. He has won the last 3. Victorious in 2022, 2023 and 2024. Can he find some form over 28 laps once again this afternoon? I mean, just how good has Marc Marquez been so far this year? Well, in the whole of 2024, he mustered 392 points. We're halfway through round 13 in 2025, and he has already bettered that. The 93 moved on to 393 points yesterday. And as mentioned, after his crash in qualifying yesterday, it did open the door for Marco Bezzecchi here to take his first pole position in, as you can see, 679 days since he was a VR46 Ducati rider back at the Indian Grand Prix of 2023, a Grand Prix that Marco Bezzecchi, of course, went on to win by a distance. Might have his hands full a little more today to repeat that feat, but signs of the step forward that Aprilia are making, and huge steps forward made through this Grand Prix weekend. They were both outside the top 10 at the end of practice on Friday. Bezzecchi navigated his way through Q1 all the way to pole position, and that is why he will lead the field off at 2 p.m. local time today. So the field filter out of pit lane for this traditional 10-minute warm-up session. Marc Marquez happy to bide his time and be patient. It would be victory number 71 of his Grand Prix career. In Premier Class careers, it would be 97 in his entire career as he creeps ever closer to the century milestone. He took the checker flag 1.1 seconds clear of brother Alex yesterday. We just saw Pedro Acosta leaving pit lane, but it's been a great weekend so far as the factory KTM team are concerned. There was fireworks from Acosta late on in Q2 when we thought he was going to get on the front row. 7th on the grid. Acosta fighting his way through to 3rd place, and he has started to hit some top form. Last year's rookie sensation, now on the podium in the last 3 events. Double podium last time out in Brno, and looking good, Lewis, for the very first time in his Grand Prix career. A MotoGP, at least, to have 2 successive double podiums. Don't discount Acosta. He's looking good Nick all weekend. I do wonder later on whether Pedro Acosta's attitude is going to be win the Grand Prix or crash trying. We shall see, because he certainly seems to have that approach to qualifying with me yesterday, because that final qualifying lap at Q2 for Acosta's was so aggressive. He was taking so many risks, perhaps 1 risk or 2 too many in the final sector in particular. Without question, Acosta out of position to be back on the 3rd row of the grid in 7th relative to the speed he's been showing so far this weekend. We were fully expecting Acosta to be the top non-Ducati on the grid after the form he showed on Friday, but brilliant start yesterday. Got him immediately up into the top 4, which is exactly where he finished, eventually getting the better of Marco Bezzecchi for that final podium position. Alex Marquez, of course, just a reminder, this was a legacy before that from his incident with Joan Mir pre-summer break in Brno in the Grand Prix of Austria later on this afternoon. Alex will have to complete a long lap penalty. No great surprise, of course, we are in the Styria Mountains, a spectacular part of southeast Austria, a couple of hours drive away from the vibrant capital of Vienna. The weather can be a bit temperamental in this part of the world, so a lot of riders are getting themselves braced potentially for a flag-to-flag scenario. Forecast maybe predicting a little bit of rain in this part of Austria around lunchtime and then clearing rather quickly, but who knows in this part of Central Europe. The weather can close in a matter of a couple of minutes and then clear off very, very quickly. Well, it can really catch you by surprise. So I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on the skies as we approach 2 p.m. local time this afternoon, but let's not forget 2020 here in Austria, when we had one of the most memorable of our previous 999 Premier Class races, when Brad Binder took one of 2 KTM victories here, riding in soaked conditions on slick tyres on the factory KTM to win what was an unforgettable 2020 battle here in Austria. Yeah, just to underline that point about how quickly the weather can close in. Yesterday here at the Red Bull Ring, following the sprint, and around about the time that the second Moto E race came to a close, the sky just went black here in Spielberg. It can sometimes just bubble up from nowhere and really close in on you. The Red Bull Rookies race got red flagged yesterday. They did ultimately restart it on a very wet surface, but when the rain does arrive here, it can arrive in some quantities, so we shall see how it evolves as we go through the day. There might be some on this MotoGP grid who will be hoping that the rain arrives later on, particularly those trying to get on terms with Marc Marquez. We saw Johann Zarco doing his flag-to-flag bike swap yesterday. He would certainly be one of those who wouldn't be complaining at all if the weather takes a turn for the worse today. Another Marquez 1-2 then in the sprint yesterday. That is now 20 wins in 2025 for Marc Marquez. Quite incredible. 16 second places now this season for brother Alex. And as you mentioned, Pedro Acosta really is starting to find some tip-top form again on the factory KTM, aided and abetted by some upgrades that have come from the summer break from Mattinghoffen, particularly enamoured with some new aero, which he said has dramatically improved turning on the RC60. Now we're going to see back-to-back double podiums from the Spanish style. Well, let's get the thoughts of the boss, Aki Arai, who joins Jack. Yeah, he does indeed. We're just trying to work his audio out at the moment. I think he's got it back. He's got some temperamental headphones on, so I'll try and speak clearly. A great day yesterday. Pedro onto the podium. Afterwards was very complimentary of the new upgrades that you got this weekend, in particular the new aero and the ability that he's now got to turn the bike. It must put him in a great position for this afternoon, but coming through from row 3 of the grid is never easy. How important for those first laps going to be? Of course, very easy, especially here in beautiful Red Bull in practice. For sure, first performance are really important, however important, of course, really is. But I would say many positive things happens in the last races, and as I always say that nothing is happening quick. It's not about one update or not about one thing. That generally I feel that we have some calmness and harmony more in the box for many things. It's not only technical things, also it's for positive attitude around and trust for the project. Let's keep it calm and that's good. It felt like a much-needed result for Brad as well. Inside the top line, all you can speaking about Brad having to adapt his riding style to this new KTM. These updates that allows Brad to ride the bike more how he likes, himself and his riding style to this bike. We have already kind of processed with Brad in the last races that we just trying to find more the consistency. That I think if we can do the practices well and more constant, we can see everything better on Sundays and of course sprint races as well. The big question today is looking over the hill to the back of us. Are we going to get rain? Are we not going to get rain? I imagine, given the fact that you guys are so close to the circuit, your weather apps are going to be a bit to the north. So what's happening, Aki? Are we getting a wet race or not? We need to be ready and ready for everything. So finally, it doesn't matter. But if we look really forecast, seems that we may be having some risks, some wet conditions today. Yeah. I'll pack my umbrella then. Good luck today, Aki. Thanks a lot. Yeah, umbrellas at the ready down in pit lane, it sounds like. Jack, yeah, thanks to Aki Ayo. Well, we should definitely mention Brad Binder. It was certainly his best result of 2025 so far. He has found it tough going on the factory RC60. He was only 7/10 per second actually at the checker flag behind Marco Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia. The 30-year-old South African, it was his best finish since he was fourth in the San Marino Grand Prix 11 months ago. So yeah, an indication of just how difficult this season has been for Binder. I think he found, certainly felt last night like he got his mojo back. It was much more like the old Brad Binder, which we love watching. So let's hope that fifth place yesterday is going to be the catalyst to better things to come for Binder in the second part of the season. Just looked at it, didn't it? Just watching him during the sprint, he looked back to something like his aggressive best yesterday as he was going into battle with the likes of Fleming Aldeguer, who we're watching here on screens. Aldeguer finished the sprint to the end behind Binder in sixth, just ahead of Aldeguer on track. You can see Enea Bastianini, who was very close to Aldeguer for much of the sprint. The Beast ultimately came across the line in seventh place, although perhaps used a little bit too much of his tyre in the early stages of the sprint and began to suffer the longer it went on. But that's ultimately just underlining the progress that KTM have made, of course, with the new aero front fairing on their machines this weekend. All three KTMs that started this sprint yesterday scored World Championship points. For Maverick Vinales did not start withdrawing on the sprint due to his injured shoulder. Alex Marquez, dress rehearsal for his long lap penalty coming up in the Grand Prix of Austria later on this afternoon. Right at the start of FP1 on Friday morning. Alex dipped into the long lap penalty loop, so he's well versed with the sanction that is coming his way later on this afternoon. I suppose we have to mention, it would be remiss of us not to mention the fact that had he not had a major issue, a major malfunction with his rear ride height device, it is likely that Raul Fernandez, that was most likely to have taken that fifth place. Fernandez was excelling once again on the track house of Aprilia. He made a sensational start. He said one of the best starts of not just his MotoGP career, but of his entire Grand Prix career. So real cruel to be denied what would be another excellent top six Fernandez with that failed ride height device on the RSGP, because he was well ensconced in that fifth spot. Although if you look at his Sunday results as of late, Raul Fernandez, he's on a run of 5 consecutive Sunday top 10s. He has said on the eve of this Grand Prix weekend he's in the best form of his career, and it has certainly showed so far this weekend. Keep a close eye on Fernandez later on in the Grand Prix as we take a look at the pole sitter, Marco Bezzecchi, one of the shock poles of 2025, and for quite some time, and it's Bezzecchi who takes over at the top of this warm-up session with just under a minute to go. Never really figured in the battle at the front of the sprint like many of us expected yesterday, Bezzecchi, but he was still happy, as he said. When you go from 18th on Friday afternoon after a pretty average practice session to go to, through Q1 to pole position and then fourth in the sprint, it's not a bad job done. He was given a lot of help from Valentino Rossi and Casey Stoner, two MotoGP legends who are present here this weekend for our landmark 1000th Grand Prix. Bezzecchi at the moment on course to lead this morning's warm-up session. What about the Yamahas, who have had an absolutely a torturous time here this weekend in Spielberg. Their best runner over the line yesterday in the sprint was Fabio Quartararo, but he was pretty much a second a lap slower than Marc Marquez. Nearly 14 seconds he was back at the checkered flag. Quartararo was 11th. At the moment, the Frenchman is down in 18th place in this one session. Jack Miller down in 20th. The Yamaha just has no acceleration coming out of these low gear, hard acceleration points. Massive wheel spin with this sort of harder carcass mixed in rear tyre, which they have to bring for the heat generation around Spielberg. Issues with braking, a multitude of things on that wise though. And just looking at our timing graphic, Jack Miller's just only done 2 laps so far this morning, and Jack has got an upgrade what's going on with Miller. Just one of those weekends for Jack Miller. Unfortunately, as you say, only able to do 1 flying lap in the second. If he opened the gas, it's just on Archie, we say that he struggles with acceleration. He goes full throttle, whatever it is. Proper connection, well, they can work it out in just this short session, but yeah, more problems for Jack Miller. I think he's ready to jump on that flight back home tonight and get ready for Hungary. Yeah, I think the 2025 Austrian Grand Prix, as far as Yamaha's concerned, will be straight to DVD. Jack Miller, the 30-year-old Australian, lowest qualifying since Valencia 2015, his rookie season on the production under nearly 10 years ago. It has been brutal for all 4 Yamahas out on circuit this weekend. Quartararo 18th at the end of that session. Alex Rins, his factory Yamaha teammate, 17th. He was trying to make a fifth of it. Miguel Oliveira with the top Yamaha, but only in 15th place. Thought it's been painful, Lewis. That's a problem on Jack Miller's bike that they'll be very keen to fix, because of course they might need both of Jack Miller's 43 Yamahas when we go racing at 2 p.m. local time later on. We cannot rule out the possibility of a flag Grand Prix later on. Over 28 laps, the 1000th Premier Class Grand Prix in the history of this great World Championship. Alex Marquez then in the warm-up in 3rd place. It was a warm-up session that finished top 3 similar to qualify yesterday, but Zeki Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, who are the front row starters today, albeit with Alex ahead of Pecco. It was Pecco 2nd in that warm-up session, and Enea Bastianini 4th. Of course, he goes from 5th on the grid later on today. Marc Marquez 5th ahead of Fermin Aldeguer and Pedro Acosta. So the top 7, in fact top 8 on the grid, if you include Frankie Morbidelli, very much like they were in qualifying yesterday. Boy, Martin so close to a sprint point yesterday afternoon, over 14 laps, just a 10th back of Johan Zarco at the checkered flag. But what really did catch the eye was the reigning world champion's late pace in that sprint. He had a little bit of an issue off the line. That's why he lost time on the run up to turn 1, and there was a bit of a contact as well running into the 2A, 2B chicane. But once he got into his groove, once he got into his rhythm, Martin was rapid. And the only rider on the final lap of yesterday's sprint that was quicker than the factory Aprilia rider was sprint winner Marc Marquez. I don't think it's going to be too far into the future where Martin's going to be in that battle for podiums. Pecco Bagnaia completes his flag-to-flag bike swap practice. So does Alex Marquez, who does have a long lap penalty to serve in the Grand Prix later on this afternoon. Well, Brad Binder does a flag-to-flag bike swap practice here in 2025. He didn't bother coming in, did he? 5 years ago for that unforgettable second Grand Prix victory. Just a little bit of a footnote ahead of today's action. If the Ducati are victorious, which you have to say it's hard to back against the Bologna factory, it will be their 10th win at the Red Bull Ring, and that will make them this their most successful track in their history. This is Marco Benteke's flag-to-flag bike practice. Nice. Very good bike practice from Bears. Of course, Jorge Martin, I guess, given the recoveries he's done this season, I guess one thing he could do without is having to hop off one bike very quickly onto another, but he might require it later on. We shall see. As you say, the progress has been visible for Jorge Martin, who is still very much in the very early stages of his Aprilia adventure. Of course, this is just the 3rd Grand Prix he'll have started for the Noali brand, and as you say, it feels like a matter of time before we're seeing him at the very sharp end. Still really without a base setup on board that Aprilia, which will only come with time and laps on the bike. Just some very quick housekeeping, unfortunately, to bring you this morning. Maverick Vinales, I'm sure you might have seen it all over social media last night. He has withdrawn from today's Austrian Grand Prix, and sadly, Maverick still recovering from that serious left shoulder injury he suffered in a Q2 crash at the Sachsenring before the summer break, which put him out of the German Grand Prix, put him out of the Grand Prix of Czechia He did try and ride here on Friday and yesterday morning before withdrawing from the sprint. Sadly, no Vinales today and no Top Gun as well next weekend in Hungary. This was an injury which turned out to be far more severe than they first suspected. A normal recovery period of 4 months, 16 weeks, and poor old Maverick saying yesterday, unfortunately, the injury so severe, and with so many races coming thick and fast in the latter part of the season, 10 rounds in 14 weeks, Vinales said likely a pretty bleak prognosis, unlikely to be 100% fit with that left shoulder now until the start of 2026. A real tough time for Top Gun.
A shame given the form he was in too, having gone so well in the first half of this season, and a number of the Ducati riders, in fact all the Ducati riders, went and tested at Balaton Park on Panigales around about a week or so ago. Of course, we're going there next weekend, and they spoke about how physical the circuit is, so you can understand why Maverick Vinales perhaps not so keen to head there in his current physical state. Marco Bezzecchi popping the warm-up session then as he gets set to launch from pole position later on. Pecco Bagnaia and Alex Marquez right behind. And Pastini 4 from Marc Marquez, Fermi Aldeguer and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli took 8, Raul Fernandez took 9. The same 9 riders who will start from the front 3 rows later on. Top 10 was completed by Fabio Di Gianantonio, ahead of Igor, Luca Marini, Antoine Mir, Brad Binder 14. First Yamaha, Miguel Oliveira. He was the only Yamaha within a second of the pace in 15. Then Jorge Martin, Alex Rins, Fabio Quartararo down in 18th. He's had a miserable time this weekend. Big crash on Friday. Johan Zarco 19th. And Jack Miller with his problems as illustrated by Jack in pit lane down in P20.
So we are now all set for a Spielberg blockbuster here in the Grand Prix of Austria as Ducati chase a record 10th victory now, 1,000th Premier Class Grand Prix. When he was P1 in qualifying yesterday, he'll start the Grand Prix from pole position later on this afternoon. Marco Bezzecchi is P1 in our morning warm-up session. Have a great 1,000th Premier Class Grand Prix day, folks.
The MotoGP is finally back from summer break, and then we start here in Monaco, Austria, and then our world champion is finally back. It's so lovely to have him here in Austria, so I just wanted to ask, Jorge, good morning. I know your summer break was busier than probably the summer breaks from the other riders, so give us an insight. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel great. Physically, I feel perfect, so this is the most important thing. I just need time with the new bike to get to know it, to get to understand where I can push a bit more, because for sure Marco is doing an amazing job. I just need to understand well where to push, and I think the potential of myself and of the bike is much higher, so it's just a matter of time, I think.
How is Austria treating you so far?
Good, as always. I love this place, I love the country, I love this track. For me in the past was fantastic, always in the podium, but this year will be a bit different. Let's see today with the weather, maybe can help me a bit, but yeah, always fantastic.
So what is your plan? What's the personal goal of yours?
Today? I don't know, I hope for maybe top 8, top 7 position, that would be great. I will try to do a great start, and from then try to recover all the positions.
Good luck with that. Thank you.
Alright?
Alright, then next over to one of our rookies, like our super rookie. Femine, good morning. It's your first time here in Austria on a MotoGP bike. How do you feel so far?
Good, because yesterday was a good day. Sixth position in the qualifying and in the sprint race, with a good battle, also with a mistake in the start. But we have a good pace for fight, and today just enjoy, do my best. We wait, respect the weather, but yeah, I try to do my best.
What did your team say? What do you think about the weather today? What do you expect?
It's difficult because in this place it's strange, no? Because with all the mountain, maybe it's all time change. Yesterday the possibility was super high. Now it's less. We have to wait to the start and take the decision with the bike.
So the locals say that you have to always look in this direction. If it gets dark there, maybe it's tricky, but for now it looks like fine. Good luck for today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are heading over to his teammate, I would say. Alex, good morning from one Grisini boy to the other one. Alex, that has been a really good weekend so far here in Austria for you.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. I mean, yesterday we were able to be really fast on front row and all that. Today is that we need to complete a long lap, but it will be more challenging. So motivate for that, motivate to make the long lap in a proper way. Yeah, it's quite long. You look like 3 seconds, but anyway, we'll try our best. And after the long lap, we'll start our race and need to be really patient. And it will be important to score points.
We've seen you already testing it during the warm-up. What's your impression from this long lap?
So that is so long. This is the main problem or the main thing. Also, it's quite bumpy when you are going out. But anyway, I need to complete. You know, I accept 100% that penalty, and we need to make it. So we'll try to do in the best way. And then, as I said, from that point, we'll start our race.
Wish you a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Fabio Quartararo next. Fabio just won second place for me. You know, it was a tricky weekend so far here in Austria, but what are your impressions from this racetrack?
Well, the track is really nice. Actually, it's one of the tracks that I always been fast. But the last 2 years we are struggling a lot and we are not able to do it. Yeah, the French people are there. But yeah, it's a really nice ride. I like the hard braking, but unfortunately our bike is completely not working on that track now.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Yeah, the bike here at Red Bull Ring is a tricky story with Yamaha. I'm in a really good position with this guy here, and next to me, because the Red Bull Ring has been Ducati land for the last few years, and this man is probably in the best position, not only today. Mark, I know Red Bull is special to you because you haven't won a race on Sunday here yet, but you won yesterday. Does it make it a bit easier in some way?
Yeah, let's see. Especially yesterday I feel super good with that extra warm conditions. Are my conditions because the track becomes a bit more slippery. This morning the track was completely different after the storm yesterday, and
and colder weather, but let's see, we will try to fight for the victory, and will be a long race because we need to manage well the tires.
Sprint race still in Marcus' hand after yesterday. It's such an amazing, successful story.
Yeah, it looks like on Saturdays we are is our strongest point, but yeah, let's see if today on Sunday, that is the most important day, we can repeat it. I will not ask because first second is too much, but just try to be there on the podium.
Good luck for that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Marc Marquez wants to be on the podium, but clearly I know he wants to go for the victory today. I mean, it's time, isn't it? Hello, good morning. How do you feel?
Good, feeling good. The weather looks a little bit unstable for today, so hopefully we have a stable race and we can give you a good show.
So how do you prepare for the Austrian weather? It's always like unpredictable here.
Yes, here every year everything can happen, but the thing is that we are ready. We are ready for every situation. Maybe a difficult situation for everybody, like rain or flag to flag, is good for us because we can take a good opportunity. So we will see.
And let's see if the weather can help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Well, yesterday wasn't what you were hoping for, but you have shown some promising performance this weekend so far. So how do you feel here at the Red Bull Ring?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the work that we are doing. I think the team is working so well, and I feel much better with the bike step by step. I think we are in a good position. So yeah, yesterday we had a little bit of bad luck, but anyway, we have another opportunity today. Hopefully the weather can be like this. We don't want a really flag to flag race, but it can rain. Maybe, but yes. But for us, with the pace that we have, maybe to keep in this temperature can be a good opportunity.
So what's the plan for today?
Try to make the same start yesterday and keep in the pace. This is the target.
Good luck. Thank you. So now you have to tell me and all the Austrian fans, why do you want some rain today?
Because it can get a bit more opportunities to catch the guys in front. Because on dry stuff, I know I can get some points, which is good, but if I want many points, I think the rain can help.
And I hope all these guys abroad there in the jackets, you're probably one of the experienced riders and you're to deal with different weather conditions. How do you prepare for a day like that?
I think just need to wait, because even if you have the weather forecast that say it will rain, you never know when. And you have to really stay cool, but with the determination to believe something good can come. So I did it in Le Mans. Everything went pretty
Oh, you
good.
did it in a really good way. Would be nice to see that today.
Yeah, there are so many French here and so many French flags. So yeah, I would love to enjoy this with them today.
So besides racing, can you enjoy Austria a bit?
Yeah, cycling around the hills, it's pretty nice. And that's why I even stay tonight and stay a bit tomorrow to enjoy this atmosphere of Styria.
Have a great day. Thank you. Hey guys, now it's getting serious. One of the local heroes here, Pedro. Good morning, and thank you so much for the Austrian fans. It was a podium at home yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, super nice to make a podium with KTM colors. You know, you only have to see all the people that is here. That was even more fun than me, maybe, with the podium for this. Let's try to repeat it today.
It's a promising start of the summer break for you. How confident are you to keep going like that?
Well, we hope to keep like that, but at the end, let's try to don't have any expectation. We know that today's race are going to be long and tough for this. Let's try to make something like yesterday, make a good start, and then try to keep the rhythm of the fast guys.
And I hope you still remember the promise that we made. If you're successful, there's the Lederhosen.
I'm ready for the dance. The dress, I don't have it here, because the wing will be difficult. And
We'll organize something, no worries.
yeah, but your mate said to me yesterday that they have the content for the guys for this. I'm ready to dance.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you. Yeah, next to another KTM rider who has been very successful here. Brad, hello, good morning, how are you?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm super fine. It's busy and intense, but I think it has to be like that.
Yeah, it's always special to come and race here. I'm a Red Bull and KTM is always fun. So, been a really busy weekend, and yesterday was good. So hopefully we can carry on from there today.
Clearly, I have to speak with you about something because all the riders are mentioning the weather here around Syria, and you're clearly one of the best in weather conditions. Are you prepared?
Well, I think I got lucky when it rained a few years ago, but let's see. I mean, it's clearly there's clearly a good chance we might have a little bit of rain at some point today. So yeah, ready for all conditions, and let's see what we can do.
Ready to race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel, good morning. When you wake up this morning, did you start the day with your amazing memories here at Red Bull Ring?
Well, I'm starting the day changing diaper, but and then I look outside and yeah, of course, great memories here from the Red Bull Ring. Every year is special, so yeah, happy to be here.
As you lived a few years in Austria, actually, how does it feel to come back?
It feels good. I mean, I lived 4 years in Vienna, so yeah, not so far from here, and definitely one of my favorite countries.
Ah, we love to hear that. Thank you so much. So that's what we have to ask your teammate. Hello. You know, people always get confused a bit about Australia and Austria. How's Austria treating you this weekend?
Yeah, pretty rough, to be honest. On track for sure, but the rest is okay. Nice and everything. Decent so far. Hopefully a little bit of rain today. We won't be mad at that, but no, for the rest. It's been a difficult weekend for us, but we are pushing every session, pushing every moment, trying to understand, trying to improve, and yeah, hopefully we can be better today. And then, of course, moving on the marathon after this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, busy days ahead for all MotoGP riders. Same for sure for Emil Bastianini, who's the best at KM in qualifying. Nice job.
Yeah, nice job. I was surprised, but also, yeah, after the race in Brno, I was confident to do an great result also here. It's like on the second home GP because I'm riding for KTM and, well, it's fantastic.
So also the warm-up was promising from yourself. What do you think is possible to you?
Yeah, today the weather is not really stable. It's a bit cloudy, but, well, with the temperature like this, usually we are much faster, and let's see what's happening in the race. But well, I'm confident to do a great race. Will be important the start, not like yesterday. It's happened something, but well, we are ready.
Good to hear that, because the Austrians will be very happy if you're doing a great job today. Thank you. Okay, so how about heading over to Peko Bagnaia? Good morning, Peko. Hello. So, maybe I'm full, but I don't have time to think about it, so let's start with you. I know you wanted to forget yesterday. Maybe your amazing memories here at the Red Bull Ring will help you with that.
Yeah, I was prepared already yesterday to fight for the podium, but then we had some issues, and nothing. This morning, luckily, everything was good, was okay, and I was feeling super good. So we are ready for this afternoon, hoping that the temperature remain like this to help us to the brakes, to don't warm it up too much. And nothing, let's see.
I know there are some problems this season you have to solve, but at least this morning it looks like the same story like last year. You and Beth did a really good job during the warm-up. Do you think you can work together in some way today?
Yeah, maybe we can work together. He let me stay in the front, and then we can fight in the last few laps alone.
Sounds like a good plan. I will ask him. Good morning, Beth. You don't like his plan?
No. I don't want to work with him anymore. I prefer to stay in front.
I mean, that's always a good idea. So let's talk about your pole position here in Austria. Such an amazing job.
Yeah, it was a good recovery from a bad Friday, and very cool to be back in pole position. I'm not a qualifier rider, but this time was good for me. And yeah, hopefully I can do also a good race.
Did Valentino have some tips again for the race today?
Yeah, I saw him yesterday evening, and it's always good to speak with him. So So yeah, hopefully I can try to make a bit better than yesterday.
Good luck today. And we will ask Fabio, can I join you here? We were just talking about Valentino. You're on his team. He's here in Austria today. All the Austrian fans for sure are very happy. Definitely have some tips for you as well.
Well, for sure this track that I need some tips. It's gonna be my best track of the calendar. Having Valley here is fantastic. It's helping me a lot, and for this also we are improving a lot the race pace. So let's see today also the weather, if it stays like this with a bit more cold, maybe we have a chance to fight from the back. So let's see.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
All right, and there are a few more riders we want to talk to today. Come with me. Good morning, good morning. How do you feel?
Good cold right now.
Good point. But besides that,
Yeah, but it's Sunday morning, we're ready to race, so happy to be here and having this first race of the second half in Austria.
how's your summer been?
Well, pretty busy on recovering from the shoulder injury, but at the same time good.
So this weekend you showed some good performances so far. Are you happy with them?
Yeah, pretty satisfied with the performance we've been having, especially on Friday and Saturday morning before the qualifying. Then we lowered a bit, but hopefully the solutions we found yesterday for this morning are gonna pan out for this afternoon's race.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Okay, we are heading over to Luca Marini. Luca, welcome to Austria. How are you doing?
Good morning, morning. Very good, very good. Thank you.
Ready for today?
Yeah, exactly. We hope that the weather can stay like this with a little bit maybe more sun. Will be a fantastic day.
I hope there will be sun. We Austrians will give our best, but besides that, did you have the chance to enjoy Austria?
Yeah, always. I like this track. It's really unique. It's fantastic. And this year a little bit less fans on the grandstands maybe, but it's also a holiday week and many people need to go on holiday and rest. It's also nice, but the ones on the grandstand we have this year are super hot and they give us always great support.
They give everything, and as I've seen it, there are a lot of Italians here this weekend.
Always. It's close to Italy and it's nice. We have a lot of friends that came to see these races and we try to let them enjoy all the fans and provide them the best show as possible.
Some extra support for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
Okay, so one of our rookies next. Hi, good morning. First time on a MotoGP bike here in Austria. How are you doing?
I'm enjoying. I think it's not going out to be won, but no, this morning we found positive thing and I can't wait to make a main race soon.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is one more guy. Maybe he's hiding in the back, guys. But I get him. Good morning, Alex. How are you doing? Yeah? You're ready for the race today?
I'm ready for the race. Let's see what the weather awaits us. Today is cloudy and maybe possibility of rain. Yeah, let's enjoy it.
As Fabio told us, it's a tricky track here. It's Red Bull Ring for the Yamaha. What's the plan today? How are you gonna handle it?
This Fabio says is false. No, just kidding.
Oh, it's false, right?
Yeah. No, it was, as you can see, tricky track for us. It's quite difficult to stop the bike and to get the traction. But yeah, let's try to take information. I know that we always say this, but it's important, not for the future.
And have a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for joining us this morning here. I think we are ready for an amazing race here in Austria.
Created an area of outstanding natural beauty. MotoGP has landed in the rugged alpine terrain of Spielberg for the Grand Prix of Austria. Kicking off an intense run of 10 races in 14 weeks, Ducati is looking for a record 10th win at the Red Bull Ring in what is a milestone 1000th Premier Class clash. Brace yourselves for a Spielberg blockbuster in Styria. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to Spielberg. Welcome to the Grand Prix of Austria. And to all of our tens of thousands of MotoGP fans all the way around the world, welcome back from the summer break. It's great to be back with you for part 2 of this year's MotoGP World Championship, all kicking off with an intense run. 10 rounds in 14 weeks coming your way, and it all gets underway very, very shortly here at the stop and go, hard braking, hard acceleration, Red Bull Ring. So it's back here in 2016. This has been predominantly a Ducati land. 11 Premier Class races, and they have won 9. Is there going to be some more home glory as far as KTM are concerned after Pedro Acosta was third in yesterday's sprint? It will take some toppling of Ducati though here in Austria, and it will take some toppling runaway world champion leader Marc Marquez. 12th sprint victory on what was another incredibly successful Saturday for the factory Ducati star. Today though, for the first time, Marc Marquez is looking to end what's been a bit of a bogey circuit here down his career in MotoGP. Winless, one of the very few tracks where the number 93 has never won a main Grand Prix. That's all coming up later on, over 28 laps later on this afternoon, around 2 p.m. local time. As always though, race day, chapter 13 about to get underway. We'll start with Moto 3. It's always dramatic action in the lightweight class here in Austria. And we start with a new name. For the third race in a row, we have a first-time pole position starter. And it is Argentinian Valentin Peroni, the 9th rider on pole position this year in our opening 13 Grand Prix. The first Argentinian to find himself heading a Moto 3 grid since Gabby Rodrigo over 4 years ago at Catalunya in 2021. The 14th different rider to start on a front row this year. It's been very hard to predict, hasn't it, at times this year? Has Moto 3. We do, though, have a runaway world championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, who's got a bit of work to do coming up over the 20-lap race here in Austria. He's down in 8th place on the grid in the middle of row 3. He is, though, in a position of some supremacy in this world championship. 85 points clear. He leads, coming back after the summer break. 7 wins in the opening 12. For Rueda, he was clearly the outstanding rider of Part 1 in 2025. Matt Burton is to be the comedy box for Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, and there he is on screen, number 73. What a performance so far this weekend for Red Bull KTM Tech 3 charger Valentin Peroni. In every single session he's taken to this Red Bull Ring so far this weekend, he has yet to finish outside of the top 3. And in the most important session of the weekend so far, Q2, he did fire himself to that brilliant pole position on the front row with Angel Becerras and Yusai Yamanaka.
Valentin Peroni is no stranger to the front of Moto3 fields. We've already seen him on a podium this season, so he is not going to be overawed by the challenge up ahead of him and the prospect of fighting for victory. As Max mentioned, he saved his best to the session that matters, but he has been up there in every single session. He has got some serious threats next to him now, in the form of the MSI duo, Angel Becerras and Yusai Yamanaka. Becerras arguably looking as strong as he has at any stage this season. He badly needs World Championship points if he is to get on terms with Jose Antonio Rueda. 85 points clear and starting on row 3. Yeah, a bit of history beckoning for the 17-year-old Peroni. There has never been an Argentinian winner of a lightweight world championship race. You've got to go all the way back to Aston in 2005, 20 long years ago. Since a rider from that part of South America was last victorious in the Grand Prix arena. That was Sebastian Porto at Assen in 250s back in 2005. Have to say, Peroni's been very, very impressive after what was a very shaky start to 2025. After DNFs in the first 3 Grand Prix, he's had 9 successive points finishes. 6 of those have been inside the top 10.
And this is no fluke. He has been brilliant from the get-go here on Friday morning as Peroni. So let's see if he can convert that career-first pole position into a career-first victory.
It's also become something of a viral internet sensation this weekend with one of the saves of the season. In Saturday morning's free practice 2 session, essentially, he was off the bike. He managed to save it on the palm of his hand, was able to get himself back on the bike. It might not sound particularly realistic, but trust me, that's what happened. Go to MotoGP social media channels if you haven't seen that, and check out Peroni's extraordinary Saturday save. He'll be looking to avoid any kinds of repeats of that if he's to challenge for victory. Of course, it is a home Grand Prix for KTM here this weekend. They've won every Grand Prix so far in 2025. They will not want that streak to end here.
Well, Peroni is from Argentina, so I guess we could say that save was helped by the hand of God. From back in the day, football fans will know that particular comparison. A little bit further back, heading row 3, 7th place on the grid. Another real star performer in the first half of 2025. It's Alvaro Carpe who joins Jack. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning to everybody on slightly overcast, although the sun's starting to shine through here at the Red Bull Ring. Alvaro, we know this is a big race for everyone wearing orange. Third row of the grid with your teammate behind you. What's the plan going into it?
Well, in Moto3 class, I think there's no plan. You can expect nothing, I think so. But we will be on our 100%, like always. I will try my best. I think it will be a race group. Well, I don't know what more. I don't know the tires how it drops, but I think will be very fun. All the fans will enjoy for sure because all Moto3 class is always very great and very enjoying race. And I hope all enjoy and all get fun. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Alvaro Carpe. Brilliant opening half to 2025. He's third in the World Championship on 133 points. He is 95 back of his KTM colleague, Jose Antonio Rueda, but he's had a very impressive first part of the season. 3 podiums, 9 top 10s, and 8 top 6. One to watch for the future is Carpe.
So here's Yusei Yamanaka, who completes the front row of the grid. Peroni and Piqueras will start just over to his left for Yusei Yamanaka. First front row start since all the way back in Qatar when he took top position and went on to finish on the podium. Top 6 is that been a little bit hard to come by though for the number 6. His last top 6 finish actually some 8 races ago back at the Spanish Grand Prix. Let's head down and quickly hear from the pole sitter, Valentin Peroni with Jack.
Valentin, pole position for the first time after a great podium in Athens. You must be full of confidence here.
Yeah, now in the cycling lab I didn't feel super good with the track. The track is not as perfect as was yesterday, but I felt good with the bike as yesterday, and for the race we will try to push, to make a good start, to be leading the race, try to do my pace, always thinking. I know also Piqueras and Maximo, they will try to push, but I will try to don't overtake and don't stop a bit the group to break the group, and let's try in the last laps to get the victory, and we will fight for everything. Have fun. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to debut pole sitter, then Valentin Peroni. Interesting point he makes there. On the sighting lap, he felt there'd been a clear change in track conditions. Of course, immediately after the MotoGP sprint yesterday, there was a lot of rain which started to fall in this part of these 3 mountains. It would have washed away a lot of the rubber that had been laying down so far this weekend. Jack, you've got some additional thoughts on what your Mr. Peroni has just said.
Yeah, because Alvaro Carpe, the man on screen who we spoke to beforehand, before I interviewed him, he said exactly the same thing to his crew chief as well. He said the rear tyre wasn't offering any grip, and it really surprised him on the sighting lap alone. As you say, not only did we have the rain, but it is significantly cooler today than what we've had throughout the weekend. So I think a lot of the guys are going to have to just test things in those opening laps to work out where the levels of grip and where the limit is.
It could be a case. Seems strange to say in Moto3, proceed with a little bit more caution than normal. Thanks very much for that, Jack. Heading row 2, Dennis Foggia ahead of what is going to be his 144th Grand Prix appearance, the most experienced head in this Moto3 pack. Been a good weekend for Foggia. It's his best qualifying since Sepang in 2022. Of course, he had a couple of years in the Moto2 World Championship, but Foggia who was a bit of a menace at the front of the Grand Prix in Brno a couple of weeks ago. He heads row 2, with Max Quiles and Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda.
You wonder whether they've made sure they're on the same page down at Aspar. So far in this Grand Prix, of course, we saw arguably Fodge's aggression costing Quiles a shot at victory in Brno. Let's find out what the Aspar strategy is. Actually, Nico Troll speaking to Jack.
Yeah, he is. He's just giving one final word of advice for Max Quiles. Nico, for the past couple of Grand Prix, you've had both Max and Dennis up there at the front. Of course, last time in Brno, they got in each other's way. Have you had some words to make sure they work together today?
Yeah, at the end, this is racing and in Moto3 is so difficult to understand sometimes. But anyway, we are super happy after Brno race and also yesterday and Friday practice here in Austria. And we'll see what they do. For sure they are teammates, but they won results. Massimo is like a killer and Dennis won results. We won the best and we'll see what they do today.
A few riders on the grid saying that the grip level's quite a bit different on the sighting lap. Was it the same for Max and Dennis? Did they feel a difference from yesterday?
No, they say a little bit, the track is a little bit more, need to clean, but it's normal after rain, but they are ready for today.
Good luck, Nico.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Nico Troll. Killer Quiles. I think that one's going to stick for a while. He looks like a sort of a quiet boy, doesn't he? A very quiet boy. Off circuit does the 17-year-old Quiles, but when that visor goes down, what a beast. He turns into 5 podiums in the last 6 with 4 second places for Quiles. You know he's going to be a danger man from the middle of that second row in 5th place. And what about David Munoz? He's got a bit of work to do, as the Spanish rider. He's 14th on the grid, middle of the 5th row, slotting in between Scott Ogden and Tayo Furusato. Munoz podiums in the last 3 Grand Prix, including his Saxon ring win. 5 podiums in the last 7, with the runner-up here last year as well. Close second to David Alonso. So he's got podium pedigree here as well as Munoz, but a lot of work to do coming from the middle of that row 5.
Time information is through from Pirelli. Every rider in the field has gone for the soft rear tyre, the SC1. It's quite an even split amongst the front tyres. In terms of the front 3 rows of the grid, all of the KTMs on the front 3 rows are on the ST2 medium front. The Hondas, the Leopard Hondas of Fernandez and Almanza have gone for the soft front.
Marcus Uriarte is in a bit of hot water this weekend, as you just saw on screens there. The 20-year-old who continues to replace the injured Matteo Bertelli had a double long lap in this 20-lap encounter, coming up for riding slowly online in Q2. A double long lap also coming for Vicente Perez for MLab Racing. That was for a yellow flag infringement right on cue. He's in the back of the grid, is Perez in 26th place, but he one of 2 riders that will be in the long lap penalty loop twice. Just for reference, the long lap penalty is right at the top of the hill, turn 1 on the exit of the first corner.
Could see Perez at least back from injury though. He's missed the last 3 or 4 Grand Prix. We also welcome back both of the Boe duo from injury this weekend. Plus Joel Kelso, who didn't start the Czech Grand Prix. He's back in action. He starts 10th.
There was Pedro Acosta. He knows what it takes to win a Moto3 race here in Austria. He did it back in 2021. Ryusai Yamanaka then on the front row of the grid for the 3rd time this year. 4th time in his Grand Prix career. Angel Piqueras, who's desperate to find his winning touch once again. 85 points behind Rueda in the championship. But starting from pole position for the very first time, it's Valentine Peroni on pole in the Red Bull Ring.
Who will grab the ball by the horns over 20 laps at the Red Bull Ring? It's Moto3, and we have a first-time pole sitter in the form of Valentin Peroni, Angel Piqueras. His first front row since Silverstone, Yusei Yamanaka completes the front row. Dennis Fodger, his best qualifying of 2025, he's joined the row 2 by Max Quiles and Adrian Fernandez. Alvaro Carpi is 7th from Jose Antonio Rueda, the championship leader, who did win from 8th back at Le Mans. Almanza starts 9th from Kelso Pini, and Ralston Scott Ogden lines up 13th with David Munoz and Ty Furusato for company. Double on that penalty for Marcus Uriarte, who starts 16th, then of Cormac Buchanan and Nico Carraro, who both came through Q1. Ruche Moodley makes his return from injury in 19th. He's got debutant Casey O'Gorman next to him. The Irish youngster starts 20th. Ricardo Rossi 21st from Stefano Nepa, Eddie O'Shea, and Arby Adatama, who's in for the injured Tachikon Bawazri. Noah Dekvila lines up 25th ahead of Vicente Perez, who also has a double long lap penalty.
She minds back to this very Grand Prix here last year. It was a bit of a pole curse as far as Ivan Ortola was concerned. He stole it on the grid, didn't he? And at the start from pit lane did charge his way back through inside the top 10. Let's hope that Peroni has a cleaner getaway from his maiden pole position. There's the 94 bike of Guido Pini. Of course, the Italian was on pole position last time out in Brno. This time around, he's finding himself 10 places further back on the grid. The Dynamo Intact GP run, he finds away from 11th. A fourth row which features our two Aussies, Joe Kelso and Jacob Ralston. Well, let's go and get some thoughts of Pecco Bagnaia. 3 successive victories in MotoGP here around his beloved Red Bull Ring. What do you think's going to happen over 20 laps though in this Moto3 battle, Jack?
Yeah, nobody knows better how to win around the Red Bull Ring than Pecco Bagnaia. This Moto3 race looks a Monte Carlo. Who's your pick?
Difficult. I would like to see Dennis Foggia to stand in front like also the Italians, and let's see. I think Rueda, like always, is super fast, like Giles. There are many, so let's see. Will be absolutely fantastic, like always.
Good luck. Thanks, Pecco.
Grazie.
Yeah, grazie, Pecco Bagnaia. Can he make it a 4th successive victory here in Austria? 28 laps, the MotoGP battle will unfold in, just about 3 hours' time. Jose Antonio Rueda, 85 points clear in the championship. 7 wins in the opening 12 rounds. It means now that only 6 riders in Moto3 history have won more in the lightweight category than the 19-year-old from Sevilla. Won for fun, didn't he, in the opening half of the campaign. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do to fight his way through from the middle of row 3. Got his replicating my teammate Alvaro and Carpe. The company alongside an old Spanish third row actually with Carpe, Rueda and Almanza. How the nerves, how the butterflies though for Valentin Peroni. This is alien territory for the Argentinian as he comes to the head of the grid for the first time. He's done all the hard work, he's been superb all weekend so far here in Austria. As we mentioned, he has not finished outside the top 3 in any session so far this weekend. But Bagnaia's loyalty was clearly with the Italian contingent in this field, led by Dennis Foggia, going from 4th place on the grid for the Aspar team. Green flag, though, has cleared out the back. We're going to be racing once again in Moto3 here in Austria. Lights out, we're underway. In Moto3, Peroni has made the drop on the field from that maiden pole position. Piqueras, though, trying to seize the initiative on the inside of the hill. Piqueras will lead Yamanaka, who started 3rd, is there in 4th place. Quiles has already picked up 1 place up into 4th. And the 28 now trying to get to Yamanaka on the run to 2A.
The rider who got the worst start of it all was Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda. He has plummeted backwards. Piqueras, though, seizing the lead into the turn 2 chicane.
Quiles did make the move on Yamanaka into the chicane. He got brilliant drive. Out of turn 1 did Quiles and made light work of Yamanaka, so Quiles immediately into the podium battle from 5th.
So it was a bad start for Fernandez. He's lost 6 places all the way back to 12th place. Jose Antonio Rueda is still where he started in 8th, and he's actually under a bit of pressure here from the 94 of Guido Pini.
Foggia's lost a couple of places early on. He started 4th, and that Quiles is getting really busy. Loving the early work here from Quiles. His team boss Nico Terol said to Jack on the grid he was a killer. Well, he's already starting to make some big moves. Peroni from Pulse, tired something out going through turn 4, 5 and 6. Oh, Twix there for Peroni on the front end of that K2 as they drop down through 6. He's just about fending off Quiles.
Rueda did lose that place to Guido Pini. He's back to 9th. We've got a crash, unfortunately, for Cormac Buchanan. That is his 3rd of the weekend, and he already arrived into this Grand Prix slightly second-hand.
Buchanan is having a real tough rookie season in Moto3. Quiles this time around does fire it once again back through on Peroni. He's running wide though on the exit of 9. Peroni trying to show him the front wheel back down through the final corner. 10 Quiles though has finally made it through. He picks up great drive out of the final corner. He levels Piqueras now over the line, and Quiles, what a final corner that was. He was brilliant on the exit of so many of these low gear turns here in the Red Bull Ring, and it's Quiles that hits the front once again.
Yeah, Piqueras really getting beaten up there. He's that wide. He's been given a little bit of assistance there by his teammate, Ryusuke Yamanaka, who's not leaning on him too heavily, but Yamanaka's got the place 1. He's up into 3rd place, so 3 places lost in 3 corners for Piqueras.
9th start for Quiles. It's the 7th time he's been leading He is a serial front runner already, isn't he? The Moto3 World Championship. A bit of a bubble on the front there as he squeezed the hand for the brake. Going into turn 3. Foggy there, trying to recover from what was a pretty poor first lap. He drops a couple of places down from 4th to 6th. He's going shoulder to shoulder with Garbe.
And Almansa's trying to get in the action as well. He is the leading layer 500, of course, after the poor start for Fernandez. Almansa runs 7th. Foggy does get the move done now on Carpe. Pini barreling in into the corner, and you can see some of the debris there from Buchanan's crash. It looked like Rueda was losing another place there. It's turn 4. He is. Fernandez relegates him to 10th.
You know, I don't know whether Fernandez picked him up and put him on the outside curve, or it was just a mistake in that real tricky downhill braking zone into 4 from Rueda. Peroni fighting back. He is fighting fire with fire here against Quiles. So from pole position, Peroni gets through downhill into turn 7. Yamanaka has to check up there on the number 6 bike behind Quiles. They ban out now. 3, 4 abreast down into turn 9. Quiles is back at the front. Rueda trying to get through. Sorry, Yamanaka trying to get through on Quiles as well. Not able to make it. He has got back to on Friday. Yamanaka second.
Yeah, we didn't think, it did certainly look like Quiles had a little bit of a bubble on the way through 6. We come back to the leading group, which is why he lost that place temporarily to Peroni. Of course, as we said before the race, the track has had a good wash since yesterday. Quite a green track after a lot of overnight rain, so the riders perhaps finding grip a little bit lower than they expected in these early laps.
Further back, it's David Munoz, fastest rider out on circuit. He's in 12th place. This is Marcos Uriarte, completing one of the 2 long laps he has to serve in this Grand Prix for riding slowly online in Q2 yesterday. 1:40.806 is Munoz's best time as he tries to recover ground from 14th on the grid.
We were doing high 39s in qualifying, so that's not a particularly slow pace through Ralston and Munoz as they're trying to come back through the field. Of course, Munoz is well versed at making his way through a lot of traffic. Came from the very back of the field up to the podium in Brunel last time out.
On board the Quiles then, down the hill into turn 4 we go. This is where Rueda ran wide on the previous lap. Quiles has established an advantage of just over 0.2 of a second now from Yamanaka. Just look at the side grip and the acceleration. He's able to pull on Yamanaka coming out of turn 5. The way that Quiles picks up the gas and picks up the grip on the exit of these corners on that KTM is super impressive. We drop them now down through 7. Yamanaka not able to shake off the company of Peroni and Piqueras behind him.
Already signs though, the top 4 are starting to put a bit of distance between themselves and the Foggia-led group, who's fifth backwards, and of course that group involves Rueda as Piqueras piles up the inside of Peroni into 3rd place. We have seen this season, Piqueras hasn't necessarily got a lot of overtaking done when he's been stuck in the pack. He's getting his elbows out today though.
Yeah, Munoz at the back of your picture has picked off Rueda for 10th place. So it's going from bad to worse right now for Rueda. Quickest rider on circuit is Furasato down in 14th place. But Munoz with a real hard move on Rueda going down through 9 and 10 has taken that 10th spot over the line. Rueda was 2 seconds exactly behind Quiles.
Yeah, not showing any signs at the moment of eating into that gap either, with Quiles doing mid-140s now at the moment, as we look at the battle for 3rd place between Piqueras and Peroni, who started together on the front row of the grid. But Quiles at the moment looking comfortable already in his rookie season. He has done so much leading, he has spent so much time at the front of Grand Prix. He already belongs in this company.
Yeah, Austin, Silverstone, Aragon, Mugello, Assen and Sachsenring, and now here in Austria, Quiles has led Moto3 battles. Vicente Perez, well, it's an early retirement for the MLab racing rider.
Yeah, sending him back out. Still he served one of his 2 long lap penalties. He didn't want that to roll over to the next Grand Prix in Hungary, so Perez, I'm sure, is going back out just to serve his 2nd long lap.
Quiles is trying to stretch the field out here. He's 3 tenths clear now of Yamanaka. That group, Foggia was in a rather lonely 5th place for a lap or 2, but now you've got Carpe, Pini and Fernandez dragging themselves back in contention. Look at this battle at the moment, though, raging between Rueda and his teammate Carpe further back. This is towards the tail end of the top 10.
Carpe's had some problems on this lap. He was a couple of places up the road from Rueda. He's now out of the top 10 altogether, I think, is Carpe. I'll try at least to recover himself back into that position. In fact, he is now back to 11th place. Munoz 9, up behind his teammate Pini, then the Io pair, as we now come into view. In fact, Ralston's got in between those 2 too, so Carpe has lost 5 places on this lap.
Uriarte has completed his double long lap. We'll follow the lead group over the line. Quiles, Yamanaka and Piqueras all set the fastest lap of this Grand Prix so far. 40.3s from Quiles and Yamanaka. Slightly faster was Piqueras on the 36 bike with a 1:40.298. Pace spotting up here at the Red Bull Ring as Vicente Perez wisely keeps himself out of mischief with the lead group piling through.
No easy place to stay out of the way now as they feel diagonal to run from turn 1 to the first part of the turn 2 chicanes. Keras favours a slightly tighter inside line, but certainly kept Peroni in his box, still in 4th place. But at the moment, no signs of Foggia and the group that tail him chasing after this top 4. The top 4 were all in the low 140s. Foggia was some 4/10 of a second slower than them.
Yeah, it's about half a second slower than Piqueras, who was the quickest rider on circuit, so not making any significant inroads back to that group. It's out of 5, or through 5, and now through 6, where Keelan has just got such good corner speed. He's able to sort of pull 3 or 4 bike lengths on the exit of turn 4 on Yamanaka. It's just keeping him at arm's length away from the trio directly behind him. Yamanaka under big pressure from his NT Helmets MSI colleague Piqueras. Peroni in 4th place from pole. He has got a second now, 1.1 seconds back to Foggia. So rather than recovering lost ground on that top quartet, Foggia is suffering here. In fact, he's lost another 2/10 in sector 3. So at the moment, this looks like a podium battle between Keeles, Yamanaka, Piqueras and Peroni, with everybody else detached.
We're not going 4th, but I think this is in many respects going to plan for Peroni. He said to Jack on the grid that he hoped it would be a fast pace to break up the leading group to ensure that there are a few riders up at the front as possible so they can fight in latter stages. At the moment, that is what is happening. Munoz is now the fastest rider on track. He's done a 140.2, but he's still nailed back in 8th. He's got to make his way through on Almanza, Fernandez and Foggia before he can think about closing this gap to the top 4.
Munoz is going to be really miffed with the fact that he was in the middle of the 5th row and 14th place, because right now he has clearly got pace good enough to win this Grand Prix. Has he given himself too much work to do though, being 14th off the line? Big freight train, isn't there? Building behind him, that was Rueda going on the inside of Almanza on the brakes into turn 3. Just trying to work out who came out the better of that one. It was definitely Rueda, because Almanza also lost a position to the 94 of Pini.
Almanza now back to 10th place. Fernandez has recovered somewhat from his poor start. He's now back where he started in 6th place, and he also set a personal best last time around on a 114.5, but that was still slower than this leading quartet.
Further back, points at the moment for Scott Ogden in 15th, Kelso's 14th. Garpe, after a skirmish 2 or 3 laps ago, is down in 13th place. Let's just check on Jacob Ralston. He's 12th, Furusato 11th. Back with our lead quartet, it is Keeles from Yamanaka on the 6th bike, of course, still chasing his first Grand Prix victory. They drop down the hill now into turn 9. Peroni, that's still very busy. Big interest for him still in this podium battle. He's not been dropped so far by the trio ahead of him. But what was that gap back to Foggia? Well, that's just creeping up sector by sector. 1.6 seconds now is the gap between Peroni and Foggia.
Yeah, because they've settled down in this leading group. They're not battling amongst themselves. They're just towing each other away from the chasing pack. The fastest lap of the Grand Prix once again for Keeles on a 40.2. Don't worry about Peroni's name dropping down on the left-hand side of your screens, because you can see him at the back of this leading quartet. Clearly some sort of transponder issue as he now pants his back up to 4th again on your screen.
Munoz now up into 7th place. So he's recovered 7 places in the opening 6 laps of this Grand Prix so far. At the moment, Rueda 2.5 seconds away from the race lead. We didn't see that one coming at this early juncture of the Grand Prix. They tighten up then now. Keeles, Yamanaka, Piqueras, Peroni, a long way clear than now of anybody else on circuit. Leading the second group, which is a pretty big second group by now, is the 31 bike of Fernandez. Foggia just behind him. Side by side now goes Rueda and Pini. Will Pini get into Rueda on the brakes in the turn 4? He certainly does.
Yes, Munoz up ahead of Rueda, then Pini, who's now the second of the intact bikes, and of course, such a huge championship lead, 85 points for Rueda, so we shouldn't be getting too concerned for his World Championship situation at the moment, but Piqueras has to see this as a big opportunity to take a giant bite out of that 85-point World Championship lead. Certainly of the leading 4 at the moment, the need is greater for Piqueras to take the victory. As it stands, he'll take 10 points out of the lead, about 8 now with Rueda having got through on Pini.
There's still a massive buffer in favour of Rueda, and he'll be fancying the chance of recovering further ground. Here comes Munoz on the inside of Foggia now, down into turn 9. Now, this has been excellent by Munoz, so he is now up into the top 6. We've got yellow flags out in the 3rd sector. Can't see anybody's name on the graphic tumbling down the timing tower. Over the line we go, then Keyless leads it by a whisker. Yamanaka's really starting to build up some pressure here. It's Vicente Perez who's having an absolute nightmare here in the Red Bull ring. I was just about to say, the gap between Keyless and Yamanaka was the closest it has been, and Yamanaka then decides to hit the front for the third time on the run. The long run down from turn 1 to the chicane 2A. It's for Yusai Yamanaka then that hits the front for the first time in this Grand Prix.
Impression time issues. It's a technical issue for Perez. It's a bike problem rather than a crash, but either way, this Grand Prix was over long before that happened. Someone went way wide into turn 1 as well. At the start of this lap, wasn't quite sure who that was, but Fernandez still holds fit from Munoz right in. Might have been Foggia actually, because he's now all the way back in 8th place.
So what can Yamanaka do that now? He's at the front of this Grand Prix for the first time. Keyless will just maybe be happy, content just to sit and have a look at what the Japanese riders got on the KTM. They drop now down through turn 6. It's only his third time in 108 Grand Prix that Yamanaka has led a race. Keyless there snapping at his heels. Piqueras there in 3rd place. He's just keeping a steady watching brief. He hasn't really, well we know, Piqueras hasn't shown his hand. He tends to get his business done late on. He's going to win Grand Prix very late on. Last lap dramas, last lap situations where Piqueras really comes into his own.
It's going to be interesting to see now over the next lap or two whether the gap between the top 4 and the chasers begins to come down. Not only because Yamanaka is now at the front of this leading group, but of course the cork in the bottle by the name of Dennis Foggia is gone from the front of that chase group. And I think Fernandez is up the pace here. Yamanaka is back in the 41s at 40.6 for Adrian Fernandez leading that group. Of course, with Yamanaka taking the lead, that did slow the pace somewhat, but they took 6 tenths of a second out of the leading pair. Fernandez, Munoz, and Rueda, who was actually the fastest rider of all last time around.
At the end of lap 8, Fernandez is 2 seconds away from the race lead. There is Yamanaka through to A, now through to B. Now you start the big climb up the hill into the first gear, turn 3. See there, Fernandez, who's now got Rueda for company. Rueda in the 6th place, having passed Munoz in the 1st sector on this current lap.
Every rider, I remind you, in the field is on the same rear tyre option, the soft rear tyre, a bit of a split amongst the front tyres, although everyone in this leading group is on the medium front tyre. It's the Hondas, by and large, who've gone for the softer option, which of course includes Fernandez, who's running in 5th place. Rueda is doing his very best to latch onto the tail of Adrian Fernandez and hoping, from his point of view, to get towed back up to the top 4.
Gap's coming down, it's come down by 4 tenths of a second already. It was 2 seconds. 1.7 seconds rather, the gap between Peroni and Fernandez. So Fernandez hasn't found a 10th. He is dragging Rueda, Munoz and co around with him as well. He's got good pace in that 2nd sector, hasn't he, on the lane time up there. Fernandez in that 5th spot.
Keyless was setting an exceptionally fast pace at the front of the field. We'll see as they come across the line this time whether Yamanaka is setting just a slightly more steady pace at the front of the field and trying to save something for later on. We're not even at half race distance yet. We're coming up to complete lap 9 of 20. As far as Sato has now gone through on Foggia, or he'd briefly gone through, that has since swapped around again. Back in the 140s this time around.
I guess the question to pose here as far as Fernandez and go is concerned is how much rubber might they have to take out of those Pirellis and try and get themselves back into this league group.
Personal best for Fernandez, for Foggia, for Rosato in that chase group. 40.3 though for Rueda. 2nd lap in a row now. He's been the fastest rider on circuit. Now in 6th place by his very lofty standards in 2025. He has flown under the radar a little bit this weekend. Is Rueda just starting to loom into contention now?
PB laps Foggia, Sato and Pini as well. They're 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. Just outside the top 10 is Kelso, Carpe in 13th place. Points on offer at the moment for Holden. And Almanza. Almanza hasn't really regrouped from that move that Rueda made him at turn 3 a few laps ago. He's gone the wrong way in this battle. There is Fernandez. Let's just check what the gap is. It's 1.7 seconds at the moment from him to Peroni, as Quiles is going to lead over the line once again here. Halfway stage completed in Austria. 10 completed, 10 to go. Fastest rider on circuit is Forosato for Honda Team Asia at 140.158 from Forosato. Quiles going really wide. He's on the green now on the exit of turn 1. Track limits warnings could be a factor towards the back end of this Grand Prix.
Well, you know, throughout this weekend, in the Moto3 sessions in particular, there have been a lot of track limits violations. He's at least the 6th or 7th rider in this Grand Prix now to take a track limits warning. His teammate Foggia is among them, so is Forosato. Further back, of course, the later we get into this Grand Prix, a long lap penalty could be very costly.
Never that Mance is going to be safe in that 15th place at the moment. There's a massive gap of 7.5 seconds back to Carraro in 16th spot. But not panning out the way Neverland Mance was hoping for, having started this Grand Prix in 9th place. Neverland goes a little bit defensive down the hill into turn 4 to make sure that there's no way through from Peroni, who's directly behind him. This has been the battle, the story of the Grand Prix of Austria Moto3 in 2025, hasn't it? Pretty much on the get-go. Quiles versus Piqueras versus Yamanaka versus Peroni from pole.
Peroni's been rotation, hasn't he? As Quiles look like he's on the green again there. Coming through turn 6, surely he'll be getting a track limits warning very, very soon. But we've got varying degrees of experience across this leading four. Of course, the riders bookending this leading group, Quiles and Peroni are Grand Prix rookies, even if they've already been making quite an impression so far. Piqueras, of course, in his second season, with so much expected of him in this 2025 season. And Ryusuke Yamanaka, by far the most experienced, over 100 Grand Prix, but not in terms of podiums, of course. He's only just had the 2 in his Grand Prix career.
Just the one played in the last 8 since his Qatar win. For 18-year-old Piqueras, none in the last 7 Grand Prix, badly needs to find some top 3 form right on cue. There's a track limits warning there for Quiles. That is going to grab his attention. It is so easy to run on the green here at several points around this red boring circuit. Just look at the gap he pulls on the tree behind him on the exit of turn 1. He takes a lot of curb on the inside there, 2A as well, doesn't he, that Quiles? He has got a lot of confidence, but that track limits one, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the 28 to make sure he keeps it between the white lines now.
So aggressive, isn't he, Quiles? He certainly doesn't leave an awful lot on the table. He really does push the boundaries. Fast lap for the Grand Prix once again. 2 laps in a row now for Taya Forosato. We're nearly in the 139s. Forosato's 140.0 would have put him on the second row of the grid in qualifying yesterday. He's still in that chase group, which can't get within a second and a half of the leading 4.
Needs a result as well for Forosato. He had a miserable pre-summer rate, no points in the last 3 Grand Prix for the 20-year-old Japanese rider. He had a long lap here last year, then got another one for exceeding track limits, then got a double long lap, didn't even fail to comply, and eventually 6 seconds added to his eventual rate on. It was an eventful Grand Prix here last year for Forosato. 8th place he is though, 7th rather he is at the moment, now trying to set about her away to the World Championship leader ahead of him. Piqueras, Yamanaka and Peroni fan out, just having a look at Piqueras down the hill into 9. This is through the final right-hand and then turn 10 now negotiated. We're on board with our race through the Quiles. The exit of 10 is going to be ways have been very, very careful. It's just so easy to run on the wrong side of the tank where they are and run on the green. So he's got to be so precise, hasn't he? Has Peroni then finally makes a move. He's been at the back of this league group pretty much for the whole of this Grand Prix so far. But Peroni then now decides it's time to work his way forward. He's picked off Yamanaka into 1.
Yeah, no way through there into the turn 2 chicane. It's very tight on the way into that. Maybe on the final lap, so I might be prepared to stick it on the inside, but Yamanaka unable to do so on that occasion. We have had our first long lap penalty for track limits. It's Nicola Carraro, the rider who's picked that up. He's outside the points though in 16th place.
In a battle with Moodley and Casey O'Gorman, the Brit who's making his Grand Prix debut here this weekend. The 58 squad, of course, still sadly missing Luca Lanetta after he suffered those horrendous leg injuries in that final chicane in Assen towards the back end of June. Quiles then looking so comfortable at the front of this Grand Prix. anything like a rookie he looks right now, doesn't he? He looks like a seasoned veteran campaigner at this level. Drops down now through turn 6. The track really does drop away. They're now down through 7 as well. Pakaris is flirting with the edge of track limits there too, wasn't he?
Keep an eye on Yamanaka here to see if he's beginning to get slightly detached from the top 4. He's not too far behind, as you can see them all in one overhead camera shot, but certainly the biggest gap in that top 4 is from 3rd back to 4th, so we'll check the lap times that come across to see if the pace is starting to drop off from Yamanaka's point of view, whether we might soon have a 3-way fight at the front of the field, and how soon will Peroni begin to attack Pakaris, having of course battled with him in the very early stages of the race. He picks up some slipstream now on the way to turn 1 and the past his lap for Rosato, and this time he had a little flirt with the move into turn 1, but Pakaris brake late. A little bit too late if you're too late, he loses the lead.
Keeler has made a right hash of that first corner. He was probably wary as well of running on the green. If he had maybe had a track in this morning, he might well have just kept the throttle open and carried on there, but he couldn't afford to run off the paintwork. So that was the first big mistake we've seen from Keeler. He's not normally one to crack under any kind of pressure, but he made a real meal of that first corner. First back to 3rd then for Keeler.
Let's see how quickly he tries to repair that damage. The 5th place rider in your picture, Fernandez, looks like he has now started to break clear of Rueda, but still tantalising. 1.7 seconds still away from the leader.
Jack, now to you.
Yeah, just on Max Keeler, I'm not sure whether that might have been strategy, guys, because he got to the front, was pushing like mad, trying to get a gap into them, but as he came across the line, it was +0, and he clearly then saw, with 7 laps to go, okay, I can't break clear, this is a pack fight, let me see if I can learn a thing or two about the guys behind me.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Well, Harry, we'll find out how this one unfolds over the next, 6.5 laps or so. Look at that, they go 3 abreast, going through the fastest corner around this bloody turn, and Keeler's. Well, that was just ultra aggressive. What a move that was by Keeler's, going through turn 8. You pinned on a Moto 3 bike through there. That was some move by the 17-year-old Spaniard.
Tell you, this is all great news for Adrian Fernandez in 5th place, who might soon be able to get himself into this group. Fernandez is now just 1.1 off the leaders. Peroni again barrels up the inside of Yamanaka into turn 1 for 2nd place. All that for Rueda last time around, by the way. He took all the way back to 9th, and look at him in the top of the picture, Rueda off the road.
You know what, Keeler is so close to the green paint on the outside of turn 1 there. This is going to be a huge factor for Keeler. He's got no room for manoeuvre in terms of track limits. It could be a long lap penalty coming his way. He will know that. They charged it now up the hill into turn 3. One of the moves of the season that by Keeler, wasn't it, going through turn 8. Absolutely spectacular action from the rookie. Yeah, Fernandez's eyes are lighting up big time here, aren't they, in Spielberg. A little bit further back we see Munoz and Furusato. There, about half a second, 7/10 back of Fernandez. Furusato thought about making a move. He showed Munoz his front wheel down the hill into 4. No way through though. You have to be brave to attract Munoz down the hill into turn 4.
It's Rueda has now got Fortier, Furusato and Munoz all ahead of him before Adrian Fernandez, who's leading the group that he's in. And you can see Fernandez has been able to break a little bit clear of Munoz. He is now within a second of Pakaris on the back of this leading 4. So close to being able to pick up some slipstream, which will drag him even closer to the leader.
Down the hill we go then into turn 9. We're on board with Pakaris. At the moment only regaining 6 points in the World Championship. Slim pickings really as far as he's concerned in that recovery process. 85 points. He started this Grand Prix behind Rueda. It's as you were in that lead group. They go toe to toe, tie to tie, don't they, on the line. Keeles from Yamanaka. Peroni and Pakaris right there. The gap between Pakaris and Fernandez is down to under a second. And once again, quickest rider of that top 5. What's Fernandez behind him? Munoz and Fursato were cooking as well. Fursato, he's just reeling off 140 flats for fun here. He's only 1.6 seconds off the race lead right now, the Japanese rider. Fernandez will be looking up ahead, saying, come on guys, get stuck in, because this will bring me even closer to this leading group of 4. Rueda is making a little bit more progress back up towards the leader again. He has now got back ahead of Boccia. We're looking back from Quiles, and he's got 3 riders still right on his tail. 5 laps to go. Of course, Quiles already a Grand Prix winner so far this season, as has Piqueras, Yamanaka and Peroni chasing a first Grand Prix win. Down the gearbox they go into turn 4, slightly wider line there, favoured from Quiles. He's able to gather it all back up though. Directly behind him is Yamanaka on the 6th bike. Let's just keep a close eye. Oh no, well, Furasato's got through on Munoz, yeah. Furasato has made the move through on Munoz. That was coming because Furasato's late pace here is absolutely outstanding. Yeah, mistake there for Yamanaka through 6, which has allowed Piqueras back into 2nd place, and they need to keep their heads down here and not battle amongst themselves, because it could play into the hands perfectly of Max Quiles. Piqueras does stay ahead of his teammate in turn 9. That's crucial. Look how he's been able to close the gap back up to the 28. Well, we know Piqueras is a master tactician. Late on in some of these Moto3 battles that have taken place previously, just look at Fernandez and look at Furasato and Munoz. Now they are clawing their way back into contention. Fernandez has just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix. It was visible how much time he was recovering on that lap 16. Peroni then back up into 3rd place. He's made the move through on Yamanaka. But it's Fernandez that we need to keep an eye on. The Leopard Honda bike, a 140.175, dragging Furasato along with him as well. And what has been for so much of this Austrian Grand Prix, a 4-rider fight for the victory, could be about to become a 6-7-rider battle for the win. Yeah, just a reminder, if the riders run onto the blue, as Fernandez has lost a couple of places out of picture, he's back to 7, his progress has been brought to a screeching halt. If you go on blue tarmac, that is not a track-limits violation. If you go onto the green tarmac, it is. What happened to Fernandez? And he made a mistake going into the chicane, because he was half a second clear of Furasato at the end of that last lap. So there's been a big mistake somewhere as far as Fernandez has concerned. We'll try and find out exactly what's happened to the number 31. Was that a terminal blow for Fernandez's podium hopes, because he's lost a whole chunk of time? Look how far he's gone right. Quiles has gone wider now through turn 6. That's how hard Quiles is pushing. He might be losing another place here. Again, just about stays on the red and white curve here. Yamanaka thought about making a move back on straight, but it's Piqueras now that's at the front. Side by side though goes Peroni. Peroni tugging out on the inside. Piqueras in the wrong position here. Quiles sweeps on through. So does Yamanaka. Piqueras is leading. Coming through turn 8. Going through turn 9. He's full. Hung out to dry on the way into turn 9. And look at Furasato, who can now almost reach out and touch that top 4. He's been the fastest rider for quite some time. It's Furasato just about to get to that group in time. Furasato, 140.2 on that last lap. 6/10 quicker than Piqueras. Do not rule out Furasato, not just for the podium. He might have it win this, you know. He's not won a Grand Prix either. Neither has Yamanaka. Neither has Peroni in the 73. Might he have played the ultimate tactical game in this Grand Prix? He finally hits the front, it's free to go. Furasato charging in deep there in the first part of that double apex chicane. Running a little bit wide on the exit there was Pini in 10th place. Foggia and Rueda just set their first best laps of this Grand Prix. Furasato now is right there. He's dragged Munoz along with him as well on the 64 like Munoz, trying to secure 4 successive podium finishes. But this has been sensational late race pace by Furasato. Foggia in that group at the top of the picture has along that penalty also preceding track limits, so he will be getting out of Rueda's place shortly, which will be a crucial additional World Championship point. And if Piqueras finishes 4th at the back of this train, he will see it as a major missed opportunity. Quiles back at the front. He's made the move back through on Peroni. They drop down now then through 7, the left-hander, and then right through the high-speed turn 8 where Quiles made that killer move a couple of laps ago. He's done so much of the front running in this Grand Prix as the number 28. There's going to be just over 2 laps remaining when they plunge down the hill into turn 9.
Forsato is right with them. He's right on the rear tyre now of Piqueras. He got 2 laps to try and make 4 overtakes, although, of course, he has had some late tire taking risks at Grand Prix as the MSI duo begins to get stuck in. Both go wide, and Yamanaka now loses 2 places.
Pironi was on the green now on the exit as well. Of course, it's an automatic position drop if you lose, or if you're on the green on the last lap. Pironi, though, he's on the inside of Quiles. 2 laps remaining. Oh, Piqueras' front tyre was begging to stop there. Up the hill into turn 1. Quiles goes wide. Piqueras, how aggressive was he being? How aggressive was he being? Forsato then now up into 4. Oh, Munoz barging his way through on Yamanaka, going through 2B. Out of all the chaos, all the drama, it's Pironi that leads.
Rueda might still join this group yet, as Kina has a look at the inside of Piqueras. Rueda now 7th, next rider behind Yamanaka. Watch for the 99 in the back of the picture. Here comes the championship leader.
Well, it has been the return from the summer break we were expecting. We were certainly hoping for another manic Moto3 race here in Spielberg. We have not been disappointed. Who's going to take the spoils at the end of what's going to be another Spielberg blockbuster? It is Pironi, who started from a career first pole position. We have never had an Argentina rider win in the lightweight world championship history. It's 20 years since an Argentinian won in the Grand Prix arena. In Pironi's really, really wide. Surely he's going to have a track this morning incoming soon.
Well, of course, if we get to the final lap, which will be in 3/4 time, any touching of the green will see you lose a position unless you drop one automatically. And a run out of turn 8 there is going to see Piqueras at the front as we start the final lap.
Forsato is going to try and go the long. Wow! Quiles with a massive tap on Pironi. Quiles himself was caught in a sandwich there between Munoz and Pironi. Munoz was aggressive on the inside of Quiles. He pushed Quiles wide and into Pironi. Pironi then was your leader seconds ago. He's going to come over line and start what's going to be an epic last lap here in Austria. Pironi then back in 6th place. It's Piqueras that leads. And out of nowhere, it's Munoz and Forsato, who was seconds back at this league group, who could win this Austrian Grand Prix.
Munoz started 14th on the grid. Tyler Forsato started 15th on the grid. They have come from absolutely nowhere, but they might have timed their attack to absolute perfection. Piqueras wide on the way out of turn 2. Munoz is surely going to go for it if he gets a sniff of a move.
You bet your bottom dollar he's going to go for it. And this is Munoz, who is never shy, never backs away, does he, from an overtake, particularly when he's got another victory potentially beckoning here. He's under big pressure, isn't he? From Forsato. Piqueras, a great exit from turn 3. Oh, Munoz coming from a long way back. How did he get that stop down the hill into 4? Piqueras now through 5, halfway around this last lap.
Oh, that's Pironi wide in turn 4. He's going to drop out of the top 6 with that one. He's behind Rueda. Quiles is 5th. And then comes Yamanaka. Now battle for the podium. It's a 3-way fight. Piqueras, Munoz and Forsato.
Who's going to go? Forsato goes on the inside of Munoz through turn 7. That is absolutely brilliant from Forsato. What can Piqueras do then? Great speed through turn 8 from Forsato. He's down a press low from Munoz. Piqueras trying to stay out of all the trouble. Yamanaka now. 2 for the price of 1. Yamanaka gets Munoz and Forsato down the hill into turn 9. It's Piqueras that will lead going through the final corner. We could see an MSI 1-2 here. Out to the final corner we go. And it will be Angel Piqueras who wins a Spielberg thriller here in Moto3. What a race. What a way to return from the summer break. Angel Piqueras takes just his 2nd victory of the season, and he's done it in some style. That was a classic. What an epic battle. Ryusuke Yamanaka sets his fastest lap of the Grand Prix on the last lap to take 2nd. What a day for anti-helmet MSI. 1-2 for Piqueras and Yamanaka. David Munoz, who came from the middle of the 5th row of the grid, takes 3rd. Keyless is fourth. Rueda picks up fifth place after all the late drama. And Sforzato and Peroni got barged down to sixth and eighth respectively. Foggia seventh, although he's going to get a post-race penalty because I don't think he didn't serve the long lap for exceeding track limits. Agi Fernandez ninth. Fernandez, we thought at one stage was going to be a contender for that victory. Dini takes 10th. Carpe, Kelso, Almanza, Ralston and Ogden complete with point scoring places. We love the break. We love having a 3-week summer holiday, but that's the reason why we were so desperate to come back. That's why we have missed Moto3 and the MotoGP World Championship so much. We are back with a bang, folks. Oh, there's some top riders with some stories to tell out of that final lap. Rueda rescuing 11 World Championship points for Sato, who out of turn 8 on the final lap. Not like he was going to make the route to try and win the thing. He finished in 6th in the end out of all that. Keyless somehow taking 4th behind Munoz. And Yamanaka equaling the best of his career so far. The best of his career so far in 2nd place. His previous podiums were 3rds. But in terms of the World Championship, boy, did Angel Piqueras need that. He doesn't do much leading, does the Angel Piqueras? He always, somehow, when he does take the spoils, make sure that it's always in late dramatic battles. That was absolutely perfect by Piqueras. On that final lap, nobody looked like they were going to get close enough to show him a front wheel. What a move, what a turn 9 that was from Yamanaka to get through on both Munoz and Forestato. Two of the latest breakers in Moto3. That was some skill, some bravery by Yamanaka. As we mentioned, he said his fastest lap of the Grand Prix on the last lap. He was half a second faster than Munoz. Well, that was just unbelievable. For Moto3, very rarely lets us down. We heard Alvaro Carpe say that he thought it was going to be a big group race. From so much of it, it was a battle of 4 between Piqueras, Yamanaka, Keyless and Peroni. But at the finish line, there was less than 2 seconds covering the top third from the summer holidays. No pressure on the MotoGP guys, but that's a tough act to follow. The Red Bull Ring in Moto3 has delivered once again. What a result that is for the MT Helmets MSI squad, who, of course, had so much expectation around him this season, promoting Angel Piqueras into the squad in place of Ivan Artola, of course, moved up to Moto2, and so many had this kid as the World Championship favourite at the start of this season. Of course, still off a long way to go. He might still win the Moto3 World Championship if he begins to hit the kind of form that saw him win today. A 3rd win of the season. They have all been in last lap battle royals. Piqueras just seems to thrive in that kind of environment. Keyless starts the debrief inside the Aspar garage. This was a real hair and scare moment, and he stay on board that KTM machine. Now look at the front, the chapter he has. He was caught in a tangle there. Munoz, we knew he was going to be elbows out down the hill into turn 9. This was with 2 laps to go. And that pretty much paid to put an end to Keyless' hopes to win the Grand Prix. Frustration inside the CF Moto Aspar garage from the boss. Jorge Martinez Aspar, but for the first time in his Grand Prix career, it's 4 successive podium finishes for David Munoz. He is now up to 3rd in the World Championship. Munoz then, after a storm, talks to Jack. David, what a brilliant ride. 4 straight podium finishes now, but for a long time it didn't look like the podium was possible today. At what point did you think we're catching these guys? I've got a chance here. Yeah, very difficult race because the first group very fast, very fast. Keyless, Piqueras very strong this week, but well, 3rd position in Ultra after the difficult weekend, the pre-practice one crash in the second. The problem on the bike, but well, happy with the work with the team. There's going more. Top ride, well done. Thank you. Yeah, top right. He's jumped ahead of Carpe and Quiles into third place in the World Championship. This is a rider as well who's had 5 DNFs in the opening 13 Grand Prix, I should say. He didn't score a point until round 4 in Qatar. So to be, 9 rounds later up to 3rd in the World Championship. He does it the hard way, does Munoz. 14th to 2nd in Assen, 23rd to 3rd last time out in Brno, and 14th to 3rd here today at the Red Bull Ring. He'll be really ruining that sort of tough time when he started his career at Dynamo Intact, because, as mentioned, we had a point in the first 3 Grand Prix. It was kind of title hopes evaporated before we'd really even got into Europe. But he has found some top form once again, hasn't he, David Munoz, as we're going to hear very shortly. From a very happy Japanese rider, Ryusai Yamanaki. He was so close, less than a tenth away from the victory. What a last lap. Moves on Munoz and Furusato to take 2nd, and he's with Jack.
Ryusai, what a brilliant ride, what a brilliant day for the team. A fantastic final lap. Just how tough was it to battle your way through after losing some momentum early on?
Well, beginning of the race I was super calm, and at the end of the race, Furusato and Munoz is arriving, and I was super nervous, but I said to myself, keep calm, and in the last lap I was calm and finding for a good slipstream, and then I had a good braking, and I overtook 2 riders, and I'm really happy for the second night podium this year. Great ride, well done, thank you so much.
Second podium of the year for Yamanaki, the 3rd of his Grand Prix career. Look at this move. On the inside, he darts ahead of both Furusato and Munoz. There's a rub there between Munoz and Furusato. That ultimately is what dropped the Japanese rider back down to 6th place, because both Quiles and Pironi were able to sweep on through. Yamanaki, he deserved that 2nd place with a ballsy move like that down the hill into turn 9. That was pure aggression and pure class as well. Speaking of class, top of the class as we have returned from the holidays was Angel Piqueras. His 2nd victory of the season in a classic race here in Austria. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Angel, it's been a roller coaster season so far for you. So to start the second half of the season with a battle like that, just how important a victory is it?
Yeah, for sure, super important because last round we were a bit struggling along the way, but finally we could be here again, let's say in Jerez, but this race for Val, for Borja, for our friends that was a disaster last week, so this race is now for them.
Well said, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, well said indeed by Angel Piqueras, and I was doing him a bit of disservice. It's his 3rd win of 2025, so yeah, he was victorious, of course. The rider 2nd in the World Championship in Argentina, and then most recently in Qatar. That was a long overdue success from the Spanish teenager, who hadn't led a Grand Prix since Qatar, so as mentioned, he was due one and he needed one in terms of the championship. Hasn't really recovered maybe as much ground he was hoping to. With Rueda cut well adrift of that lead group at one stage. Fair play to Rueda, I mean, he was 5th and only half a second back of the race win at the end of that Grand Prix. And he remains comfortably in control of the World Championship with what, now 9 rounds remaining in 2025.
The advantage cut to 71 points today. Rueda back to Piqueras. Feel it was a damaging day ultimately for Alvaro Carpe in the World Championship. Not only does he drop 2 places, but he is now a full 100 points behind his teammate. Oh, it's Antonio Rueda, who, when he reflects on this Austrian Grand Prix weekend, I guess he'll be slightly disappointed in his general pace this weekend, but very happy with how he salvaged the points from it. Here he is, with all the mayhem going on into the final couple of corners, up the inside of Furusato into the final corner. That, of course, earned him 5th place. The World Championship leader rewarded for not giving up
this afternoon. 11 very useful points.
Yeah, 11 very useful points indeed. Does disrupt his impressive recent podium run. He was looking for 4 successive podiums for the first time in his career. But not been the easiest weekend for Rueda. So to come away with a hard-earned 5th place and be as close to the victory as he was, still plenty of positives to take for the Red Bull KTM Idaho rider. We won't see him on the podium now. The 4th time this season, Rueda has empty helmets MSI as celebrate a dream day here in Austria.
They want to finish for them. And the 2nd time this season that their riders have shared the podium. They were 1 and 3 back in Qatar. David Munoz continues his superb recent run of podium finishes. That is 6 for the season now for him. For Yusei Yamanaka, it's a career best 2nd place. Coming from way out of the podium battle when the final lap began. Right, Figueras. None of his wins are ever dull, are they? They're always in last lap scraps. Once again, he emerged victorious. And the MotoGP legend and former lightweight class world champion 21 years ago, Andrea Dovizioso, hands over the winning constructor prize. KTM do win their home Grand Prix in Moto3. Thomas Luthi, also a 125 world champion, succeeding Dovi, of course, 1 year later in 2005. It was written in the stars, wasn't it? A former champion and someone very closely connected with the intact squad, represent the 3rd place trophy to one of his riders, David Munoz. 2nd place then for Yusei Yamanaka. 2 podiums now for him this season. First time he has taken repeat podiums in a single season. It is a star-studded podium procedure, isn't it, today? 2-time MotoGP world champion. And the word legend, definitely not overstating it for Casey Stoner as he presents the trophy.
A rather star-struck Moto3 podium here in Austria. You can see both David Munoz and Angel Piqueras. I'm kind of blown away by the fact it was Casey Stoner that was coming out onto the podium to be part of the trophy ceremony. There's Yusei Yamanaka celebrating his 2nd place in that Grand Prix.
It was a celebration there from Angel Piqueras and David Munoz, was both so very much with Pau Alsina and Borja Gomez in their thoughts.
Yeah, as a mark of respect, they are deciding not to partake in the Prosecco popping. But Piqueras, brilliant victory by him. He needed that one. There's been a bit of criticism coming his way. Big paycheck to get him over to empty helmets, MSI. Hasn't really made the big impact on the KTM that many were expecting. But he has been victorious here in the Grand Prix of Austria.
An epic end to that Austrian Grand Prix with Piqueras leading in MSI 1-2. David Munoz following Yusei Yamanaka home in 3rd. Max Quiles 4th in the end. Too pleased with the way those closing laps panned out. Jose Antonio Rueda certainly will be as he rose to 5th ahead of Furasato, who looked like he might be winning the Grand Prix with 3 corners to go. Ended it in 6th. Valentin Peroni, who did lead, also late on 7th from pole position ahead of Adrian Fernandez, Guido Pini and Alvaro Carpe. Points for Joel Kelthorne in his return from injury. Damon Manson, Dennis Foggia's long lap penalty. Post-race dropped into 13th, ahead of Jacob Ralston, and a point for Scott Ogden. So Jose Antonio Rueda's runaway championship lead has now been cut slightly back down to 71 points of Angel Piqueras, David Munoz, Max Quiles and Alvaro Carpe all locked together on 139 points. Third, fourth and fifth. Joel Kelso now 24 points further back in sixth. Risa Yamanaka, he climbs up a place in the World Championship. In fact, he gains 4 today from 11th all the way up to 7th. Constructor standings. Of course, KTM still lead it because they've won every Grand Prix so far this season. Today, of course, will have meant so much to them on home soil. First, Honda across the finish line was Taya Furasato in 6th. Team standings, well, it wasn't their best day so far this year, but Red Bull KTM IO still a comfortable 122 points clear, although a maximum score today for Prince Empty Helmet MSI sees them stretch clear of Aspar in that battle for second. We crammed a lot into 20 laps there, didn't we, in Moto3? Valentin Peroni started it from a maiden pole position and certainly looked like he belonged in the four-way fight in the early stages. Antonio Rueda was certainly one to watch further down the grid, but after making any progress, he just dropped backwards off the line, slipping to the tail of the top 10. Is the early lap. Well, these are live pictures here at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. Our live coverage of what is scheduled to be a 23-lap Moto2 race is coming up in about 2.5 minutes' time, top of the hour at midday. So we'll take a brief pause here in the commentary box and see you in a couple of moments. In the heart of one of the most picturesque parts of Central Europe is the roller coaster Red Bull Ring. Surrounded by peaks, valleys, forests, rivers and lakes, Spielberg lies just an hour away from the university city of Graz and 2 hours from the cultural capital of Vienna. Premier Class Grand Prix number 1000 takes top billing in the Styrian Mountains. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Grand Prix of Austria in 2025. We have just about, I think, in the comedy box, caught our breath after what was a breathless return from the summer break. Moto 3 action over 20 laps has just delivered yet another spectacle here in Spielberg. Don't worry, no spoilers. We'll let you enjoy what was a classic at your leisure. Coming up next, though, on our return from the summer break is Moto 2 over 23 laps. And we're going to see on pole position for the very first time, Danny Holgado, the impressive rookie of the CF Moto Aspar machine. He will lead the grid away. Because Manuel Gonzalez, who did set the fastest time in yesterday's Q2 session, the world champion leader, of course, the Spaniard 25 points clear of Aaron Canet coming into this round 13 of 22 this season. Well, he's got a 3-place grid penalty, which means Gonzalez, rather than starting from the head of the pack, finds himself back on the second row in 4th place. That slight reshuffle then of our front row does see Holgado take over pole position. He's been very impressive, hasn't he, the 20-year-old so far in his rookie season. The 14th different rider on the front row already this year. Of course, he had qualified in 2nd place. He's on the front row with Diogo Moreira. All kinds of speculation and gossip that Moreira, the Brazilian, is MotoGP bound in 2026. And Gonzalez's penalty for slow riding later on this weekend bumps Celestino Vietti onto the front row of the grid. And it is fair to say the Italian will be fancying his chances of yet more success here in the Red Bull Ring. He won here in 2023 from the front row, and he won here last year from pole position. So the 23-year-old Italian starting 3rd, looking for his 3rd successive Moto2 success here in Spielberg.
A bit cloudy, a little bit cooler than some of the baking conditions we had here on Friday and Saturday. Nevertheless, so thankfully dry. There were some forecasts maybe predicting rain around this stage of proceedings earlier on this weekend, but it looks like we're set for a dry affair. Over 23 laps in the company of Matt Burton. There was Sotheby in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. A bit of a pole position gift to Lewis as far as Danny Holgado's concerned. He was an excellent second anyway on the grid. But Manu Gonzalez paying dearly for an early weekend indiscretion at the chicane.
Yeah, got in the way of Albert Arenas earlier on in the weekend. That was on Friday afternoon. Second time this season now we've seen Manu Gonzalez got a 3-place grid penalty for some indiscretions in practice, riding on board with Aaron Jeanette, who's had an eventful weekend. He's confirmed, as you can see on your screens, that he's leaving the Fantic squad for next season, heading for Mark VDS. He's also in a little bit of pain after a crash in practice. So much to discuss then with his team manager, Robbie Locatelli, who joins Jack on the grid.
Yeah, it was a big one for Aaron yesterday. A huge high side coming out at the chicane. How he did this morning, Bobby? He's better today with the yesterday, but he's a human. And after the big bed in the crash in the head in the ground, it's very difficult yesterday. He stayed very strange for the race, for the qualifying, and after he's better, he's wake up in this morning. But today, he's really, he want to win. All together, he want to win, and I try to go to this.
He's got the pace to win as well. He's looked excellent all weekend until that crash. Do you think he can put that to the back of his mind and still perform?
Yeah, but he's the one choice is changing minute to minute. But for all people and for Aaron Canet is very all together for this this dream, and that's what I want to wake up and see the winner, Aaron Canet.
Good man, Bobby. Good luck. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Fancy Racing boss Roberto Locatelli. He never shies away from a challenge. Doesn't shy away from a tough task. Does he connect? This will be his 100th Moto2 start for the 25-year-old Spaniard. A multi-year deal he signed with Mark VDS, 3-year contract. There's some early murmurs that he may well one day find himself with Mark VDS over in World Superbikes. Next year, they're definitely with the Belgian team in Moto2. We got a glimpse there then of Danny Holgado. He was superb in the first part of the season. I think a lot of people, without being too disrespectful to Holgado, weren't thinking he was going to have the impact in Moto2 that he has. Points in 8 of the opening 12 Grand Prix. And of course, on our most recent race, he was 4th in Brno, his equal best of the season. Second top 6. I'm happy to say he has surprised a lot of people.
He's done a very, very good job. A couple of 4th places, of course, because he was right in the tail of the podium battle in Qatar earlier in the season. Can he stand on the podium for the first time today? Both Asparguro have a real shot today. So here's Mario Gonzalez then from pole back to 4th. Of course, it was officially a 6th pole of 2025 for the points leader, but this was his indiscretion on Friday. It was Albert Arenas on the receiving end, and as a result of that, Gonzalez has to come through from the front of Broten.
Yeah, all a bit unnecessary and a bit naughty as well, really. He's not a novice, is he, at this level at all, Manu Gonzalez. The World Champs leader on the second row in 5th place. Joining him on that second row is his Dynamo Intact teammate Senna Aegis, the Australian 6th on the grid. Let's get Senna's thoughts ahead of this battle in Austria.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight, Senna. There's 4 or 5 riders that look very equal. You're definitely one of them in the mix. How important is it to go out there and judge those first couple of laps? Because it seems as though track conditions are a bit different to earlier in the weekend.
For sure, we have done some track conditions might be different today, and yeah, do our best to fight hard. It's going to be a long race. 23 laps here is a long time. Lots of passing opportunities. You know, a little bit of temperature now, so yeah, let's see. Good luck. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to 20-year-old Sydney Sider Aegis. He's qualified top 6 in the last 3 rounds now as Aegis, 4th in the Sanctuary Ring, 6th in Brno, and now 6th here today. We just saw there a shot on the front row of Celestino Vietti. Can he upset the odds? Winless so far this season on the Boscoscura chassis. Can he win for a 3rd successive year here in Austria? One of the star performers of Q2 yesterday without any question. First time we see him starting inside the top 10 in Moto2. 9th on the grid for Red Bull KTM rider Colin Vine. He joins Jack.
Yeah, absolutely great job yesterday by Colin up onto row 3 of the grid. You must be looking forward to this one. Oh yeah, of course, yesterday and also Friday was very good. Pace is very good, so let's see if we can manage to get through the first 2 laps, 3 laps. Yeah, pace is good as I said, so I think we can be very confident and yeah, try to see if we can make this one of our best results for this season at the moment. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Colin Vine, the 20-year-old from the Netherlands. Yeah, great opportunity for him to take that best result of the season in Moto2 so far. 50th Grand Prix start coming up for Vire. He's joined this weekend by replacement teammate Danny Munoz, the 19-year-old Spaniard. We are missing Dennis Anjou, and it sounds like, Lewis, we're going to be missing the Turk for some period of time. A painful conclusion to his summer break.
Training crash on Monday, which has seen a fracture to his left fibula, but we also understand there's some ligament damage there in his left leg as well. So Dennis Anjou, who does not do small crashes either at Grand Prix events or in training, sadly for him, his season has been interrupted. I don't think we'll be seeing him for a good 3 or 4 Grand Prix. So there is Danny Holgado just trying to keep himself calm. First time he started on the front row or on pole position for a Moto2 Grand Prix. As mentioned though, Aspar have got genuine hopes of the podium for both of their riders. We saw months ago his teammate David Alonso on screen. Came through qualifying 1 yesterday to take up his place in 5th on the grid, and he has genuine podium pace.
Diogo Moreira, as mentioned, he doesn't appear to be distracted at the moment by all the talk of a possible switch to the MotoGP World Championship next year. Needs to regroup after what was a disastrous pre-summer break. No points in the Saxon Ring or in Brno. Slipped down to 4th now in the World Championship. Has Moreira over 60 points back of Manu Gonzalez. Speaking of Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, 2 bikes in the top 6 for Dynamo Intel. Let's get a thought for the boss, Tom Luthi, who joins Jack.
Yeah, great opening half of the season for Manu, Tom. How important is this one to pick up where he left off and keep that momentum rolling? I think it's not a special important one, just keep on going, and that's what he is doing all the season actually already, and the performance over this weekend was great again. And I think he have really still something in the pocket even for this race today. So the goal is just keep on going, focusing, and do the job. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Tom Luthi. 3rd in the World Championship. What a first 12 Grand Prix it was for Belgian sensation Barry Baltus Brno. Last time out, starting from a career first pole position, was his 6th podium finish in the opening 12 rounds. 134 points Baltus sits on coming into this Austrian Grand Prix. That is 7 points more than he managed before in his entire Grand Prix career. He has gone stratospheric this year as Baltus.
If we're considering Diogo Moreira still a World Championship contender, we must consider Baltus 1 too, of course, with that 3rd place. Last time out, Barry Baltus moved ahead of Moreira into 3rd in the World Championship, although from Diogo's point of view, good to see that he is now back fully fit once again. He was in a lot of pain with his elbow last time out in Czechia and essentially only went there to serve his pit lane start.
Alonso Lopez heads row 4 in 10th place. A couple of big names in this Moto2 pack out of position really in on this grid. of this 23-lap battle. Jake Dixon, already a two-time winner in 2025. He's 20th on the Mark BDS machine. He's been all at sea on the Bosca Scrum machine. Right on cue, we pick up Dixon, middle of the 7th row of the grid. One place ahead, believe it or not, the American racing rider, Californian Joe Roberts, who's 21st on the grid. That is Roberts. Let's not forget who was our last winner in the Moto2 World Championship in some style over in the Grand Prix of Czechia. It was Joe Roberts. So from the top step of the podium 4 weeks ago, the 21st on the grid, in the back of the 7th row here, in the Red Bull ring. I don't think we saw that one coming loose.
Well, I'm fair to say that this track layout not quite so suitable to Joe Roberts' preferences than Bruno or Mugello have been earlier in the season. So Joe wasn't expected to be quite as strong as Bruno here, but I don't think any of us were expecting a struggle quite like that. Here is Joe Roberts. There has been some good news though for the American Racing Team 2 show this weekend. They confirmed yesterday that they will have a fully unchanged rider lineup for next season, with Marcos Ramirez confirmed for 2026. Ramirez starts 40.
Yeah, an unchanged lineup then for American Racing. We know there's some big moves being made at the head of the grid next season with Jake Dixon, of course Aaron Canet moving into Mark VDS next season. That's all pointing towards an imminent announcement confirming that this will be Dixon's last season in the Grand Prix paddock. Certainly maybe as a full-time rider. There's a lot of talk. And there's no smoke without fire that Dixon is World Superbike bound next year with a factory Honda team. That would be a good move at this stage of his career for Dixon. He'll be 30 by the time it's race action in 2026. And it is all pointing towards a change of paddock next year for the Brits.
Very simple tyre information for Pirelli, so I'll keep it brief. Every rider is on the soft front tyre and the super soft rim.
So, having qualified on pole position, his Friday penalty sees Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, 25 points clear of Canet coming into this Austrian round from, well, heading the second row in 4th. Your front row then is Celestino Vietti, a winner here the last 2 years in Moto2. Diogo Moreira looking to steer his championship challenge back on course after choppy waters came his way in the Sachsenring and in Brno, but inheriting that pole position. Can Danny Holgado be the Aspar hero here? In Spielberg, he fired away from pole.
This one looks wide open, folks. 23 laps of Moto2 to come. And for the first time in his Moto2 career, Daniel Gardo starts from pole. Diogo Moreira lines up second. Celestino Vietti starting from the front row for the first time since the opening round in Buriram. Pole position yesterday was taken by Manu Gonzalez, but he dropped 3 places for slow riding online in practice. David Alonso via Q1. And Senna Aegis start next door to him on Road 2. Albert Arenas, Aaron Canet, and Colin Vire on Road 3. That's the best of Vire's Moto2 career so far. Alonso Lopez 10th ahead of Barry Baltus and Ivan Ortola. Tony Arbolino, the 14 starts 13th ahead of Marcos Ramirez and Ayumi Sasaki. Danny Munoz, the injury replacement for Dennis Unchu, 16th. Ethan Guevara next up. He's in a bit of pain after a crash on Friday. Philip Salatz completes row 6. Zoltan van den Goldberg heads row 7 ahead of Jake Dixon, his worst qualifying of 2025. Joe Roberts, the Bruno winner, joins him on row 7. Whitehouse, Navarro and Binder on the 8th row ahead of Alex Estridge. Unai Arathray, who is the new replacement at MT Helmet MSI.
In the Grand Prix of Austria, Holgado has nailed that start. So too has Manu Gonzalez from 4th place. He's immediately up into 2nd place. Under pressure from Vietti on the inside as Gonzalez gets run really, really wide. That's like Moreira, who was briefly
Canet was in the middle of the battle. That's a crash for Senna Aegis. At the back of the pictures, crash coming out of the chicane. Hopefully no one hit him, but Aegis has gone down out of the Grand Prix on that one.
Senna Aegis out have potentially started this Grand Prix in 6. It was his third successive start inside the top 6. It's Holgado then that leads. Well, actually, he's yielded Moreira. It is that's picked up the early lead here. At Moreira. No points in the last 2 Grand Prix. Put a huge dent in his championship challenge, didn't it? But he's hit the front early on here in Austria.
Keep an eye on our screens for any potential red flags in this one, but it is Barrera then who has the advantage at this early stage. Fortunately, Senna Aegis is now up on his feet. Didn't look particularly good, that, did it, coming out of the chicane? Fortunately, then no one hitting him hard. Aegis up on his feet, but a Grand Prix that promised plenty off the line. Unfortunately, has not completed a single lap.
Big one, big one. You can just see the damage on his leathers. He's lost the visor on his helmet as well. That was a nasty one. Happy to see, if somewhat gingerly, Senna Aegis walking away from the scene of that nasty first lap incident. The first lap, which looks like is going to be headed by Moreira. They power out of turn 10. Under the bubble they go. Holgado with a bit of slipstream levels Moreira in the braking zone up the hill into turn 1. Holgado then back in the lead. Gonzalez there in 3rd place. Getting busy further back. Oh, Canet was almost down. Canet lost the front on that Bantic racing machine. How on earth did he stay upright?
Yeah, he got pushed wide by Ortola, who went through on the inside. Ortola's made a big jump up into 6th place. Moreira has taken the lead, but I'm sorry, Diogo, as far as I'm concerned, you should be giving that one back. He was on the green on the way down to turn 2 when he made that overtake.
Oh, Canet. Talk about almost disaster. Oh, an exit that would have been a nightmare. He's already 25 points behind Gonzalez, who's right in the thick of this battle at the front. Moreira then will keep a close eye. Well, that's going to be a legal overtake. Holgado then now on the brakes. Vietti going through on Gonzalez down the hill in the turn 4. Lovely move that by Vietti. He's right wide on the exit as they power through 5. Gonzalez and Vietti lean on each other going through 5. Vietti gets the better of it. Some early action here in Austrian Moto 2.
And Gonzalez has much more to lose than Vietti does. Vietti, a Spielberg specialist, going for a 3rd consecutive Red Bull Ring victory. Of course, the previous 2 are on Calex. He's looking for his first victory on a Boscoscuro today.
That early melee involving Roberts and Dixon saw them cross the line in the lap 1. 26 was the American, Dixon was 27. What happened to Alonso Lopez on lap 1 as well? He came over the line dead last in 28. He started 10th. Head of the 4th row did the Spaniard.
I wonder whether he was the rider that was delayed by the Aegis crash through the chicane, because as you say, he's plummeted down the order way off the back of the field. And of course, we saw Roberts and Dixon going through the chicane. Arenas is the fastest rider on track, as he's now got himself up into 5th place. He's ahead of Ortola and Alonso at this stage, surprisingly not able to go with this group, although he has said in the past his big weakness in Moto 2 is on new tyres.
Heard via ambitious and expectant from 9th place on the grid. That's exactly where he sits at the end of lap 2. Canet's in 10th place, having started 8th. But Canet pretty fortunate to still be upright in this Grand Prix after a massive front-end scare at turn 1 at the end of that second lap. Moreira then powers the Ital Trans Calex out of turn 3, drops into that little hollow now, then blind entry down the hill into 4. He's the 4/10 clear at the moment of Holgado. That's the biggest lead we've had in this Grand Prix so far. He's getting aggressive early on here, Moreira, trying to stretch this early lead.
Yeah, this is the instant into the chicane then. So there's 2 instances. There's Dixon and Roberts at the top of the picture, and then we see Aegis going down, coming out of the chicane. There he is. And you can see there on the right-hand side, that looks like Lopez going off the rider's right, left as we look, and delayed, sending him right to the back of the field.
I don't know whether Aegis clipped the back of Via on the exit. Of 2A. It was a nasty looking incident.
Stewart to getting involved and telling Moreira to drop that one place. They may consider that he had nowhere else to go, as the riders naturally go over toward that green paint as they take the optimum line from turn 1 to turn 2. But either way, the least leading group is still very much together. Only a second covers the top 6, and David Alonso is just about keeping himself in touch. He's 1.7 back on the leader.
Top of your pitch there, we just saw Roberts, the Brno winner, picking off Bassini. So now Roberts is back into the position he started this Grand Prix at 21st place. Of course, he was involved in that early tangle with Jake Dixon. Jake Dixon is right at the back at the moment. He's only got Yuki Kudik, the Honda Team Asia rider, behind him as the Brits, so 34.7. He's second off the front running pace is Dixon. Much about us as a fun running force at any stage this weekend. 11th on the grid, his lowest qualifying in 11 Grand Prix since Argentina early on in the season. Vietti and Gonzalez continue to slug it out in this battle at the third place. Directly ahead of them is still Morera that leads, about sort of half dozen bike lengths clear of Holgado as they sweep through the chicane. 1:33.6 for Diogo Moreira. The next fastest rider on track was Tony Arbolino in 8th place. He's got himself nicely onto the tail of this leading pack, just up behind Alonso's Aspar machine. So Arbolino looking as strong as he has in the dry, arguably all season. Strong ride as well by Adrian Huertas, the reigning world Supersport champion. He's got himself up into the point scoring place. Gonzalez is touring! Gonzalez is touring! We were riding on board with him there, just looking down my notes, and Gonzalez is touring! Well, this is a game changer for the championship. Mario Gonzalez, who had to suffer the blow of losing pole position yesterday after his indiscretion on Friday. Well, he is touring at the moment. Gonzalez surely pitching at the end of this lap. Very rare that you see one or two bikes breaking down, but what a time for it to happen to Manu Gonzalez. Just as we were talking about Trinette potentially losing huge points, he's now going to gain points on Manu Gonzalez, who's surely now going to come up pit lane. His race is effectively trashed, although on our time screens he's still showing as 14th. This is Ayumi Sasaki right behind him. Was it a temporary problem that's now rectified itself? Because Gonzalez has decided to carry on in the race. Well, he wasn't sort of actively competing, was he? On the run down to turn 4, he was touring. Almost a walking stick. What he keeps looking down at the left-hand side, doesn't he? And whether there's been some contact or is there something that's happened? With a bit of rubbing with Vietti earlier on. It was great, wasn't it? On the way down to turn 4, something clearly either shut off or Gonzalez just had some sort of problem, couldn't get up or down the gearbox. Let's have a look then as he comes through the chicane, running absolutely fine now, climbing up towards turn number 3, shifting up, no problem there from 2 to 3, back down to first gear now for turn 3, and Gonzalez looks pretty competitive now, but as mentioned, it's costing 6 seconds now. Bizarre to say the least. Looks like one of the levers. I think the clutch protector on the left-hand side that's been bent. So it looks like maybe he keeps looking down the left handlebar or something. I don't know if there's been some kind of contact earlier in this Grand Prix. Well, we're going to try and have to pick the bones out of this, aren't we, post-race, assuming that Gonzalez does finish, because, well, he's gone from 4th down to 14th place. Jack just, he's had a quick chat with the Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact team, and they're just like most of us here watching this Grand Prix. A bit clueless, not really sure what on earth is going on right now with Manu Gas, who seems to be back at full gas. And of course, they'll have access to live telemetry too, so let's ride on board and have a listen then. This is Gonzalez out of 3. Who's that? Strange. I don't think I can think of. He as he looks down there, was he just unable to get down the gearbox? He puts his left hand up there. He's already signaling to riders behind him. There's a problem. Has a look down towards his left leg, as you mentioned. And, yeah, for about 3 corners, looked like he was touring into retirement. Now, he's just in a 1:34.0. He's only a quarter of a second slower than the leader, Moreira. There's been some contact somewhere on the left-hand side because his clutch lever protector is sort of all bent out of shape. David Alonso, back at the front of this Grand Prix, is setting a red-hot pace. The reigning Moto3 world champion. He won the Moto3 race here last year, a 1:33.582. As Gonzalez now, Patrick Salach now, so Gonzalez is already on this lap. He's gone through on Huertas. He's now gone through off Philip Salach. Gonzalez now back up into 12th place all of a sudden. Well, he's in full-on damage limitation mode right now, isn't he? 4th to 14th.
after that sort of brief technical issue which grabbed his attention. I mean, we thought to all intents and purposes that was game over. He was going to be having to retire and cruise back into pit lane, but he's now back up to full racing speed. He's doing 34 flats, which is only sort of 3/10 away from the pace of your race leader Moreira. What happened to Gonzalez?
It's in the irony. Give it a few laps. He's off again, though. Gonzalez has gone off again. He's now slapping his fist against the tank. Clearly, something affecting Gonzalez. It's a distraction, but now it looks like it's the end of his Grand Prix.
Gearbox, I think, it seems to be down that left-hand side. Is there's something wrong with the quick shifter? He can't believe it. He's livid. He's absolutely enraged. I guess the only positives at the moment, as far as Gonzalez is concerned, that Aaron Canet is really not going to dump all over him right now in terms of a big point-scoring haul, because Canet's in 9th place. Oh, Gonzalez is absolute. We've got a raging Red Bull right now,
Very
haven't we?
rare that you see body language like that from Alex Gonzalez. Is usually so ice cool, but he is absolutely steaming mad. We're looking outside our commentary box windows. The team having a good chat with Manu and asking, what happened? What can you tell us? What went wrong with your bike? Yeah, Canet might not be punishing him, but I'll tell you who might be. Diogo Moreira, who of course leads this Grand Prix, 60 points off the World Championship lead. He could take 25 out of that.
Oh, that's a blow. That is a real kick in the teeth for Manu Gonzalez. 4th to 14th, and now he is eventually retirement. I can see Jack now, we just saw those live pictures. Jack right on scene, right on cue. So I know as soon as we get any kind of information or feedback from Manu Gonzalez or the German-based Liquid Moly Intact team, Jack will be right on the case. Moreira then at the front, controlling this Grand Prix pretty impressively. You can't break the shackles of Holgado behind him. Bit of a gap then back to Vietti, who's still looking well set to mount a challenge for the Austrian Grand Prix hat-trick. That'll be some achievement by the number 30. We've got a long way to go still in this Grand Prix. 15 laps remaining, and Moreira, Holgado, Vietti third.
Yeah, this is the key to the race for me. This Alonso through on a Reynolds. David Alonso's got the pace to get after this top three. As mentioned, he set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on a 33.5 a couple of laps ago. We saw throughout practice that Alonso was super quick. He's now clear of Reynolds to chase after the top three.
Well, one of the big stories is emerging off track here in Austria. We have lost the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, in dramatic fashion. Jack, what have you got for us?
Yeah, looks like it's the radiator that's broken. The screen is absolutely covered in fluid. They've just taken the belly pan off. It looks as though just getting confirmation from Jürgen Ling and going through the radiator. That is what's caused the world champion to pull out.
Is shocking. That is rotten luck, isn't it? As far as Gonzalez is concerned. Well, tough one to take, as we said. A real kick in the teeth for Gonzalez. Back at the front, it is Moreira. Flames popping out of the back of his Triumph machine. Having a good look down, aren't they? On the left-hand side.
They're just showing Manu the hole that Jack just told us about in the radiator, and this was the second time we saw Gonzalez backing off when he realised that his Grand Prix was essentially over, and wisely just staying well out of the way, not to get into potentially some sort of accident. But for Manu Gonzalez today, no World Championship points. That is now his second non-score of the season. Yeah, it opens the door for Aaron Canet to gain ground, but the big winner potentially, if he can hang on to this, Diogo Moreira, who has an opportunity now to cancel out all of the points he lost in Brno in Germany.
Into turn one, Moreira goes. Still, Holgado keeping him company. That's sort of the gaps between Moreira, Holgado and Vietti is sort of held station for a number of laps now. Tolev, top position in minor three here. Last year's having a real strong ride. He's just fired in his best lap of the Grand Prix so far, the Spaniard. A 1:33.769. That was actually slightly faster than your race leader, Moreira. Tolev, 2.5 seconds back of the Brazilian though right now in 6th.
Fastest rider on track though is the rider in 4th, David Alonso. Even with the overtake up the inside of turn 1 on the Reynolds last time round, he still did a 1:33.6. Alonso said in the run up to this Grand Prix, give me 13 lap old tyres and I'm super quick. It's the run up to that where Alonso tends to struggle. He just can't get the best out of brand new Pirelli tyres. So that seems to suggest that the longer this race goes on, the stronger the Moto3 World Champion will get. That could spell trouble for the 3 riders ahead of it.
Two of our top 3 in the World Championship at the moment. And not in position we expected them to be at this stage of this Austrian Grand Prix. The 2 Fanti Racing teammates, Baltus and Canet. Baltus has the advantage. He's up into 9th place. He's taken that 9th place from Canet. on this lap 10 of 23. And a team a bit more laps remaining. We're looking back then towards Connect now. Connect directly behind him is Ethan Guevara, who had a real bruising start to this weekend. The Pramac, the Blue Crew Pramac rider, is now to pick up some slipstream. He might pick off Connect here on that run up to the first corner. He does indeed. So 2 serial winners in Moto3 back in the day. Guevara then now up into P10.
We've lost Joe Roberts, I think, from this Grand Prix. I mean, we're already confirmed. We're not going to see back-to-back reaches from Joe Roberts. That was confirmed at the chicane on the first lap. But he has now crashed. He was running down in 18th place.
Yeah, it's been a weekend to forget for Joe Roberts. He went into the summer break buzzing after his brilliant victory, didn't he? In Brno. But after enjoying himself over in the States, it's been a tough return to action as far as the American racing rider that is concerned. Vietti starts to close in on the rear tyre of Holgado. That's in the braking zone for turn 4. Just check the gap between Vietti and Alonso. It's just hovering over a second. There you can see Alonso just out of his picture on the number 80 bike. He's got so much time. If he's able to manage his pace, manage the tyre towards the end of this Grand Prix, well, there's ample time to get himself back into this victory battle.
I'm trying to work out how many points Connect might salvage out of this, which of course is crucial to the World Championship. And behind Connect at the moment, we've got 3.5 seconds back to Ayumu Sasaki. Connect's pace already, though. He'll be concerned with how much is dropping off. He's doing high 34s. So if he is in a little bit of pain here, Aaron Connect, it's going to be a crucial 12 laps coming up to try and grit his teeth. Any points he can get out of this will be like absolute gold dust, with Benny Gonzalez scoring nothing.
Looks like it's just a race of survival at the moment as far as Connect's concerned. That was a real nasty crash he had coming out the chicane yesterday morning. The angle that his head hit the curbs, it was always going to be a tough proposition for the remainder of the weekend as far as Connect is concerned. He's a tough cookie. He's not going to shy away from the challenge, shirk away from it at all, but with Gonzalez out, you feel that he's missing a big opportunity to really punish his main championship adversary. Vietti once again sort of closes up on the rear tyre of Holgado. This time around it's on that uphill braking zone into the third gear, turn 3. Fair play on Holgado. He's doing a great job of hanging on to that second place and a great job of making sure that he keeps the pressure right on the shoulders of Moreira.
Bit of quandary, I suppose, in some respects here for Holgado. Never had a Moto2 podium. He's prepared to risk it, though, to take victory. Let's hear then for the World Championship leader. Manu Gonzalez is out of the Grand Prix and talking to Jack.
Well, Manu, the cruelest look imaginable. Just explain what was happening on the bike.
Just bad luck. I think Senna crashed in the exit of the chicane and the track was full of gravel in the exit of the corner. And 2 laps after, when I passed there, the bike started to pull a lot of water from the radiator, so I tried to continue because it was stopping the water, but then another moment it came again, a lot of water, so I had to stop to don't use the engine or maybe crash, but just bad luck.
Yeah, thanks, Jack, and fair play. Fair play to Manu Gonzalez, putting the bitter disappointment of his exit in this Grand Prix behind him to come and have a chat with Jack. So that a hold radiator likely caused inadvertently by his own teammate, Sarai, just crashing on the exit of the chicane. That is cruel luck for Gonzalez. I suppose the only consolation for him will be that he's had the pace to win this Austrian round all weekend as Moreira. This looks like visibly the biggest lead he's established in this Grand Prix. So far it is. Moreira is just threatening to pull the pin here. He drops down the hill into turn 4. Let's go and see what his advantage is as we tick off Sector 2. Zonta van den Gorber's got a long lap penalty for track limits infringements. Half the second is the gap between Moreira and Holgado. So fair play to Holgado as he's recovered a bit of time back in Sector 2.
He lost 4/10 of a second on the previous lap, which is why it's now half second between 10 and 27. Chelsea Vietti, who has done more winning than anyone else in Moto2 around the Red Bull Ring. He's won the last 2 around here. Also a Moto3 victor here back in the doubleheader of 2020. This is very much Vietti territory. He's got a couple of young charges between himself, potentially, and a Red Bull Ring hat-trick.
Alonso's coming. Alonso is coming. Couple laps to go. That gap between the Colombian and Vietti was just over a second. It has now shrunk down to 0.6 of a second. Alonso, yeah, he's a 1:33.808 by far, the quickest rider. A couple of tenths quicker than Vietti ahead of him. Holgado, the only other rider in that top four back at the moment, in the 33s. Arenas also in the high 133s too. So is Baltus, who's just starting to find some serious speed as we tip into the second half of this Grand Prix. Cadet's doing 34.3s, we saw him a moment ago, so he's pretty much matching the pace of the Sasaki-led group behind him, so Cadet still in a relatively safe 11th place. This is Jake Dixon, who's in the 35s, up behind the 54 of Mattia Fassini. His Grand Prix weekend was already looking tough, but of course was destroyed with this incident into the first chicane on lap 1. Look towards the back of the field, as you can see. Dixon, it looked like he had the Shivak of Darren Binder on his right, which sent both Roberts and Dixon on through the chicane runoff into the back of the field. Scary. Wasn't scary. Looking further up the track as well to see the Lopez Aegis incident. It clearly looked like Aegis got run over by Lopez, so really fortunate. A nasty one, that. Moreira now through 8. We are 3/4 of the way around. Lap 14 of 23, drops down now into turn 9. Yeah, it is Alonso. This has been coming. This has been coming, and he's not disappointing. Alonso then now homes right onto the rear tyre of Vietti. Holgado flirts for track limits on the outside of turn 10. But 3 laps ago, this gap between Alonso and Vietti was a second. It is now down to just 2 tenths. Once again, Alonso 4 tenths quicker than Vietti on that last lap. A 1:33.5 for David Alonso. That is seriously shifting at this stage of the race. And as mentioned earlier on, we're now getting into the stage of proceedings where David Alonso is generally at his strongest in Moto2. The older the tyres get, the stronger he is. He's now right on charge, on the back of the rider who's won the last 2 Austrian Grand Prix. David Alonso is making the Hunts of a hat-trick pretty remote right now. He's made mincemeat with Vietti as soon as he got on Vietti's rear tyre. He made an attack. He runs a little bit hot. Vietti able to just cut back and seize that 3rd place back, but wasting precious little time. He got onto Vietti's rear tyre at turn 1. 2 corners later, he's had a lunge. That's what I love about Alonso. He's not a rider who's just going to sit there and work out the moves. He's got onto Vietti's rear tyre and he has gone for it immediately. As much as we talk about Vietti's record at the Red Bull Ring, Alonso's isn't too shabby either. Won here in Moto3 last season despite serving a long lap penalty, and without in the lead of the Grand Prix the year before when he crashed. So David Alonso also a bit of a specialist around the Red Bull Ring. So we've got the battle for 3rd place, and you feel if Alonso can win this battle quickly, he's certainly got the pace to zoom right back up to the top 2. He's going to have to get through quickly on Vietti because this has not been a great lap by Vietti. He's sort of losing a bit of touch here with Moreira and Holgado directly. And he's just going to track him this morning as well. If he hasn't got enough on his plate, enough to contend with, Alonso charging up behind him. He's now going to track them this morning as well. Moreira, 1:33.9, he's back into the 33. So too, that is Holgado, who's got the consistency to match the speed. Vietti goes defensive on that run up into 2A. No way through for Alonso. Alonso had a little look at Vietti on the run into the braking zone for turn 3. Is he going to try and make the same move this time around? Yeah, Vietti was wide through 2A, compromised his exit speed from 2B. He washes the front away through turn 3, and Alonso's going to carry more momentum. He's going to have more speed down there straight up to turn 4. He'll now pick up the slipstream from the Boscascoro. Alonso's got to move quickly here. The turns from this league quarter is Arenas in 30s, 2.7 seconds behind this battle ranging between Alonso and Vietti. And now power through turn 5. Into 6, the left-hander we go. Vietti just a little bit wide, of course. 2 different machineries at play here. The Boscascuro of Vietti, which just sort of tend to favour wider sweeping lines, particularly through this infield section. Alonso is going to have to get busy here very quickly. We can't let Moreira and Holgado break away. Already they've lost 3/4 tenths to the leaders on this lap as Vietti's been running defensively and trying to keep Alonso at bay. You can see the top 2 just up the road, so Alonso is not getting into panic stations just yet, but the longer he's behind Justin and Vietti, of course, the less time he has to potentially plot away to win this Grand Prix. Top 2 were back in the 33s last time around, Vietti and Alonso in the 34s. It's been a clash riders. Alonso charges up the hill into the first corner. When will he try and make a second move on Vietti? He's already been through once, a couple of laps ago.
into turn 3. Tony Arbolino's having a cracking ride in 6th place. He's well on course for what will be his first dry race top 10. As Vietti's got a long lap penalty. We just said on the previous lap he got a track limits warning. And Celestino Vietti has a long lap penalty exceeding track limits. So this is going to potentially end the hopes of Vietti's podium chances here, certainly ending his hopes of a third successive victory here in Austria. This is a big moment in this lead quartet. Oh, well, he almost lost the front going into 4. He almost lost the rear coming out of 4. Alonso does indeed sweep on through. It's Vietti. Oh, that's close. That is close, moving through into 6.
Yeah, not like it. Furious moving around on the way through turn 6. He was carrying so much more speed on the way into turn 4 that I was going to be amazed if he got it stopped. He did, but then the rear was crying for mercy on the way out. Alonso will be desperate to shake off with Boscoscuro because he might not know yet, but he'll be soon getting out of his way and no longer giving any grief with that long lap penalty to serve.
Somebody tell Vietti this is Moto 2, not Supermoto. I mean, he's been sideways so much on this current lap. Surely now he has seen on his dashboard he has going to serve the long lap penalty. Alonso then now into 3rd place. He's exactly a second behind Moreira with 6 laps to go. He has got time. He's got pace. Vietti immediately slings himself into the long lap penalty loop. That's on the outside of turn 1. He's certainly going to lose a position potentially to Arenas. There's a good long look to his right. Arenas and Arbolino sweep through. So Vietti rejoins the track in 7th, is it?
6th place now, Arbolino up to 5th, and now the top Boscoscuro in this Grand Prix. We haven't said that much in 2025. Baltus has gone through on Vietti, by the way, backwards in the battle for 8th place. Kinet is still in that rather comfortable 11th place. But the question now is how quickly can Alonso cruise up to the back of his teammate, Daniel Holgado, as Diogo Moreira leads the Grand Prix. He's not about to have one Aspar rider give him grief, it's soon going to be 2.
Baltus through on fire. Vice started the Grand Prix in 9th. He's in P9. Excellent ride this so far by the Netherlands rider. He was hoping to capitalise on that first top 10 in qualifying and now getting himself up into 10th place again.
Alonso's already 3/10 up on this lap on the 2 immediately ahead of him. This is going to be a quick lap from the number 80. And it'll be interesting to see how Aspar view this one, because I feel like their rider at this stage who has the best chance of winning this Grand Prix might be the rider currently back in 3rd place. I think he's certainly got the superior pace. Holgado has been watching Moreira for quite some time. Does he have an extra gear up his sleeve to potentially attack the Brazilian, or is it going to be an all-South American tussle at the front of this race between Moreira and Alonso?
To say it's been an awesome ride by Holgado. He has been right on the rear tyre, Moreira, from the get-go in this Grand Prix. Over the line we go. They've got even 3/4 of a second now, splitting Moreira, Holgado and Alonso. It's the number 80 who's got big interest here in a maiden Moto2 victory. Closes in once again. He's so good on the brakes. Into the chicane is Alonso. He gets good drive up the hill as well, out of 2B. Further back, Arenas is in 4th spot. Oh, that's close.
Teams tight. They're right to each other already a couple of times.
Patient.
Remember back in Jerez when Alonso and Holgado came together? Holgado was out of the Grand Prix. Holgado then took Alonso out in Aragon as well on the very first lap. So Aspar have got a double podium at the very least potentially waiting for them. They don't want their riders to trip over each other again.
Just has to be patient, does Alonso. He has led briefly before in Moto2. He led 1 lap in the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. So just got to regroup. Crikey, that front tyre was chattering his brains off as he went through turn 6. I guess that's the big question. How much has Alonso taken out of his rubber? We know how good he is on worn tyres, but how much has he used and abused those Pirelli tyres to get himself back into this battle?
And we know from Moto2's very entertaining 2025 season. So
Not too much. We were just saying how much have he used and abused those Pirelli tyres. Well, we have got a very rapid answer. Alonso jumps off the CF Moto Aspar machine down the hill into turn 9. He almost lost the front, hadn't he, attacking Holgado earlier on in the lap. So what was a fight for the win between 3 riders here in Austria is now a straight duel between Moreira and Holgado.
Clearly taking one risk too many on his way back towards the top two. And once again for David Alonso in 2025, so much potential, so many signs of the immense talent that we know he has. But he hasn't ultimately been able to bring home the results on the Sunday to show for it. That is such a shame from David Alonso's point of view. We'll never know ultimately whether he could have overhauled his teammate and Diogo Moreira. It is now a two-horse race at the front. Vignetti's back into third now, despite that long lap penalty. He's gone back through an Arbolino and a Arenas to a now fourth and fifth. Ortona sixth. And of course further back, they now promote Alan Connect back into the top 10. I mean, you have to say it's looking like Moreira has got Holgado covered up, as he has done for the majority of this Grand Prix so far. That's the biggest lead Moreira's been able to establish. He's over 3/4 of a second clear now of Holgado, and all of a sudden this has become a pretty intense fight for the final place on the podium. It is at the moment in the hands of Vietti, but it's not a given, because he's got Arenas for company, Arbolino's right in the mix, Ortona now back inside the top 6 after Alonso's exit, right here down the hill into turn 9. Bottas 7th, right up now into 8th place. That's put Canet back inside the top 10. Danny Munoz replacing Dennis Onju now up into the point scoring places. This was Vietti elbow to elbow now, but Arenas on the way out of chicane and back into third place once again. So Vietti has been able to at least limit the damage from that long lap penalty. He's now back where he was in P3. They weren't giving up that place, were they? And with an almighty fight and the run up the hill into 3. Vietti just about gets that Boscoscura settled to attack into the first part of the chain. Into 2A. Holgado has slipped nearly 9/10 of a second back now of Moreira. Those two at the road, almost 5 seconds at the road in the battle for the victory. There is Vietti then, who's just starting to streak away from Arenas. Nice dry race coming in on a Boscoscura for Arbolino. Good ride as well by Ortona. Cracking riders, isn't it, by the riders on pole position here in Motor 3 last year. He's on course for the top 6 as well. I was just about to say before Alonso crashed that catching and staying behind Diogo Moreira is one thing, passing him is quite another. We do know already from this season that if you want to get past Diogo Moreira and make it stick, you've got to drag him out of his position, kicking and screaming. He is such a feisty, tenacious competitor in Moto 2, and we never got the chance to see whether either Aspar rider could make a move. Manuel Gonzalez, a spectator with all of us. The damage to his championship lead from a Connect point of view is not particularly big. 6 points been taken out of it, but boy is Diogo Moreira catapulting himself right back in to the championship conversation if he can close out these final 2 laps. Some response this has been from Moreira. A real painful, bruising Sachsenring Grand Prix after the big collision with David Alonso. He was not really fit at any stage during the Czech Grand Prix. Of course, he had to start from pit lane as well. So no points in the last 2 Grand Prix, but this has been a brilliant return. This is Moreira showing exactly why he's the talk of the town in terms of MotoGP seat potentially in 2026. He is being strongly linked with the LCR Honda ride, and he's showing exactly why. Lucio Cecchinello, HRC Senior Management, are keeping close tabs on the Brazilian right now, because this one looks like it's over. 1.4 seconds he is now, 1.6 actually to Sector 1, with, 2 laps remaining. Some quite crucial points could potentially be hoovered up here by Baltas too, if he wants to keep himself in the World Championship mix. He started today 54 points behind Manuel Gonzalez. He's currently on course for 7, so he closed that down to 45, but of course this is a freight train that goes all the way up to 3rd place. Only a lap and a half to go, but still a top 6 on offer here for Baltas if he can get through on the impressive rookie Ortona. Moreira is going to be 2 seconds clear of Holgado very, very shortly. He's just had the better pace in the last sort of 3, 4, 5 laps. You're guessing you have to feel that Holgado has just gone, you know what, it's senseless trying to go gung-ho and take big risks to beat Moreira when there's a maiden Moto2 podium in the offing, which looks like it's going to be in the hands of the number 27. What a weekend it's been for Holgado. Second on the grid, promoted to pole position. Looks like he's going to be second in the Grand Prix by far. His best weekend of 2025. The gap is now 2 seconds between Moreira and Holgado. Vietti is still holding on to 3rd place. He's 4/10 clear of Arenas as we start the final lap. Still got that freight train from 3rd back to Ethan Kabara running in 9th place, but Yeah, he's had his fair share of criticism, hasn't he? With, of course, the incident with Alonso back in Germany. That, of course, then spilled over into Brunel. He was nowhere near 100% fit. Had to start from the pit lane with a lot of pain in his elbow. That was a weekend, really, just to get the penalty out of the way. And with the summer break now cleared out of the way, a fully fit, fully firing Diogo Moreira has returned to the level that he was at pre-Germany, pre the incident with David Alonso, and there is no question that we are looking at a genuine bona fide title contender in the form of the Brazilian.
Looks like Vietti is going to make it 3 as successive podium finishes here in the Red Bull Ring. It won't be 3 successive wins, but it's going to be Vietti's first podium since Argentina, just his second of the season. Moreira now with just 2 corners left to negotiate. And will we look back on this Grand Prix of Austria and its significance in terms of the destiny of the 2025 Moto2 World Championship, with Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, out of contention with a technical problem. Aaron Canet coming home in 10th place, but with a standout, really, the standout rider here in Spielberg is Diogo Moreira, who reignites his World Championship challenge. Delirium for Italtrans Racing. Second win in the last 4 Grand Prix for Moreira. A brilliant weekend for Danny Holgado in second place from pole position. What a performance by the Spaniard for the Aspar team. Vietti then is on the podium for the 3rd year in succession in Moto2. Arenas, Arbolina and Ortola, your top 6. Baltus is 7th, ahead of Colin Vine. That's the first top 10 in Moto2 for Bayer. Guevara 9th. Canet is 10th. He limps home in a rather lonely 10th place, but does reduce Manu Gonzalez the championship advantage. They're a point to Salat, Ramirez, Sasaki, and Munoz in for the injured, and Dennis Onju and Darren Binder. Over the line is 16th place is Alonso Lopez, who was caught up in all the early first lap drama and was Senna Agius. But Diogo Moreira, well, he has put himself through the mill in the 2 races before the summer break over in Germany and in the Czech Republic. No points collected in those 2 Grand Prix. But that's some return. That is a statement return to action as far as the Brazilian is concerned. He takes the victory here by 2.3 seconds. This Moto2 World Championship, this one looks like it could go all the way to Valencia, doesn't it?
Demonstrating exactly why MotoGP factories want his signature for 2026. Dancing back in some style from a doubleheader in Germany and Brunel, where he produced one of the great Moto2 rides until that instant with David Alonso, nowhere near fully fit in the Czech Republic. But boy, was he firing all cylinders here this weekend. A second win of the season for the number 10. On a day when Canet was hobbled and Gonzalez was out of luck, Diogo Moreira takes full advantage.
Class weekend, a class ride that by Holgado, very, very impressive. Well, he's been impressive throughout his rookie season in the Moto2 World Championship. That the cherry on the cake to kick off part 2 of this year's World Championship. Could have had 2 Aspar bikes, should have had 2 Aspar bikes really on the podium at the end of that 23-lap battle. David Alonso demonstrated great pace, but just as we were saying, how much has he taken out of those Pirelli tyres to get himself back in contention? Well, we found out seconds later when he went careering into the gravel trap at turn 9. Canet then rescues 10th place. A positive weekend in many respects, with confirmation of his 2026 future sorted, and possibly sees the checkered flag after a bruising Saturday morning. Let's go down and get some Moto2 reaction from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, got Cisco Monzone from the Italtrans squad. What a performance that is from Diogo. Now 2 wins in the last 4. This World Championship is on.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable race, leading since the beginning, incredible pace. He was super focused, so I'm super happy. We did an incredible job with the team, and let's continue like this.
Some would say a ride worthy of a promotion to MotoGP.
It's a statement win for him. I think he deserves to go, and he show his talent. He has time to learn, also in Moto2, but I think the time will come also in MotoGP.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it was a statement victory. That feels the appropriate phrase to describe that performance by Diogo Moreira. You have to capitalise on your championship adversary's bad days, and he's done that in emphatic fashion. No points today for Gonzalez, just a 10th place for Canet. Barry Baltus led home the Fantic Racing Challenge. 7th for the Belgian. That's not good enough though to hold on to 3rd place in the overall championship standings for the Belgian rider. He misses the podium for the first time since Assen.
Angel Piqueras there coming over to congratulate Diogo Moreira. It's a very tight-knit community amongst the riders who've come to the Junior GP ladder. Once again, as we saw in Moto 3, Moreira carrying the flag with the number of Pal Alcina, who lost his life in a testing crash in Aragon recently, Junior GP rider. But Diogo Moreira, well, he's going to be a MotoGP rider very, very soon, and feels like it's going to be as soon as 2026. And there is still every chance that he could be heading there as a Moto2 world champion. Gonzalez and Connect, beware.
Yeah, a hole in Gonzalez's radiator and a bit of a hole in his world championship advantage after that 23-lap race. Brilliant job by Moreira, absolutely brilliant. He's been, well, he'd been under pressure going into the summer break. How was he going to respond from the big setbacks of Sachsenring and Brno? And that is how you do show that you can deal with adverse situations. First Moto2 podium for Danny Holgado. And that was a top-notch ride, a top-notch weekend all round for Holgado. No wonder he's got a big smile plastered all over his face. We were very used to seeing Holgado on Moto3 podiums. He took 16 in the Lightweight World Championship. That is the first of potentially many, you feel, in Moto2.
Boscoscuro there congratulating Celestino Vietti. He does see his winning streak at the Red Bull Ring come to an end. No 3rd consecutive win around here for Vietti, but it is a podium return for him. First time we've seen him up there since round 2 in Argentina. Celestino Vietti overcoming that long lap penalty to still secure a long-awaited podium for him. Yeah, we saw Alonso crash out of 3rd place. Vietti tried himself, didn't he, to dump it out of 3rd place. That, I think, is probably going to go down as one of the toughest weekends of Jake Dixon's Grand Prix career. Searching for feeling on the Boscoscuro and now searching for answers after he took the checkered flag in 20th place. He was caught up in a bit of an early skirmish with Joe Roberts at the chicane on lap 1. Head in hands. Where has it all gone wrong this weekend? As far as Jake Dixon is concerned, this is a rider who, of course, was victorious in Argentina and in Austin at the start of the season. He was on pole not that long ago in the Sachsenring and on the podium there. As mentioned, the body language told you all you need to know. Certainly one of the toughest weekends of 2025, and arguably one of the toughest of his Grand Prix career. Instead of the chicane on the first, that certainly didn't help, but it wasn't exactly promising much before then from a Jake Dixon point of view. He'll be hoping to reset, go again, and hopefully turn his fortunes around when we head to Hungary next weekend. But for Celestino Vietti, we know how classy an operator he is, and we know how good he is around the Red Bull Ring. It's a 3rd consecutive podium here for Celestino Vietti, who's talking to Jack.
3 podiums in a row here at the Red Bull Ring. We know how much you love this place, so to be on the podium after that, be a fight with David and then the long lap penalty as well, satisfied at the end of it all.
Yeah, I'm satisfied, especially because we don't arrive from a really good period. So, yeah, really nice to be back here. A bit disappointed because I don't know where I touched the green, because I don't felt that I touched the green, the exit of the corner, so maybe some part that I don't see it. And yeah, anyway, really good job, and thanks to the team because they work really hard. I hope to be stronger in Hungary. Great job, well done.
Well, despite the long lap penalty for a track limits infringement, which he's not clear about, we're about to find out right now. This is coming out of turn 8. Thought it was marginal. Of course, that was where Jorge Martin lost a victory in Moto2 back in the day. He said he wasn't aware of it. You can understand why on top of the bike, but of course we have eyes and spies everywhere, Celestino. So, and I'm sure when he sees that replay, he will be aware that he touched the green. Nevertheless, on the podium for just the 2nd time, Manu Boscoscuro in 2025. On the podium for the 1st time, what a weekend. Pole position and a first Moto2 rostrum for Danny Holgado. He's with Jack. Danny, huge congratulations. What a brilliant night to take your first Moto2 podium. Just how good does it feel to be stood here on the box?
Yes, super happy with my first podium in Moto2 class. I was working very hard during the summer for the second part of the season. I'm super happy with the job. After a good job during the weekend, all the season in top 10, very good with the performance. Thanks to the team for the amazing job, for the amazing bike, because the bike was really fast. Nothing. I need to enjoy the moment, enjoy the podium, and see you the next week. Congratulations.
Yeah, brilliant weekend. Top right, that bike, Holgado, the 20-year-old Spaniard. He kept Diogo Moreira honest for the majority of that Grand Prix. But Moreira was just too strong in the crucial final laps. And I think Holgado had probably told himself, don't do anything silly. You've got a maiden Moto2 podium within your grasp here. Let's just make sure we bring the bike home. Take the 20 points and take the plaudits of the Aspar team and all those close connections. Diogo Moreira, though, back on the top step of the podium and back in the World Championship game in Moto2 in 2025. Your Austrian Grand Prix winner is the Jack.
Diogo, that was a statement win to kick off the second half of the season with Manu scoring no points and you scoring 25. It was game on in the World Championship. Just how important a victory does that feel? Yeah, only say thanks to my team. It was a great weekend, so I'm proud of this. Yesterday morning we make a good pace, and I think was this the key for the race. And yeah, only say thanks, and this victory will be for Paulo Alsina. He was training with me always, so this will be for him. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, a wonderful and lovely tribute there from Diogo Moreira. Spectacular sideways action from the Brazilian. Are we going to see him in the MotoGP World Championship in 2026? We're certainly hoping to be back in Brazil. Confirmation of the 2026 calendar came out in the summer break, and we are due to be back in that part of South America on March the 22nd next year. I'll tell you what, if Diogo Moreira's on the grid, there'll be a few more tickets getting sold for our visit to Guyana at the end of March next year. Make that win at number 2 then of the season for Moreira, and more importantly, make that a win which has catapulted him right back into World Championship contention. You have to feel for poor Manu Gonzalez, luckless in round 13. It was a very unlucky round 13 ultimately for the World Championship leader. He had to retire with a technical issue. The exit from that Grand Prix was all of his own doing as far as David Alonso was concerned. He was fighting a really good fight when this happened at turn 9 late on, Lewis.
Yeah, I guess ultimately when David Alonso reflects on this Grand Prix, the areas where it was lost, arguably not this crash. It was the poor start where he dropped down to 7th or 8th place, and of course the time it took for him to get past Giustino Vietti, that forced him to have to take those risks in the latter stages to close up to the top 2. There was where it all quite literally slid out of the contention for Alonso. Any hope of a maiden victory and a second visit to the podium disappearing. But his day will unquestionably come.
Yeah, the chief benefactor of that late mistake from Alonso was Vietti, who eventually took the checker flag just under half a second ahead of Alberto Arenas. Those two had some pretty close calls late on. Tony Arbolino, that's an excellent ride, by far head and shoulders his best dry race performance on a Boscoscura chassis. 5th place for Arbolino. He was only 6/10 of a second back of Arenas at the checkered flag. He covered off Ivan Ortola, who had a superb ride himself, the Spaniard, didn't he? Ortola taking the checker flag in 6th place. There's some good rides actually in that race. Ortola 6th, fellow rookie Vaya in 8th place. Ethan Guevara, who really did bash himself up in a heavy crash on Friday. He's rode through the pain barrier to 9th, and Canet also battered, bruised but not beaten at a top 10 for Canet, which does the power of good to his World Championship aspirations.
We'll only find out when the final verdict is delivered in Valencia. It's how important those 6 points might prove to be for Aaron Canet. Ultimately, he'd offered him a points gain on Gonzalez this weekend. He would have taken it. That's not in those circumstances. So Chelsea Vietti makes his customary visit to the Red Bull Ring podium, albeit not the step he usually stands on here. Third place for him. And his second podium of the season, but a 13th in Moto2 for him. A very first for Daniel Holgado, who's very much in control of the Rookie of the Year battle this year. That's 37 points now ahead of his teammate David Alonso. For Diogo Moreira, who has been able to banish whatever demons there were after the aberration in Germany when he unsafely rejoined the racetrack and was collected by David Alonso. The injury, the both physical and mental pain, well and truly out of his mind now. Second one for Italtrans this season, who know what it takes to win the Moto2 World Championship. They were the champions in 2020 with Enea Bastianini. They'd be about to do the same 5 years on. Michael Wagner, the member of the Styrian Parliament, presents third place to Celestino Vietti. Boscosoro will certainly be pleased to be back on the podium once again. Benjamin Carl, Austrian snowboarder, Olympic and world champion, presents a first Moto2 trophy for Danny Holgado. Boy, has he earned that one. What a fine rookie season he's having. But victory today goes to the boy from Brazil, who will be heading home at the start of next season, quite possibly as a MotoGP rider, and who knows, maybe the Moto2 World Champion too. Moreira right back in the championship conversation after victory in Austria. Diogo Moreira, the 21-year-old from Sao Paulo in Brazil, takes his second Moto2 victory of the season, just the third of his Grand Prix career. And he's back in business in terms of the Moto2 World Championship. Celestino Vietti. Once again, this is very familiar territory, isn't it, for the Italian, as he celebrates a podium in Moto2 here at the Red Bull Ring. He's going to enjoy the sweet taste of that Prosecco after a real miserable recent run. There's Robbie Brivio, brother of Trackhouse Racing boss in MotoGP, Davide Brivio, part now of the Italtrans Racing project, enjoying the post-race celebrations as well. Of course, the good news is we get to do it all over again in just 7 days' time. On our first visit to Hungary, the Balaton Park circuit is our next destination. First time we've been racing in that part of Europe since 1992. Going there, hungry for more success, will be Diogo Moreira. Moreira's second victory of the season then, as he closes right back in to the World Championship battle. Danny Holgado will be absolutely thrilled with second place, having started from pole. Chelsea Vietti taking a long lap penalty on his way to third. Albert Arenas fourth, ahead of Tony Arbolino, his best dry result of the season. Ortola sixth for Baltas Bayer, Guevara, and 10th place. How useful will that ultimately prove to be for Aaron Canet? He does gain points today on Manu Gonzalez, who failed to score with a hole in the radiator. Philip Salat, Marcos Ramirez, Ayumi Sasaki, Danny Munoz, and Darren Binder scoring World Championship points. Binder adding to the points he scored in Germany, his only other points finish since his injury back at Le Mans. The World Championship certainly closes up today. Manuel Gonzalez's lead cuts to 19 points over Aaron Canet, with Diogo Moreira coming from 60 to 35 back. Barry Baltus is also much closer now. He started the day some 54 points off the lead. That's now down to 45. With Jake Dixon struggles today, it looks to be at most a four-way fight for the title. Constructors Championship. Alex was victorious today, courtesy of Diogo Moreira. But Boscascoro on the podium with Chelsea Vietti. The gap is now 131 points. Team Championship, not Fantic Racing's finest day this season, but they do extend their lead over Intact GP to 31 points, of course, after both of their riders retire. So Diogo Moreira then, triumphant in Austria, who will be tasting the success in MotoGP with 28 laps to come. Our coverage and our build-up for the Austrian Grand Prix comes next. MotoGP's record-breaking season continues with the Grand Prix of Austria coming ahead of a first into Hungary in over 30 years. Set in the natural adventure playground of the Styrian Mountains, Austria returned to calendar in 2016 after a break of almost 2 decades. Who can take the Red Bull Ring by the horns? It's time to race in MotoGP. So first built back in 1969, then known as the Österreich Ring, changed to the A1 Ring before we reopened as the Red Bull Ring here all the way back in 2011. Stop and go in layout, stop and go in nature, 4.34 kilometres, 11 corners, 8 right, 3 of them left. An 810 metre start finish straight before you start the climb up the hill into turn 1. 65 metres, 213 feet of elevation change around this Red Bull Ring circuit. Are we going to get more fireworks and drama in that turn 10? Most demanding braking points up the hill into the first corner, down the hill into turn 4, which is one of the most brutal braking zones on the entire calendar. So many hard braking zones, though, gives you plenty of overtaking opportunities. This one into the 2A, 2B chicane, which Marc Marquez did not pass up on here last year. So back from the summer break, it was back in dramatic fashion for Pecco Bagnaia and Fermin Aldeguer as they had big wheel spin off the line to start the 14-lap sprint here in Austria. Bagnaia eventually having to retire with all kinds of issues on the factory Ducati. He's going for a 4th consecutive Grand Prix success in the main Grand Prix. A mistake by Alex Marquez exiting the chicane allowed for the Mark to seize the initiative in yesterday's sprint, and at the checkered flag, it was Mark who prevailed once again. His 12th gold medal in 13 sprints so far this season means Marc Marquez holds a 123-point lead in the World Championship, coming in to our 13th round of the season. Never, though, has the 93 won a Grand Prix here in Spielberg.
Got a bit of work to do as Marky starts from 4th place on the grid. Didn't really knock him out of kills though, did it, in the sprint yesterday as our drone shot picks its way through the lush green surroundings of the Spielberg. It is one of our most scenic, it is one of our most idyllic settings on the Grand Prix calendar. Always one of the favourite stopovers as we return to the Grand Prix of Austria. It is chapter 13 in a story of 2025 which is being dominated by Marc Marquez. He has now taken wins in the last 11 sprints and Grand Prix, and a first win here today in the Grand Prix of Austria. Well, it will be a 6th consecutive double win. Today is a very special day in the history of the MotoGP World Championship. It is our 1000th Premier Class race. And look at this, we have a very special Red Bull Ring Legends Parade. Our very own Simon Crafar on one of John Hopkins' Red Bull Yamaha 500s is part of this special. There is Si on the number 11 Red Bull Yamaha, and as you can see there, Casey Stoner, who's been present here all weekend. What a talent, what a star Stoner was back in the day. 2007 MotoGP World Champion, Ducati's first ever World Champion. Of course, 18 long years ago now. It's a shock if Ducati don't claim victories and successes in World Championships. Of course, he did the business as well on a Repsol Honda back in 2011. Without any question, the number 27 was one of the very best to ever do it in Grand Prix racing. A journey which started all the way back on the Isle of Man in 1949 in our 999 previous Premier Class races. We have celebrated 122 winners, 279 podium finishers. Who will be winner of Grand Prix number 1000 after Harold Daniel took the very first all the way back in 1949. It has been some journey since then, and now we are set to laud the modern day MotoGP superstars, just as those Austrian fans are too. And with Marco Bezzecchi for the very first time in a Grand Prix, starting from pole position after his brilliance in Q2 yesterday. 4th at the checkered flag in the sprint, recovering from a pretty average Friday when he was down in 18th place. 28 laps then will be underway in about 40 minutes time here in the spectacular Styrian Mountains. Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Some stars of the past we were mouthing at there in our commentary box position just above the main grandstand, Lewis, but now it's all about the stars of the present and the future as Marc Marquez looks for a first ever Grand Prix success here in Austria.
Boy, was Marco Bezzecchi a star yesterday, of course. Marco Bezzecchi, winner of GP 1000 a couple of years ago at Le Mans. Can he win the 1000 in the very top class here today? Well, it would be against the run of play, given Aprilia's historical record over here. You wouldn't say it's necessarily Aprilia's strongest track on the calendar, and it looked it on Friday when, of course, Bezzecchi and his team and Jorge Martin were both outside the top 10. Bezzecchi, though, not only getting out of Q1, but going all the way to P1 by the time qualifying was concluded on Saturday morning. But he has the top 3 in the World Championship, the Ducati trio of Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia right on his show.
Of course, Marco Bezzecchi, one of the last riders to actually finish ahead of Marc Marquez in any sprint or Grand Prix shape. Here is the Legends Parade. You can see there Luca Cadalora and the distinctive red and white Yamaha leathers. 250cc world champion back in the day. Well, not that long ago. He was a rider coach and working closely with Valentino Rossi. Danny Pedrosa is here as well. I believe Danny's been having a few laps on Hiroshi Oyama's 250cc two-stroke. Great to hear some good old-fashioned two-strokes zinging around the Red Bull Ring. A proper throwback. That was all to do with the start of KTM's Grand Prix journey, wasn't it? Now, in the present, well, they have got another
And we just have to keep working, and I think you will see again. Just finally, the first weekends that both riders have been fully updated with the RSGP that we've seen Marco and Jorge use for the last couple of Grand Prix. Just how big of a step is that? Because Jorge in particular, when he had that test in Misano ahead of his comeback, noticed that it was a big step forward from what he helping him also in cornering speed and whatever. So it's yeah, for sure it helps. It helps. Also, we have the new device. Okay, yesterday we had a problem, but anyway, it's something that it helps more at the start of the race and in acceleration. So for sure, these are improvement that helps. And so I'm happy also that Raul was able to use it. As I say, you don't see in the results, but it's getting there. It will be there. I'm sure it will do. Davide, thank you for your time. Have a good race. Thank you. You too.
Thanks very much, Jack. As always, a very interesting interview with Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio, who had to take some credit himself, I think, for this little bit of Raul renaissance, because they had a bit of a heart-to-heart, didn't they? Was it in the Sachsenring or in Brno? A Thursday meeting where Ralph Fernandez personally thanked and went out of his way to thank Davide Brivio, who has had his back at Trackhouse, hasn't he, over the last 18 months or so. And finally, the hard work is starting to bear some fruits. Let's hope that there's no technical issues which curtail maybe another top 6 challenge as far as Raul is concerned. A top 6 yesterday with Fernandez's absence, which was completed by Fermin Aldeguer, who, just like fellow Ducati rider Pecco Bagnaia, had a monumental scare off the line, Lewis.
Yeah, they went exactly the same way, and that was directly left as Pecco Bagnaia off the line, but at least from Aldeguer's point of view, he was able to regroup from that, and a very entertaining, almost sprint-long battle with Enea Bastianini on the Tech 3 KTM for 6th and 7th. The battle that the Grossini rookie won and came through to finish in the top 6. It is going to be very interesting, isn't it? We're going to have to keep a close eye on them off the line. Of course, the track has in general had quite a good wash from the overnight rain, so it might be a little bit dirty and a bit dusty on the grid. And you must imagine those starting on the pit wall side will be a little bit apprehensive at the start of this Austrian Grand Prix to hopefully get their bikes cleanly off the line.
Well, it's been a pretty cloudy race day here in Austria, but as you can see off in the distance over the Styrian hillsides, we have some welcome blue skies to report. There was a few fears today that maybe rain might be disrupting proceedings, and we might get another 2021 flag-to-flag classic, which right on cue was won by none other than the brilliant Brad Binder. What a Grand Prix that was here 4 years ago. I'm not sure Binder can still quite believe how he got that victory signed, sealed and delivered when he took the bold gamble to stay out on slick tyres when the heavens had opened here in this part of Central Europe. As always in the Red Bull Ring, there's a rather spectacular aerial display keeping the fans entertained. I have to say, you're not going to get me in that helicopter doing those kind of aerobatics. That is just not for me. I'll take a hard pass on that one. Joan Mir, 13th behind his factory on the teammate Luca Marini at the checkered flag in the sprint yesterday. I don't want to be seeing these things. I mean, it's very, very spectacular. You have to admire the absolute brilliant skills of the pilots at the controls of that helicopter. But I'm starting to feel giddy just watching it, to be honest.
All of a sudden, not going to be enjoying my flight back from Graz to Barcelona quite as much later in the evening.
I'll pass on dinner.
Yeah, I think I'll walk back to Barcelona over the course of tomorrow, having seen that. Well, here we go then. The pit lane is now open. As always, 25 minutes before the Grand Prix gets underway. We'll make our way out to the grid. Of course, with the dry conditions, which look like they're going to prevail for this Austrian Grand Prix. The line then goes to tyre choice. We did see everybody with the exception of Johann Zarco yesterday going for the soft rear tyre. Zarco did go for the medium rear tyre, which could well prove to be quite a smart decision when we get into the Grand Prix with the information that he will be able to glean and the World Championship point that he scored as a result in 9th place yesterday. We're expecting many riders to switch across from the soft to the medium rear tyre.
Well, we are blessed with so many MotoGP icons and legends here in Austria this weekend. We've already seen Dani Pedrosa and Casey Stoner, one rider who locked horns several times with those two back in his heyday was none other than 9-time world champion Valentino Rossi, who joined Jack.
Yeah, it's been a great Legends reunion this weekend. Valentino, yourself, Casey, Danny, Andrea, all here enjoying the Red Bull Ring event. Let's just touch on a couple of your riders. Firstly, Marco on pole position. He mentioned after qualifying the work that you did with him on Friday night. Again, I imagine you were talking with him to try and get him ready for the race. What do you rate his chances are for this Grand Prix?
Yes, you know, it's always a pleasure to see all the legends like Stoner, Luca Canelora, also Domi and Dani. And about the race, we work a bit with Beth, always try to improve. And the pole position was great, but in the sprint he missed a little bit of pace for fight for the podium. So we try to improve that, some small details. This morning the warm-up was fantastic. So we hope that they can be competitive and we can see a good race.
It was obviously a tough day for Pecco yesterday. How important can you be to keep his spirits high and to keep him motivated?
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's a great shame. It's very harsh because, you know, he waited for the good result. And it looks like he have everything. But yesterday it looks like the tire doesn't work well. We hope that today we can do better.
Just finally on your two riders, on Frankie and Didier, starting a little bit further back. It's going to be an important first lap for them to try and get settled in.
Yes, like you say, you know, MotoGP now is very important. The first corner and the first 2 or 3 laps. They have to gain side position because the start position is not fantastic. And after we will see.
Great to see you. Enjoy the race. Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff, Jack. Really enjoyed that little chat with the GOATs, the greatest of all time in many people's views. Valentino Rossi. Do you know what? We could have a heck of an all-stars race here this weekend, covered with Dani Pedrosa, Casey Stoner, Valentino Rossi and Andrea Dovizioso present. It's not very often we get the cream of the crop in MotoGP all together. One circuit. I guess all we're kind of missing really is Jorge Lorenzo. I know he's busy back in Barcelona working with our Spanish TV colleagues at DAZN. We are just about to see the slowest lap you will ever witness in MotoGP around the Red Bull Ring. Very, very fuel thirsty is this 4.34 kilometre circuit. And the fuel consumption is a factor at play around this 2.7 miles layouts. Hard braking and then brutal hard acceleration out of turn 1, out of 2B, the exit of the chicane, out of the first gear, turn 3, and then out of turn 10 as well. You've got to get your numbers spot on, make sure you have as much of the power available to you for as long as you possibly can in this Grand Prix. Goes 4th on the grid. Can he make it? 6 successive double victories. He has been so dominant so far in 2025. Throughout the whole of last year, where he moved over to Gresini Ducati, where he made the move, he told the journalists apparently earlier on this weekend that he actually rode in Gresini Racing last year for nothing. He took almost a €20 million pay cut to try and revitalise his Grand Prix career. He said the only money he took last year was from his personal sponsorship deals. Gives an indication of just how much Marc Marquez wanted to prove to the world that his best days were not behind him, that he was over all of his horrific injury nightmare. Some decision he took, wasn't it, to make that switch over to the Gresini Ducati, because he has only scored 1 point more in the opening 12.5 rounds of the season than he did in the whole of last year. Some story for the 93.
But he doesn't start from the front row of the grid today. Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, and Pecco Bagnaia. Remember, Alex Marquez has a long lap penalty to serve. Marc Marquez, Enea Bastianini, and Fermin Aldeguer on row 2. Pedro Acosta holding the KTM hopes from 7th. He starts on the 3rd row ahead of Frankie Morbidelli and Ralph Fernandez. As you look at the second half of the grid, which includes 12th place Johann Zarco, let's head down to the grid and hear from the Frenchman who's talking to Jack.
Yeah, he's just got a wasp on his right shoulder I'm trying to get rid of. There we go, nicely done. Johan, it looks as though it's going to be a tough one for everyone, going into the unknown a little bit. It's far cooler than what it's been all weekend. How much of an impact will that be, and how do you see the race panning out?
Yesterday was good to do a nice sprint with the medium rear, and we had good information for it, and I guess that everyone would be on the medium rear for this long race. There is a high consumption of tire, and also there is this consumption of the fuel on this track because we are using full power in all the straights. So I'm curious to see how gonna be the beginning of the race, if I will have a bit of march compared to the others or not. If the pace will be slow enough to feel comfortable, and then see how to control till the end. Maybe a bit of rain can come, but I think we will keep it drier till the end, and the rain will come a bit later. But we cannot expect very high position, a top position today. But at least in the top 10 would be a great result to get some points. Good luck. Yes.
Yeah, merci beaucoup, Johann Zarco. Always good to hear from the Frenchman who's always gracious with his time. Right down with Jack on the grid pre-race in MotoGP. A successful summer break, wasn't it, that for Zarco? As he successfully defended his Suzuka 8-hour crown. He will be getting some brownie points as far as HRC are concerned. You'd imagine that behind winning the MotoGP World Championship, the Suzuka 8-hour is the one race of the year that the Japanese brands that really do want to win. And he made a good point there. He was the only rider in the sprint yesterday that ran the medium rear tyre, so he's got a lot of data and information collected on the medium rear, because that initial graphic, the initial information we have as far as Michelin are concerned, all riders participating in this Austrian Grand Prix are picking the medium front, medium rear tyre.
Here is the legendary Casey Stoner, 2007 World Champion with Ducati, 2011 World Champion with Honda, and of course it's an achievement that Marc Marquez is looking to emulate this season, winning the World Championship for those two respective manufacturers. Pecco Bagnaia, pensive, looking rather calm in the box, but he'll be thinking, no doubt, about the start of this Grand Prix, getting that Ducati off the line and just hoping that his rear tyre perhaps behaves a little bit better than it did yesterday. We saw Casey Stoner on the grid a second ago. We can now hear from him. He's talking to Jim.
Yeah, fresh from our Legends laps. Casey, who won that one? It looked like a close fight out there. Even our good friend Simon Crafar getting his elbows out.
Yeah, I think the two strokes won. In my eyes, anyway, it was to share a track with them, and unfortunately the 500s were gone by the time I got to MotoGP, and it was one of the biggest disappointments for me. So to be able to share a track and smell the fumes coming out the back of those and just watch what they were able to do, it's yeah, it was a beautiful thing.
I spoke to you on Friday, and one of my favourite quotes from that chat about Mark in particular was, hard work beats talent until talent decides to work hard. And right now, that's exactly what we're seeing. This could be 6 consecutive Grand Prix where he's won the sprints and the Grand Prix. It's sensational form that he's in.
It really is. There's nothing you can say that's going to, take away what he's done and what he's come back from. That's the other thing, that there's a lot of other great champions in the past, and it's something why I reviewed, Mick doing in the way that I did, because coming back from what he did to then go and win 5 straight was phenomenal. And Mark coming back from his injuries and still having even some small issues with it now, and yet he's overcome all of them to the point where he's kind of dominating and doing an incredible job. So it's really fantastic to see.
Just finally, on Marco Bezzecchi, he was really thankful of the fact that you came to chat with him yesterday. What did you say to him to try and help him out today, and what do you make of his chances?
No, I'm not there to help him out today. The other day I saw something in just watching on the screen that I felt might help him a little bit, and them and him and the team and Valentino obviously spoke as well and got things sorted. So he's done a fantastic job. He was also quick this morning with a couple other bits that he probably learned from yesterday, and we'll see what happens. But Mark is going to be a formidable opponent to stop, especially in the later stages of the race when everybody starts struggling with the rear. It's basically trying to mitigate the amount of electronics that are actually working You can rely on them all you want, but they're not as good as what a rider can be, and this is why Mark is showing his talent, and he's a little ahead of those electronics and able to utilise a lot more of the power.
It's great to see you here. I think there's an old foe, a former sparring partner, Valentina, that's wanted to say hello. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks very much to Casey. And what a shot this is. Two absolute legends. Two of the very best to ever take part in the Grand Prix arena. This is Premier Class race number 1000. In the previous 999, what did those two produce? Some great battles, some great races. Your mind goes immediately, doesn't it, back to Laguna Seca, 2008. I think Valentino's just sort of saying there, Casey, let's have a little catch-up after the race. Love it, absolutely love it. Nothing but great respect, mutual respect between two riders who back in the day gave MotoGP fans some of the most heated battles we've ever seen. Who will ever forget the quote of Casey having the temerity to say to Rossi's face, "Your ambition outweighed your talent," when they had that collision at Jerez in, 2011, in the rain conditions.
To Valentino.
They were great rivals back in the day, and now, and nothing but great respect between the pair of them as we continue our build-up then to this Austrian Grand Prix. And as Casey said there's so much to admire about Marc Marquez, but he's well on course to complete arguably the greatest comeback ever in Grand Prix history. There's been some home Grand Prix weekends so far for KTM. Pedro Acosta on the sprint yesterday. He was a double podium finisher in Brno before the summer break. Surely there are huge expectations on a repeat here today in Spielberg. Let's get the thoughts of KTM. What's fit Barrows, which
Yeah, I've got a feeling today, Pit, that Pedro is just going to have that little bit extra motivation. He's going to be all in to try and pick up a massive result for all of these Austrian fans.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's so cool that we had the great performance already yesterday, so we could repeat what started in Brno, or started a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, Pedro yesterday, he made an incredible first lap, and then he made a pass, so third place was yesterday well deserved, but also kind of the maximum. I mean, the two battles were really strong, but also we found still some improvement from yesterday to today, so let's see. From 7, you need to make some early passes, otherwise it'll be very difficult to fight for the podium, but that's definitely his plan, so let's hope we're going to survive the first 2 laps in a really good way.
good luck, have a fun one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. This is the reason why Alex Marquez is facing a long lap penalty in this 28-lap battle. Colliding with Tranmere very early on in that Grand Prix of Czechia. This one spilled over into the service road as they had a very frank exchange of opinions, as you would expect, because that was the 3rd race in a row that poor old Mir was taken out by another rider. Of course, he was unable to avoid Fermin Aldeguer's crash Gresini Ducati in Assen. He was cleaned out by Ayagura in the Sachsenring, and then taken out by Alex in Brno last time out. 393 points then, the 93 has taken so far this year. Already won more than the whole of 2024. Already 20 wins in the books for Mark so far this season. But one that has eluded him for so many years is right here in Spielberg. He has never won in MotoGP around this circuit. 96 career wins, 70 wins in MotoGP. Strange to think that he comes to Austria winless at this great venue. Can he set that record straight? Will this no longer be known as a bogey circuit for the number 93? It was 123 points clear now in the World Championship.
So the start of the Grand Prix is much more important for Alex Marquez than it is for Mark, even if Alex is starting from 2nd place, because of course Alex Marquez has that long lap penalty to 3rd. If he gets away poorly, then it increases his chances of returning to the track from that long lap penalty in the middle of the pack. So important for Alex, if he can, to try and get ahead of Bezzecchi, get the early lead, and try and stretch the field out so that he can still feed back in somewhere near the podium once he takes that long lap.
We always look forward to the pre-race grid ceremony and the national anthem. I have to say,
I'm looking forward to what's coming up shortly from the Austrian contingent, because we're told that the national anthem will be played by a group called Velvet Wasted, which I have to say is a fantastic name. So that's all coming up in about a minute's time. But yeah, here we go. The Marc Marquez coming late to the grid. It took Ducati's 27th successive sprint win yesterday. He's able to win, though. Any Ducati rider's able to win here this afternoon. It will be a 10th Grand Prix success here in Spielberg for the Bologna brand. That would make it their most successful track in their history. The Austrian national flag parachuted in to Spielberg. Of course, it's been such a popular fixture on the Grand Prix calendar since we came back here in 2016. Some shot, isn't it? Always a great pre-race show here in Austria as the parachutist drops in, and we pause for our national anthem. So the national anthem completed by the absolutely brilliantly named Velvet Wasted, a modern four-piece rock band from the south of Austria. And let's hope Alex Marquez is not going to waste an opportunity for another Grand Prix podium here this afternoon, despite his long lap. Let's get the thoughts of Brazilian boss Michele Massini. Here's with Jack.
Yeah, it's a complicated one for Alex today, Michele, with that long lap penalty. Has he got some tactics in mind in terms of when he wants to take it to try and make his life as easy as possible?
We'll see if at the beginning of the second lap will be already safe to make it, but for sure the big target is when we rejoin the track to keep focus on and keep the right rhythm to maybe gain some advantage from the other. But I think that we have the speed to at least finish in the top 5 today.
Will you try and help him from the pit wall as when's the best opportunity to take it? Or is it solely up to him to decide?
Always to him to decide, but we will show for the 3 times the laps that he can do the long lap penalty.
And just finally, for Firmino, obviously had some problems off the start yesterday. Confident that the track is clean enough, or do you have to make some changes to try and make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I'm more confident for today. I hope that will not happen again, and also I have to say that the consumption of the rear tire yesterday was very, very good, so it means that today we can make a really good race with him.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks to Michele Massini. So the information they're going to give him is going to be, you've got 3 laps, 2 laps, and 1 lap to serve the long lap penalty. Once the information is put on the screens, which will not be before the start, to stop Alex Marquez just coming straight up through the long lap penalty loop on lap 1, he will then have 3 opportunities to go past the long lap penalty loop before he gets a double long lap penalty. And you feel he'll try and leave it as long as possible. If he gets away cleanly and try and let the field naturally spread out, and give himself as few riders to try and overtake back again once he's out of the long lap penalty loop. As always, a very fervent and excited and energetic crowd here at the Red Bull Ring. The
And you're short of the red and white flags, the mosaic of the Austrian flag. Just under 50,000 here on race day. With many, of course, cheering on KTM at their home Grand Prix. Pedro Costa desperate to try and give them something to cheer. Is he the biggest threat to the Ducatis then, who start second, third and fourth on the front two rows? Davide Tonotti speaking to Jack.
Yeah, he's just giving his final words to Mark. What did he say, Davide? Nothing special, but in between me and him, no problem. Just to relax and to enjoy the long race. In terms of Pecco, obviously, he's going to have to do a much better off the line today. Have you had to tweak anything to make sure that doesn't happen? No, we haven't investigated properly yet. We will do a job together with Michelin, but we will do it after the race because now it's time to think to this race, and we'll see. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thanks to Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. 2022, 2023, 2024, Pecco Bagnaia has prevailed here at the Red Bull Ring. He's been victorious only once so far in 2025, and that was a bit of a present, wasn't it, as well, when Marc Marquez, his factory Ducati teammate, crashed out of a commanding lead at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Marc Marquez then, fourth on the grid. Previous occasions when he qualified fourth at Silverstone and in Assen, the only other two races prior to Austria where he found himself off the front row. He was able to finish on the podium in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. 11 successive wins for Marc. Quite an astonishing record. At the moment, he's looking like a bit of an invincible force at the top of the World Championship. Alex Marquez with work to do anyway to try and work out the conundrum of beating Marc over 28 laps, but that challenge made even more complicated by the fact that after the collision with Mir in Brno a few weeks ago, he will have to serve one long lap. It's going to cost him, we feel, 2 or 3 seconds. You can't really give 2 tenths to Marc, can you, in this kind of form that he's currently in? Which means that unless he gets an extraordinary launch off the line and pulls away in the early stages, he's going to have to get some overtaking done in this Grand Prix. And it's when he's had to get overtaking done when we've generally seen Alex Marquez have those kind of collisions. Think back to Qatar, of course. So, are we about to witness a first Grand Prix of Austria victory at 432-year-old Spaniard Marc Marquez? He heads row 2 in 4th place. On the front row is our winner here for the last 3 years. Is it going to be a 4th successive victory for Pecco Bagnaia with a long lap penalty looming? Alex Marquez goes from the middle of the front row in 2nd place. But on pole position, it's Marco Bezzecchi who leads the field away on the Aprilia. Since 1949, there have been 999 Premier Class Grand Prix. Welcome, one and all, to Grand Prix number 1000, which takes place at spectacular Spielberg. It's the Grand Prix of Austria, as Marc Marquez looks to win at the Red Bull Ring for the very first time in his Grand Prix career. Can he extend his own personal golden winning run? He's won both the sprint and the Grand Prix in the last 5 rounds. Half the job completed yesterday with his 12th sprint success of 2025. Over 14 laps yesterday. Double the distance. 28 laps coming your way here today. With Aprilia's Marco Bezzecchi on pole position. His first pole in 40 Grand Prix. Since he led the field away
in India back at the end of 2023. 11 previous MotoGP races have taken place here in Austria. Ducati have won 9. KTM are only other 2 victors in dramatic fashion. Miguel Oliveira in the Styrian round in 2020, taking the first MotoGP victory for Tech 3. Unbelievable, unforgettable celebrations that day. And then Brad Binder's flag-to-flag win here 4 years ago in 2021. The only non-Ducati wins here in Austria. Under blue skies. The threat of rain seems to have vanished here in Austria, thankfully. That's where we sit in terms of the World Championship. Marc Marquez scored 392 points in the whole of 2024. He has already surpassed that benchmark. And after today's Grand Prix action here in Austria, we've still got 9 rounds remaining. So many records you feel are going to tumble the way of the 32-year-old Spaniard in the latter stages of this season. Pecco Bagnaia. Is he going to taste defeat here in the Red Bull Ring for the first time since 2022? This has been Bagnaia land. This has been Bagnaia's territory over the last 3 years. It's been a stronghold for the factory Ducati team. There's previous wins here for Andrea Iannone, Andrea Dovizioso and Jorge Lorenzo. The Red Bull Ring has been a happy hunting ground for the red team. But can now Marc Marquez add his name to that illustrious list of factory Ducati winners here in Austria? Marco Bezzecchi then on pole position. Just the 9th pole position in MotoGP for Aprilia. We're going to keep a very close eye on the left-hand side of the pitch and the right-hand side of the grid as they look up to turn 1 to see how Pecco Bagnaia and Fermin Aldeguer fare, launching away on the 2 Ducatis. Green flag though clears at the back. Lights out to no racing in MotoGP here in Austria. It's a sensational start from 3rd place. He's now this time around for Pecco Bagnaia. He's immediately ahead of Alex Marquez, trying to find a way through Marco Bezzecchi, who slams the door shut on the brakes into the first corner. Bezzecchi then's made the perfect launch away from pole position. Alex already back in 4th place. Mark up into P3.
Yeah, this time it's Alex Marquez really with a nightmare start. Not a particularly slow one, but of course with the penalty to 3rd, he needed to move forwards. Instead, he's gone backwards.
Up the hill we go then into turn 3. Slowest corner on the circuit. Turn 1st gear now. Marquez attacking immediately on the inside of Bagnaia. And left foot off the foot plate from 63. And they came with a big pressure from 93. They now go side by side, elbow to elbow on the run down. 6th gear run down to turn 4.
Bagnaia's not going to be having that. Mark came from a long way back. It was a clean move, but it was a late one. Bagnaia back through on the way into turn 4. This is helping Bezzecchi pull out a little bit of an early advantage.
Red on red then in the early part of this Austrian Grand Prix. Will zip down now through turn 6. The left-handers where Marc Marquez is so good. Into 7 we go then now. Bagnaia hugs the inside curve. There's no way through for Mark. Pedro Acosta 3rd in the sprint yesterday. He's in 5th place. Good start this time around by Enea Bastianini. He's already inside the top 6 too.
Yeah, Fermin Aldeguer didn't have as bad a start as yesterday, but he has also lost ground as the Costa comes through by Alex Marquez. This is a nightmare first lap for Alex Marquez. Of course, the that penalty not served yet.
Gets the place back immediately from Acosta, who ran wide going through turn 9. It's a significant advantage already, isn't it? Well, for Bezzecchi of nearly 6/10 of a second. He's capitalised brilliantly on the early exchanges between the 2 factory Ducati superstars at Bagnaia and Mark. They're 2nd and 3rd.
So Alex Marquez back ahead then of Acosta. He runs 4th. He has now been given the notification. You have the long lap penalty. He has 3 more laps in which to serve that, and he'll surely drop behind minimum the 2 KTMs, possibly out of the top 10 altogether.
Was back in that factory Ducati in hard into the chicane. He's now going to attack Bagnaia once again. Up the hill into the 1st gear, turn 3. And this time around it's a successful mission. He ran wide a little bit on that, having attacked Bagnaia there on the previous lap, but now Mark immediately up into the 2nd.
Yeah, that was a clean move. He managed to park it on the apex of Pecco Bagnaia, so Bagnaia couldn't do what he did in the lap before, and just dropped back underneath the 93. And Marc Marquez now has that move done. Bezzecchi only able to get half a second's worth of breathing space over the Ducatis, which will now surely start to close down.
Can Bagnaia fight fire with fire here now as they drop down through turn 7? We've seen so often in the early part of Grand Prix, Bagnaia's been aggressive, he's been a fast starter. Once he starts getting picked off, he's not able to really offer anything in terms of retaliation. Now let's see what he can do then now. He's in the slipstream of Mark as they drop down through 9. Pedro Acosta's having a real good KTM battle at the moment with Enea Bastianini. In fact, it's in the hands of the Italian now. The beast up into P5, and we know how good Enea is on worn tyres, and this will be a battle of tyre management.
Credit to Benteke here in the early stages, 129.7. He extends his lead at the front as we see Bastianini there steaming into turn 1 as Alex Marquez was breaking up ahead of him, and that's handed a few places. First Acosta, but also Ralph Fernandez and Binder have gone through.
All the hard work that Bastianini has done in the opening part of this Grand Prix undone there. So an easy mistake to make as you climb up the hill. Heavy braking zone into that first corner. But he just picked off Acosta for 5th place. He's resumed. Well, he's come back onto the circuit down in 8.
Acosta straight onto the rear tyre of Alex Marquez, then who sits in 4th. If you work on the basis that a long lap penalty is going to cost you between 2 and 3 seconds, then best case scenario at the moment for Alex Marquez, he'll drop to 10th. Worst case, he could drop down to around 14th or 15th. So he wants a fast pace at the front of this race to stretch the pack out so he doesn't lose too many spots.
A mistake from Bastianini has put Brad Binder up inside the top 6. He's got Ralph Fernandez to company. That's Aldeguer getting aggressive on the inside. Bastianini, who's under now big pressure as well from the Honda Grand Mia. Just wonder how much that's knocked Enea's confidence for the front end of that KTM Tech 3 machine, because he's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment.
Wheels at the moment, fortunately for Pecco Bagnaio's point of view, that once again he's fighting a rearguard action with Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta right behind him. Marc Marquez has scampered off up the road to the tune of nearly half a second. He's already closed in on Benteke on this lap. This is going to be a fast lap for the 93, the fastest of the Grand Prix so far, at a 129.6.
Yeah, and Alex thought about showing his front wheel to Pecco on the run up the hill. He goes into the long lap penalty loop there then. Alex Marquez into the long lap penalty loop in 4th place. He's going to drop back in front of reigning world champion Martin. Well, there's a bit of David on the circuit further back. So back out on circuit, Alex Marquez in 11th place.
Yeah, I think that will be a couple lower than that because Martin and Morbidelli passed him on the way out. So I think it'll be 13 now, Alex Marquez, as Martin having recovered off the track. Here comes Alex Marquez, looks straight back through on Morbidelli and Martin. Surely there's not enough room for 4 of them into turn 3, and it's Martin that gets mugged. 3 go past it.
Yeah, you got a real bastard there in Martin. Alex Marquez, Morbidelli and Gian Antonio all sailed on through. He's under pressure now as well from Australian Jack Miller, who gets through. You just wonder whether Martin might be a little bit gun-shy here, having missed so much of the World Championship with severe injuries. He's not sort of used to, is he, being in these heated battles. He gives instant payback to Miller on the Panamera Yamaha, although Miller now darts back the inside, dropping down through 6.
Credit to Miller, he is the leading Yamaha at the moment in this race as we now look at the battle for 3rd place, and Acosta wants to get on with this. Up ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, there's not an awful lot of room there. Into turn 9, surely Acosta's best shot is into turn 1.
Once again, this is following a familiar story in 2025. Bagnaia's aggressive in the first couple of laps, but once he starts getting picked up, he just has nothing. Acosta just has to be patient here to work his way through. Bececchi's at least trying to make a contest of this Grand Prix. Fair play to Bez. He's just fired in another fastest lap of this Grand Prix, 129.533, which is 600. Not much in it at all between himself and Mark in 2nd. That gap's nearly 3/4 of a second.
Acosta probably was going to think of a move there into 2B there. That would have been bold in the extreme. That's not what the B in 2B stands for. Acosta then still in 4th place. Brad Binder once again has rocketed up the order from 11th on the grid. He's now into the 5th place, and he finished the sprint in yesterday.
Yeah, 5th place in that sprint was his best since his 4th in the San Marino Grand Prix 11 months ago last September. So we're starting to see Brad Binder get his mojo back and get his confidence back on top of that KTM RC16. He's got Ralph Fernandez directly behind him, who was robbed of a certain top 6 feel yesterday in the sprint when his rear ride height device stuck on the Trackhouse Aprilia. So there is Alex then, further down the order after his long lap penalty served. He is now in 11th place. Next in his eye line as he goes through 7 is the LCR Honda of Johann Zarco.
It was actually more damaging than we feared for Alex Marquez. He did a 1:33.7 with the long lap penalty. He was 4 seconds off the race leading pace, so you have to go a long way into the runoff down there at turn 1, and of course he fed right into the middle of a midfield pack who were fighting for position, so that cost Alex quite dearly. So we'll see on his first complete lap after a long lap penalty what sort of pace he's running in. Same 10th, 11th place, he's straight back into the 129s.
We've seen a lot of this late, haven't we? Marco Bezzecchi led so much of the German Grand Prix sprint before he got picked off late on by Mark. He then led the early part of the Czech Grand Prix ahead of Mark before the summer break. Bezzecchi versus Mark is starting to become a bit of a pattern as we kick off part 2 in 2025. Of course, they were first and second in Assen, but they should have been really first and second in the Sachsenring when Marco dumped it when he was running in a very strong second place. And of course, they were first and second most recently in Brno. So at the moment, it really looks like the only rider on a consistent basis that can really take it to Mark at the moment is Bez.
And historically, this circuit had been a relatively weak one for the Aprilias. Well, we're having to revise that assessment now, aren't we? With Bezzecchi leading the Grand Prix and Ralph Fernandez up in 6th place and probably would have finished there had his ride-height device not stuck on yesterday in the sprint. So the Aprilia becoming a much more of a rounded, competitive motorcycle at all venues now. Bezzecchi was giving some good proof of that at the moment in this Grand Prix. Still holding Marc Marquez at around half a second back.
Fernandez, one of 4 rides in the top 6, still in the 129s. The only other 3 ahead of him were Bezzecchi, Marquez and Bagnaia. So Fernandez is demonstrating once again a quite brilliant pace on that Trackhouse Aprilia. Closes right in on Binder there, down the hill into turn 10. He's going to lose a bit of drive. We know how good the KTM is in terms of poke out of corners. Nothing wrong with the top speed of the RC16 as well. So there's nothing that Fernandez can do in terms of an attack on Binder on the brakes into 1. But that's a good battle, that, for 5th and 6th.
Not a whole lot wrong with Pecco Bagnaia's pace now as the fuel load now starts to drop. This is lap 7 of 28, so we're coming up to 1/4 race distance. Bagnaia's now doing 1:29.6, as quick as the 2 up ahead of him, and he's now began to put a bit of breathing space between himself and Pedro Acosta. So whatever was happening to Pecco Bagnaia in the first 3 or 4 laps, he's now starting to get himself up to speed.
He's already had 10 third places so far this season. Has the Italian. He'll be hoping to go 1 or at least 2 better in this Grand Prix. You can see Bezzecchi and Mark battling for the lead in the top left-hand corner of your screens. As it stands right now, Bez is just keeping that advantage, just hovering over half a second. Not much in it between the top 2 as you ride on board with Alex then. We just saw there directly ahead of him, Suzuka 8-hour winner Zarco.
He's a little bit stuck there at the moment, isn't he, Alex Marquez in 11th place? Hasn't really done much to knock Johan Zarco out of the top 10. Ralph Fernandez looking like he's getting a little bit impatient up behind Brad Binder. We know that KTM is not very easy to beat on the brakes. Is Ralph Fernandez just going to stop it up the inside? He is. But Brad Binder, he just had to get on with that. Couldn't wait any longer. And finally, Applegate, the big winner out of that one.
You speak to any rider in MotoGP and ask them who one of the hardest riders to pass is on the brakes, and they'll tell you it is Binder. So he had to be a little bit forceful there. Some will say maybe a little bit too aggressive. As Binder also now gets nerved out at the first corner. So 2 costly corners as far as the number 33 is concerned, because he has gone from 5th back down into 9th in the space of, about a kilometre.
Yeah, on the Aprilia radar, the big danger sign with a bright red 93 on it is starting to get bigger and bigger. Marc Marquez took a quarter of a second last time around on Bezzecchi, got down to 4/10 of a second, and Marc Marquez in this kind of luxurious position, I guess much like Brno, will feel he doesn't have to rush this. We know the length these Grand Prix go, the tyre starts to wear down, the rear grip starts to fall away. That's where Marc Marquez is so good and able to keep a consistent, fast pace. You feel the longer the race this goes on, the more competitive he will get. Does Marco Bezzecchi have anything up his sleeve to keep this 93 at bay for the next 21 laps?
When this turtle tax started for Marco, his beloved Aragon a few weeks ago, pulled up by double wings in Mugello Assen, Sachsenring in Brno, there's always been that sense that he's riding with something in reserve. There's more in the pocket if he absolutely needs it. I think he said it himself. After Brno, he felt more comfortable in the Grand Prix of Czechia than he did at his favourite Sachsenring, which sort of sent out an ominous warning to his rivals. In his warning, that's because he was pushed up going through both turn 10 and turn 1 in a rather aggressive exchange on the previous lap.
I think we're soon going to see the Alex Marquez patience wearing thin. He's still stuck behind Zarco. He's just going to have to get creative here. Is he going to lunge a long way back? Well, John Zarco pretty good on the brakes into turn 3, and Alex Marquez has got 2 more Ducatis. The VR46 machines of Morbidelli and Gian Antonio also in a rather impatient queue.
Stuck in that group as well is Martin. He has just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix as well, the world champion, a 129.9 at 9.0. Directly behind the Martinator is Luca Marini. What has been a nightmare weekend for Yamaha. There's no sort of crumbs of comfort on Sunday, I'm afraid. Jack Miller 16th, Fabio Quartararo 18th. Fabio Quartararo 18th. What a shocker. Alex Rins, his factory Yamaha teammate, 19th. And bringing up the rear of the field, another Yamaha, Miguel Oliveira in 20th. Stop Yamaha right now, then Miller in a miserable 16th.
Here comes Alex Marquez, then he's finally got the move done on Johan Zarco. That's back into the top 10 for Alex Marquez. The problem he's got is he's over 7 seconds off the race lead now, as we talk to you on lap 9 of 28. So his hopes of getting back into the podium battle feel rather slim from here. Alex Marquez did a 30.7 on the last lap. The leaders were in the 29s. That's how much pace he was losing.
Martin goes in hot now into the first corner. An indication of just how much Quartararo is suffering. Marco Bezzecchi at the front of this Grand Prix has just done a 129.8. Fabio Quartararo down 18th place has just set his best lap of the Grand Prix, his best lap, and it's still about a second off the pace of Bez right now. No power, and no grit, and no hope. No chance for the Yamahas here in Austria.
And as it stands, no points either, with their leading runner in 16th place. Jack Miller points down to 15th place. Bastianini closing up on the rear of Raul Fernandez. Fermin Albuquerque has now cleared that queue. He's up into 5th place now, and he's also doing 129s at the moment as he zooms in on the rear tyre of Pedro Acosta.
Start getting the Jaws music queued up here. Because Mark is really now starting to hunt down Bezzecchi. He's smelling blood here at the Red Bull Ring. He's in a 93. Down the hill we go into turn 9. That's third gear, about 130 kilometres an hour. Votes, of course, as always, back at home and online, your rider of the race. Through 10 we go. Looking back now towards the factory Ducati GP25 of Marc Marquez, who is now starting to really build some speed and really build the pressure on Bezzecchi. That is the narrowest gap we have seen between the two as we start at lap 10 of 28, down to just under a 10th and a half.
Oh, someone who was backing his teammate Pecco Bagnaia, he favoured the move into turn 3. That's to A, this is to B. The chicane, of course, he got such a good run out of here yesterday to back Alex Marquez. Nothing wrong with the acceleration of the Aprilia through there, so Mark's not close enough on this stage. Tell you what though, behind this pair, there's a podium potentially here for Fermin Albuquerque. He's still in the 29s, right behind Acosta. He's also lapping 14 quicker than Bagnaia, who's just a second further up the road in 3rd.
How much longer can Bez resist this incoming barrage from Mark? They go through turn 4. We have to say, top job once again by Marco Bezzecchi, because he's standing up and being counted in MotoGP right now. Clearly the leading line for Aprilia. And as you mentioned, in the last 3 or 4 Grand Prix, he really has been the only rider that's looked like offering anything in terms of opposition to Mark. Here we go then now through 8. You can just see visibly through the left-handed of 6 and 7. We know how much Mark loves left-handed. He closes up on that factory Aprilia.
One work against Marc Marquez in terms of an attack out of the 3rd sector and into these final 2 corners is that Bezzecchi's strongest sector so far through this weekend has generally been that sector 3 with the 2 fairly long and fast left-handers. So will Marc Marquez choose the 1st or 2nd sector to make that move? Turn 1, safely negotiated for Marco Bezzecchi. 17 laps remain. We're now on lap 11 of 28, and Pecco Bagnaia is now already over 2 seconds adrift of this leading battle.
Yeah, struggling, isn't it, to match anything like this pace that Bez and Mark are producing. They go through the fast change in direction 2A and then through 2B. Mark can play the patient game. He has got so much time on his side here. We're on, lap 12 of 28. There are still 60 and a half laps remaining here. He does not need to rush into this. He knows at the moment he'll be fitting inside that helmet. He's got the measure of Bez. It's now just him in his own mind calculating when he feels like is the optimal time to make the attack.
I spoke to him on Friday. He was talking about the best
To go, he doesn't need to hurry this. He's got so much time. It's going to stem to in the comedy box. It might be just getting a little bit darker. Jack, do we need to be worried?
A lot of the teams are, because it has clouded over, the wind has picked up, and there are a number of backs up and down pit lane being warmed up, just in case the rain starts to fall. It's got a lot cooler as well. There are some very worried faces up and down pit lane.
Well, you spoke to KTM Masaki Aya this morning in the warm, didn't you, Jack? Which Marco Bezzecchi did lead, and he said maybe rain could be a decisive factor in this Grand Prix of Austria. Jack spoke to Jan Zark on the grid as well. He mentioned the prospect of rain. He was hopeful that we might miss it. And he comes after this Grand Prix as Bagnaia now has got some serious bother. Big bother. And gets his right leg clipped in the braking zone there, doesn't he, almost? Like Bagnaia. The big bother came not just from Acosta, but also from Aldeguer. Troy Martin's going to medical centre for what we hope is just a precautionary checkup.
I'm not sure you're supposed to lob your rear tyre at another point in the race, which is essentially what Pedro Acosta did there. It was effective. It got him through into third place, and it cost Bagnaia fourth. Aldeguer now through, but Marc Marquez has well and truly got his claws in. So Marco Bezzecchi now. Is this where the inevitable begins to become reality?
It's coming. It is coming. This is going to be inevitable. Will he decide to attack up the hill into the first gear turn one down to 55 kilometres an hour? Oh, he to the inside line there. I think Bezzecchi just charging that a little bit high. He's compromised his exit speed on the factory play. They go side by side. But for the first time they're here in this Grand Prix of Austria, Marc Marquez decides it's his moment. He hits the front. Marco Bezzecchi tries to respond, going through 4 and 5. Bezzecchi gets that rear squirming underneath him on the RSGP. He is going toe to toe with Marc. Just listen to the noise of the crowd. This is brilliant by Bez. What a move that was, going through turn 6.
Well, that tells you that Marco Bezzecchi fancies this. Marc Marquez knows that it might not be quite as easy as it was in Brno. Bezzecchi on the Aprilia wants to keep Marc Marquez's victory journey to the Red Bull Ring going for another year.
He's going to make it work for it, that's for sure. Down we go then through turn 9. How many late defeats has Marc had here down the years against Andrea Dovizioso and Jorge Lorenzo when they were on the red factory Ducati? He's going to pick up some slipstream here down the 810 metre start finish straight. He goes side by side with the factory Aprilia. He levels Bezzecchi in the braking zone. Bezzecchi really does try to top it out on the outside, but Marc has got through. They run down onto the chicane into 2A we go. 2B coming up shortly. The left-hander, the squirrel acceleration now up the hill. Marc back in the ascendancy.
That might be the decisive move. Bezzecchi was unable to launch a counter-attack into the chicane, and now Marc Marquez can just pick his own lines. He's not got an Aprilia launching up the inside of him, and Marc Marquez might finally have been able to break the resistance of the brilliant Marco Bezzecchi today.
Yeah, he fought for it. He fought really hard, but just as you knew he would do, Marco Bezzecchi. Bagnaia then down in 5th place. Aldeguer has got up into 3rd now. He's got through on the Costa. And you know what? Aldeguer, yeah, his pace is absolutely sensational. His coach, Franco Carcetti, said yesterday, without the big wheel spin he had off the line, there was no question he was going to be in the battle for a medal in the sprint yesterday. There is no question, there is no doubt whatsoever that Aldeguer is streaking away, isn't he, from Acosta.
He's leading Bezzecchi as well.
Acosta the dead.
Yeah, this was the move then, in the middle of the chicane. Well, Pedro Acosta can't complain with that one, given the move he put on Pecco Bagnaia. So Ferdinand Aldeguer is up into 3rd place. At the start of this lap, Aldeguer was 2.3 seconds off the lead and behind Marco Bezzecchi. As we now go across the line, it's down to 1.8 to Marquez, 1.3 to Bez. Aldeguer a second quicker than the Aprilia last time around. Bezzecchi's going to have to change his focus here from the rider ahead to the rider behind.
Who's going to get him? Aldeguer's got the taste and the speed to get Bezzecchi, no question about it. Bagnaia, then, the victim of the ultra aggression from Acosta, has pushed him off the podium. He always felt it was a long shot for him to take a 4th successive victory here in Austria.
He had to pull his right foot away, didn't he?
Yeah, and he goes off the circuit. Through also goes Aldeguer, who at that stage of the race was already cutting a seriously fast pace. Bagnaia has a good long look to his right to make sure he's returning to the track safely. He's about a second clear of his former factory Ducati colleague Bastianini. There we are, picking those two Italians up now, going through turn 4.
We'll get a better idea on this lap as to just how much concern Aprilia should have about the Fermin Aldeguer challenge, because of course on this lap, Mark Bezzecchi hasn't been trying to throw haymakers at Marc Marquez, and that's a big blow up there for Fabio Di Giannantonio. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on this to see if any fluids are dropped on the way down to turn 4. Flames from the exhaust, and Di Giannantonio's race is over.
No wonder he got that right foot off pretty quickly off that peg, because that was going to be toast. Gian Antonio then walks away.
And lap 21, the one at the moment, is the 3/4 cut-off for a red flag to deem an end to the Grand Prix. That was the rather terminal end to that Ducati GP25.
Aldeguer is somehow picking his way through the smoke. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that one might be terminal. Lucio Salucci and Pablo Nieto look, and of course the boss Valentino Rossi is here as well this weekend. A rather spectacular exit for Fabio Di Giannantonio then. His race has run its course. Bastianini is starting to come down. Bagnaia here, isn't he, in that battle for 5th place. Look at this ground, he closes up on Pecco on the brakes up the hill into the first gear at turn 3.
Now making their way towards that turn 4, where Di Giannantonio Ducati failed on the last lap. You can see the leaders, top left corner of your screens, they are safely through. There is the red and yellow diminished adhesion flag, and Bagnaia does sail slightly wide, and Bastianini takes over that 5th place.
Rossi just distracted by that. Such an easy mistake to make. Down the hill into turn 4. You're scrubbing off 220 odd kilometres an hour down the hill there, 300 to 80 kilometres an hour in just 5.2 seconds, less than 250 metres. It's one of the harshest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. And what we have now seen then is Bagnaia, who for so long in this Grand Prix was running inside the top 3, is now down in 6th.
Fermin Aldeguer has taken 4/10 of a second out of Bezzecchi on the last lap, and it's not like Bezzecchi's going slower, because he's going as quickly as Marc Marquez. Just how far up the field could Fermin Aldeguer get in these final 6 laps?
That massive wheel spin off the line the sprint yesterday. You could have been looking at a double podium. A 1:30.120. Helicopter shot going through 2A and 2B compared to Bezzecchi. Now up the hill we go into turn 3. Well, it's like Aldeguer's in a different race. He's just got so much more pace, so much more grip.
Well, the factory Ducati squad are going to have to alert Marc Marquez to this. He thinks he's in a battle with Marco Bezzecchi. They're going to have to be updating him on the gap to Fermin Aldeguer, because he's a half-second lap quicker than the rest of the field. How quickly can he get through on Bezzecchi? And dare we even begin to speculate of Fermin Aldeguer chasing down his mentor in many respects, Marc Marquez?
Whatever happens, this has been a startling ride by Aldeguer. Closing right in now, isn't he, on Bezzecchi's rear tyre. Through 7 we go. That's where Jorge Martin suffered his big crash when he was in the point scoring places a few laps ago. Speaking of the points, further down the order, Brad Binder 8th, Ralph Fernandez 9th. Alex Marquez has been stuck in 10th place for so much of this Grand Prix. Morbidelli, Zarco, Marini, Nagura and Quattararo in the point scoring places.
Aldeguer's going to take another half-second on this lap, because Bezzecchi's still around about half a second behind Marc Marquez, and Fermin Aldeguer's come from 6 tenths behind, right behind. Look, the team at Marc Marquez, it's not just Bez that's chasing you, it's Fermin Aldeguer, another 1:30.1, and another half-second taken out of the top 2.
He's in a different race. He's in a completely different race right now. Is Aldeguer. Rookie? What rookie? This is brilliant by the number 54. Closing in once again on the brakes into Bezzecchi. Surely now he's going to be close enough. He gets the throttle cracked wide open. Can he somehow find a way through up the hill into turn 3? Yeah, he's going for it. He's having a look on the inside of Bezzecchi. He's made that move. Runs Bez out to the paintwork. The classic block pass there from Aldeguer. We've got 4.5 laps remaining then here now in this Austrian Grand Prix. And Aldeguer on the charge.
Now then, Fermin, what have you got? It did cost him a lot of time to mark, but he had to make the move by hook or by crook. He had to get through on Bezzecchi, so the gap now to sector 2 is 1.1 seconds, and Fermin Aldeguer has now no one between himself and the 93, and it's Marc Marquez's Spielberg jinx going to strike again in the most unlikely of circumstances.
A Spielberg blockbuster, plot twist incoming, potentially here. Now, Hollywood scriptwriter wouldn't be able to put on the paper. Alligator. Now, this was the block pass on the inside of Bezzecchi.
Immediately after passing Bezzecchi, he just took 2/10 out of Marc Marquez through sector 3, and that's all left-handers. Davide Tardozzi might be enjoying that. I'm not sure I'll be enjoying it if Alligator overturns this 1 second deficit. 4 laps to go. Marc Marquez 130.7, Alligator at 30.9. That included a block pass on Bezzecchi.
Yeah, and he's already easily dispensed of any threat from Bez. He took 6/10 of a second pretty much out of the Italian on that lap, which he took second place from the Aprilia Star. Marquez then now through the first part of the chicane. Hard on the gas as they climb up there on the rear ride-height device. Drops down on Aldeguer's GP24. The gap just under a second. Vote for your rider of the race. Well, one big candidate for that accolade is going to be Aldeguer, whether he wins this Grand Prix or not. It's been a sensational charge in the second half of this Red Bull Ring clash as far as Aldeguer is concerned. And he's going all in. He hasn't got to think about the championship. Let's just go for it. Nothing to lose. You feel like he's in sort of win it or bin it mode.
And I just wonder, when he gets there, if he does get there by Marc Marquez, will it just suddenly dawn on Fermin Aldeguer what he's about to accomplish and who he's about to chase down? As we now focus on the other factory county, which is also coming under siege. This is Bagnaia in 6th place, and Brad Binder looks like he's on the verge of taking that away from it.
This has been sensational by Aldeguer on course for what will be his best Grand Prix finish in MotoGP. He'll take so much encouragement from this performance, regardless of whether he's able to get on par and Mace Marquez for the win at the end of this Grand Prix. Binder and Mir now start to chase down Bagnaia, who's fading rapidly at the end of this Grand Prix. Over the line we go, 3 laps to go. 7/10 of a second, the gap between Marc and Aldeguer. Once again, Aldeguer 2/10 quicker.
And once again, we have a factory KTM inches away from the right foot of Pecco Bagnaia, who once again is sent off the racetrack. This time he now holds on to the position, and it's Binder actually comes out the worst of that one. Rather than gaining a place, he loses one to Joan Mir, who takes 7th.
Well, it's like Bagnaia said, he suffers so much on the brakes on that factory Ducati. Other riders are able to take liberties with him. I mean, previously down the years, Bagnaia has been so hard to pass and make moves on. But he said there's been times this year where he just felt like a passenger on top of that Ducati, powerless to repel any kind of attacks. This time around, fair play to him. He's going at it with Mir and Binder in the latter stages of this Grand Prix.
Marquez is doing what he can here. He's been able to increase his advantage slightly on this lap, up to 8/10 of a second over Fermin Aldeguer, and every sector is like gold as for Marc Marquez now. Every sector that ticks by, it's one less opportunity for Fermin Aldeguer to close the gap. Pecco Bagnaia has been told on our screens to drop 1 position. Of course, we saw him go off the road at turn 1 and onto the green. Race direction, and the stewards clearly feel that he gained an advantage and has to give up that 6th place.
Well, he'll have to lose 2. There's no way he can just give up safely 1. Surely let him slot in down the hill. That's brilliant. That is awesome by Bagnaia. And Mir darts through on the inside then into turn 9. Bagnaia, what must be going through his mind at the moment? He has just been out-muscled, out-fought in so many of these battles in this Grand Prix. This is a shadow of the Pecco Bagnaia we've seen at the Red Bull Ring over the last 3 years. Fair play to him, he is at least trying to withstand this onslaught coming from Mir and Binder. He goes side by side with the South African into 2A, but there's just nothing he can do about it. Bagnaia now bumped back to a miserable 8th.
Well, he said with the issues that he has and the lack of front-end confidence that it's making him the easiest rider to overtake, and he just can't make any overtakes himself. And boy, you're seeing a graphic demonstration of that at the moment from Pecco. Marc Marquez to the first sector, and this the penultimate lap 26 of 27. 9/10 of a second the advantage. You just feel as if Fermin Aldeguer's challenge might have ran out a little bit of steam here.
Yeah, Mark's probably saying, okay, Fermin, you've had your fun. You've had your fun, pal, and now it's time to show you who the real master at MotoGP is once again, because as it stands right now, Marc Marquez is going to extend this phenomenal winning streak. Now that's great news. That is the side that we all wanted to see. He might be a little bit beaten up, a little bit bashed up after a crash right here at turn 7, but after checks in the medical centre, Jorge Martin is back in the factory Aprilia garage on board with Alex Marquez, who's a brutal afternoon after his long lap penalty was served early on. He's not really made any further forward progress. Last lap then underway here, and Marc Marquez has it in his hands. He's almost a second clear then of the brilliant Aldeguer. But our 1000th Grand Prix looks like it's going the way of one of our superstar riders since it all began back in 1949. Up the hill he goes into turn 3. 7 corners left now for Marc Marquez to negotiate before it's going to be wrapped up win number 97 as he creeps closer to the magic century.
He had to put the newspaper away and start pushing again with Marc Marquez once he realised that Aldeguer was chasing him down, and boy has he done that. He's gone straight back down into the mid-130s again. Fleming Aldeguer was doing those low 130s. Once he passed Bezzecchi, he couldn't find that pace again. Had he been able to do so, we might have had a grandstand finish. But as it looks now, Marc Marquez looks like he's finally going to tick one of those boxes that has been unticked in his MotoGP career for so long. He's yet to win at the Red Bull Ring. That's about to change.
Bogey track? What bogey track? Marc Marquez has been supreme once again. He's about to be, for the very first time, the king of the Red Bull Ring. He's had so many close calls, so many late battles against the factory Ducati, against Andrea Dovizioso and Jorge Lorenzo, but he hits them for 6. It is 6 successive victories then now in 2025 for Marc Marquez. It is 6 successive double wins. He is motoring towards that 7th MotoGP World title. Fermin Aldeguer takes an exceptional 2nd place. What a ride by Aldeguer. His best ever result. And it seems fitting, doesn't it, on our 1000th Premier Class race that one of our legends, one of our icons, Giacomo Agostini, gets to wave the checkered flag. A past superstar, a past MotoGP god, celebrates the checkered flag moment with Marc Marquez, who takes the win, a 1000th MotoGP race. Career win 71 in MotoGP. Aldeguer 2nd. Bezzecchi, who fought such a good fight in the first 2/3 of that race against Marc, takes 3rd. Acosta, a lonely 4th place in the factory KTM. Another top 5 for Enea Bastianini. Excellent ride by him in 5th. Me at 6th. Binder 7th. Bagnaia 8th. And 12.5 seconds back at Marc. Ralph Hernandez and Alex Marquez complete the top 10 points for Morbidelli, Zarco, Marini, Agura, and Quartararo. Quartararo salvages at least 1 point from a dreadful weekend as far as the factory Yamaha team are concerned. But once again, just as he did in Aragon, in Mugello, in Assen, in Sachsenring, and in Brno, the sprint and Grand Prix victory has been taken by the invincible and irresistible Marc Marquez.
He's not just the king of the Saxon Ring. This year, he is the king of the Red Bull Ring. One of the great unanswered questions of Marc Marquez's career has now been answered. His first victory at the Red Bull Ring, but boy was he pushed by Fermin Aldeguer. What must be a jubilant crew chief. Frankie Carcetti is talking to Jet.
Oh, Frankie, what a ride that is from Fermin. For a second, I'm sure you were the same. I thought he was going to win it.
Last night, we knew we had the pace. In fact, jokingly, I said to Mark this morning, we might have it, because he always looks at it. And then when I saw, I think we were 4.5 behind, I thought, well, chance is gone, but once he got into I think the Raul, and I can't remember, the Binder incident, surpassed those 2, helped him, and then he got into his own, so, now, chuffed to bits, he's worked really hard, and, every session he improves, so, mega.
Incredible result. Go and enjoy it. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, mega. I think that pretty much sums up the emotions inside the Aldeguer side of Gresini Racing. What are the emotions right now for Pecco Bagnaia, who once again has, or is going to play 2nd fiddle to Marc Marquez. 8th over the line for Bagnaia. 6 Grand Prix wins in a row for the first time since 2014. He said himself he probably, not only back to his best, he's surpassing anything he's done previously in his Grand Prix career, and he's had some great moments, hasn't he, the number 93? But right now, you kind of do ask yourself, when's the next time someone's going to beat him? Double wins in the last 6 Grand Prix. Just absolutely phenomenal.
Well, Marco Bezzecchi certainly gave it a good go. You can't say that there was much more in that Aprilia today. Valentino Rossi congratulates one of his charges. Bezzecchi did the doctor proud today and did Aprilia proud too.
Yeah, let's go and get some post-race thoughts from the boss, Massimo Rivola. 3 podiums in the last 4 now for Bez.
Yeah, 3 podiums in the last 4. The guy's just saying Massimo is in great form. Is Marco at the moment, pushing Mark all the way, weekend after weekend. You must be so proud.
He's riding just perfectly, honestly. He's pushing every single lap as he was a qualifying lap. We were not sure about the tire, but being in front is for sure an advantage. It was tough enough to resist to Mark at the beginning, but Mark was obviously too strong. But you know, when it's not your track, you finish him on the podium. I think it's really, really fantastic.
Just very quickly, you've seen Jorge back in the box. How is it?
Yeah, he's okay. Just, you know, now anytime we see him on the floor, we are a bit, you know, scared, but he's okay. He will be fine for Hungary, and mileage, he need mileage. Good to hear. Go and enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great news as far as Jorge Martin's concerned. And great news for Marco Bezzecchi. Aprilia in a Grand Prix here in Austria and never finished higher than 6th place. Their first podium courtesy of more brilliance from Bez. A damaging day, a real damaging day in terms of the championship as far as Alex is concerned. He said himself over the last couple of Grand Prix, forget it, impossible to reel in and rein in Mark. In terms of championship, 142 points now. Is that massive chasm between the 2 siblings? But I think many of you at home might be picking this young man as your rider of the race, your rider of the day, because Fermin Aldeguer, and that was top draw, that was something extra special. A rookie, there's a lot more to come, and that race showed perfectly why Ducati were keen to get his signature on a contract before we'd even started the Moto2 World Championship in 2024.
Looking forward to having a look here when the results come out to see just how far back he was at his furthest, Fermin Aldeguer. But boy, he rallied in the second half of the race. A couple of opportunities did open up for him, but boy, did he take advantage of those. Of course, the Acosta Bagnaia battle opened up the door for him to take that 3rd place. And of course, that later became 2nd. Joan Mir, his best result for quite some time, as you saw, the thick end of 2 years. And a good weekend for him, where he qualified inside the top 10 and a top 6 finish for him in dry conditions on the factory Honda with no one dropping out ahead of him. That must represent a major step forward for the recently luckless Mir.
He's going to be having a massive party tonight because he saw the checkered flag.
no,
He's had so much bad luck of late. I think that's only the 2nd top 6 he's ever had in the HRC squad. Excellent ride that by Mir. Really, really good job. Marc Marquez gets the cooling ice jacket on. It was tough work out there for both man and machine. Well, Bastianini, well, an excellent 5th place from the Beast. I do wonder whether his race might have had a different outcome had he not made a real big mistake in the braking zone for the first corner when he was charging towards that podium battle. Best result, though, in terms of a Sunday on the KTM. And he is starting to finally enjoy life on the RC16. Took the checker flag 1.8 seconds behind Acosta. Acosta a very lonely 4th. He never really figured or never really seriously threatened, did he, to repeat his podium out of the sprint yesterday. So he still awaits for the first time his chance to have back-to-back double podiums. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he fought a fantastic fight. Valentino Rossi was certainly happy with his performance, as we saw. 3rd here, rather, in Austria, and he's with Jack.
Marco, you've got so much to be proud of as he gets a huge hug from Aprilia Racing Director Massimo Rivola. Marco, what a brilliant weekend, full pole position, and now onto the podium. You battled so hard with Mark. Aprilia last year, 24 seconds behind the winner. It shows just how far this factory is coming and what great form you're in at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy about the weekend in general. We recovered from a very tough Friday, and to bounce back with a pole position and then a podium also today is amazing. I have to say that I gave my all as always, but unfortunately in the end I had some problems on the bike, and I had to back up but yeah, my team, the whole factory made a wonderful job. I want to say thanks to them, to Vale, to all the academy, all my friends that are here, and yeah, hope you enjoyed. Brilliant job, well done. Thank you.
Brilliant first Grand Prix podium secured by Bezzecchi here in Austria. That's how hard he was pushing. That's how hard he fought against Mark. Said he was dealing with a couple of issues in that Grand Prix. We saw him have a good long discussion with one of his mechanics when he came back into Parc Ferme. We'll try and see if we can cajole that out of Bez at some point post-race. But it's another brilliant weekend for him. 18th on Friday, the pole position, and then to the podium on Sunday. I think he'll take that.
Only 2 laps to go in alone average speed. Out of 3. But I think everyone was much better than last year. To make some for this. Okay, maybe that's the result of the report.
Got to say, although, like he just said, it wasn't the result maybe he wanted with 4th place. He's clearly happy with some of those summer upgrades. We are told that he is the rider of the race, and he deserves it. What a ride by Ferdinand to get 2nd place in Austria, and he's with Jack.
I mean, what a phenomenal performance to finish 2nd. You were way outside of the podium picture in the early stages, but your late rate pace was unbelievable. At one point, did you think I can win this? Yeah, I'm super happy because at the end, Austria is not one of my favorite tracks, like Le Mans, and doing the 2 podiums in a bad tracks for me is incredible. Nothing. We know that with used tire we are super fast. We have to continue working. Thank you to all the Gresini team, to Ducati, and this race is for Borja Gomez and Pau Alsina. Well said. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said, indeed, Fermin. He did those boys proud today. Super fast, as he mentioned. That's an understatement. He was unbelievably rapid, wasn't he, at times in that Grand Prix. There can't be too many occasions since Marc Marquez joined Ducati that at times in a race, another rider on board of Ducati has been half a second a lap quicker than him. That's exactly the situation that Aldeguer found himself. And then congratulations for the first time, and richly deserved. He is the rider of the race. I don't think anybody's going to really be arguing the cause on that one. Well done to all of you watching at home, appreciating the efforts of the BK8 Gresini racing rider. His best finish in MotoGP. Of course, he's been on the podium previously. 2 third places in the French Grand Prix in Le Mans, a 3rd in the Aragon Sprint. The 2nd place here today represents a brilliant ride. 8th he was at the end of the first lap, and as Frankie Carcelli said, they thought he was well over 4 seconds adrift at the front at one stage. But your winner, how many times have we already said this so far this season? 26 races, 21 times now Marc Marquez is victorious. And this was a special one, his first at the Red Bull Ring, and he did it in style in the 1000th Premier Class race. So I'm sure even Casey Stoner, well, we know Casey Stoner would have appreciated the brilliance of Mark over those 28 laps. He was pushed hard by both Bezzecchi, wasn't he? And then latterly by Fermin Aldeguer, but he increases his mammoth lead in the World Championship. He's already toppled 400 points, and there's still 9 rounds remaining. Hopefully, we're going to back him over for a little post-race chat. They're waving Casey Stoner through here to come and congratulate Marc Marquez, just looking outside our commentary box window. Mark, before he does that, he's going to come over and speak to us because Jack Appleyard is waiting for the first time. Marc Marquez gets to give a winner's interview on a Sunday at the Red Bull Ring. The jinx is broken. He's speaking to Jack.
Well, Martins, congratulations. That's now 6 straight Grand Prix victories and a huge step towards the World Championship. Marco put up a great fight. Fermin kept you honest at the end.
And after all of the years, the finishing behind Andrea Dovizioso and Jorge Lorenzo here at the Red Bull Ring, how does it feel to finally take victory here?
Yeah, super happy to finally take the first victory here in Austria. As I say on Thursday, we were to this year, I'm wearing the red bike, and yeah, it was working super good. We find a good setup, especially with the used tires, as we see with Marco Bezzecchi. In the first part, he was super strong, but then I just wait. I tried in the beginning, but it was too risky. Then I prefer to wait and attack in the end. But a new outsider arrived, and it was Aldeguer this time, and I was riding super fast. But yeah, happy, 6 victories in a row. But keep focused. Next week we have another race. But yeah, enjoyed and super happy to be in the top of the podium for Paul Zina.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
His first victory here in the Red Bull Ring. Continues this stunning surge of form. 6 consecutive double victories. This was the key move. And he spotted on the inside of Marco Bezzecchi, the race winning overtake down the hill into the braking zone for turn 4. Wasn't able to relax from that point onwards as the hard-charging Aldeguer put the pressure on. This victory in Grand Prix number 1000 for Marc Marquez. And to boot, this Red Bull Ring circuit is now Ducati's most successful track in history. They came here with 9 previous wins, matching their tally at the Losail International Circuit in Qatar. But now we can say Ducati have certainly enjoyed their times down the years here in Austria. Andrea Iannoni's been, of course, in 2016, kicked off this chain of success. That was their first win in 6 long years. Marc Marquez, though, takes his first victory at the Red Bull Ring. Davide Tard, seat the boss, appreciating another great weekend's work from the 32-year-old Spaniard. A dominant sprint success yesterday over 14 laps, and he was pretty much untouchable over 28 laps. Double the distance, and another double victory for Marc. And of course, next week, for the first time since 1992, the first time we head to the Balaton Park circuit, we're in Hungary. Looking forward to that one, where all 6 Ducati riders have already got a bit of knowledge and experience having tested there in the summer break. Vamos 93, Vamos, that Marquez is Casey Stoner, embraces the top 3. The MotoGP legend, Casey acknowledging the brilliance of Fermin Aldeguer. He knows just how strong Aldeguer was in those latter stages. Just brilliant, brilliant by the rookie.
Veniva su come un matto. Non deve patinare la regga?
Tenía el botón, ¿eh?
Sì, no? Remontava a fondo.
Ya me estoy ahí.
Comunque volavi. Volavi.
Sì, però. Ha venuto tutto il tempo spinando.
Sì. Anche io lì ho provato a resistere, ma... Dopo
No, è impossibile.
sai cosa ho fatto per sbaglio? Per guardarti a te? Ho toccato la tra quinta e sesta. Hai visto con... mi è successo lo stesso. Guardava Pecco e mi ha toccato il limitatore. Porca puttana.
Si andava.
Andavano. Comunque lì alla 9 quest'anno era veramente scivoloso.
Quando
La curva. Ma è frizzante.
No, è stile, ma fa schifo.
Come mai era frizzante?
No es normal.
No, es así, aquí es así.
Ya, pero la botella de plástico
Sa tipo di ferro. Ecco, lì ho toccato il limitatore. Dopo ho detto, dai, ma ho sentito, no? Ho sentito, adesso riprovo. Ho sentito l'arrivata di pagare. Perché le altre volte appena mi passavi le ultime gare mi andavi via subito. Almeno ho detto, ma ho sentito che arrivavi e dico, dai, lasciamo la porta aperta e vediamo dopo.
al final, ¿verdad?
Qua, qui era...
No, aquí me dirà,
Solo che io qua uscivo piano. Vedi quanto ho perso? Boh. Non ho toccato il verde mai.
il
Incredibile.
vincitore.
Tutto il weekend andare fuori, tutto il weekend. Oggi
Io sì, toccato.
Ma come fa a essere naturale quest'acqua? Così. Vamos. Venga, vamos. Necesito...
Well, it feels like something that Ferdinando is going to have to get used to in his MotoGP career. It's a second Grand Prix podium for him now. And crunching the numbers as we listened in on the top three there. And his furthest, which is at the end of lap 15 of 28, Ferdinando was 4.1 seconds behind Marc Marquez. He closed that down to 1.1 by the end. As Marco Bezzecchi steps onto a podium once again. It's back-to-back Sunday podiums, and you argue really, it should have been 4 in a row without that crash in Germany. But it's a super 6 in a row for Marc Marquez. 6 victories on Sunday, 6 doubles across the weekend. And the 6 MotoGP World Championships is surely soon going to become 7. As the winning trophy is presented, of course, to the Ducati squad. There's the trophies here. And very much like the track layout of the Red Bull Ring. As Dominic Paris, Italian Alpine Ski World Champion, presents the trophy to a fellow Italian. Marco Bezzecchi. Who is he carrying it pretty on his back at the moment. But what a ride. The ride of the race, as voted for by you, Fermin Aldeguer. At a track which, as he pointed out, has not always been his strongest in Moto2. But boy, was it today, as Fermin Aldeguer finishes higher in a MotoGP race than he ever has before. But Marc Marquez doing what Marc Marquez does, albeit not before here. The Red Bull Ring curse is broken as Marc Marquez finally tastes victory in Austria. Well, we have had now 1,000 Premier Class races, and Marc Marquez has been victorious in 71 of them. The numbers just keep getting bigger and better, don't they, as far as the factory Ducati star is concerned. He moves on to 418 points in the World Championship. Nobody else has yet has got close to breaking the 300-point barrier. That just gives you a clear indication of the authority of the supremacy which Marc Marquez has established in the opening 13 Grand Prix of 2025. Balaton Park in Hungary up next for us, as he goes for what would be a magnificent 7th successive double win. Right now, really hard to back against the 93, isn't it? As he celebrates his first victory here in Spielberg. So many near misses previously, but he was never going to let this one slip through his grasp. We've got a bit of damage Prosecco down in the Aprilia camp. I'm sure they'll somehow find a way of still putting it to good use. I certainly hope they do so. And it's all smiles once again as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. Eventually at the checkered flag, despite the late pressure from Aldeguer, he was victorious by 1.1 seconds. Interesting to hear what issues Bezzecchi was dealing with in that Grand Prix. Another excellent fight though, didn't he? That's 4 rounds in a row where Bezzecchi has been one of Marc's chief rivals. And on a stop-and-go track like Spielberg, where Aprilia really has suffered over the last few years to have pole position and a podium
It looks like finally we've got an Aprilia that's going to work at all kinds of different tracks, which certainly bodes well for Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin in the next few races, and more importantly, into 2026 and beyond. Well, the clouds, thankfully, did not throw any rain on us, as we had a full dry Grand Prix here in Spielberg. The celebrations on the podium are ongoing. I can see Fermin Aldeguer is doing a little bit of a jig as he celebrates his best MotoGP result. Pedro Acosta was fourth, as we heard him say. That's not the result they were hoping for, but they are positive signs, some real sheets of recovery as far as the battery KTM box is concerned. There he is, though, your rider of the race, Fermin Aldeguer. An accolade that he certainly did deserve. But at the moment, that's the picture, isn't it? Number one is the sign from Marc Marquez. Completely contrasting emotions inside the Ducati Lenovo team garage, as poor Pecco Bagnaia once again has to look on at the opposite side of the red box in full celebration mode, in full party mode, as the ticker tape that now blows around pit lane. We will hot-foot it over the border into Hungary and see whether this incredible winning streak can be extended by Marc Marquez. First time then since 1992 we popped over the border for the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. We've been so excited about the prospects of returning to this part of Central Europe for such a long time, but we are, for the first time next weekend, racing at the new Balaton Park circuit. Well, Marc Marquez will look to extend his advantage and make it 7 doubles in a row. We're going to have to go some to stop him. But we have seen this afternoon some signs for the future that Fermin Aldeguer might well be a threat as we go through the last part of the season and into next year, and to Aprilia as well. Marc Marquez not winning today for the first time in Austria from Fermin Aldeguer. A stunning second, given that he was over 4 seconds back at one point. Bezzecchi third, having led for so long. Pedro Acosta and Enea Bastianini fourth and fifth for KTM. Joan Mir's best result for a couple of years in sixth ahead of Brad Binder. Pecco Bagnaia faded to 8th. Ralph Fernandez 9th ahead of Alex Marquez, who made very little progress post long lap penalty. Points for Frankie Morbidelli, John Zarco, Luca Marini, Ayagura, and just 1 point for Yamaha. Fabio Quartararo took that. World Championship then, Marc Marquez 142 points is now his advantage. He moves ever closer